Good evening and welcome to the 2024 election show.
History is being made tonight as the leadership of the U.S. rests in the hands of millions of voters.
We'll keep you up to date with the polls as they come in and give you minute-by-minute coverage while those numbers continue to climb.
This is the 2024 presidential election coverage with UV Television. We'll be beginning this broadcast with a discussion of who exactly these candidates are.
That's right. There's been so much discussion around these candidates, their backgrounds, and their plans. And we're here to take a look at who Harris and Trump plan to be if elected president of the United States.
All right, so first off, I just want to get a basis covered. Has everyone here voted today, and has anyone taken the chance to use the mail-in ballot system?
Yeah, so my family, we did the mail-in ballot system. It was just what worked best for us, and it was convenient, yeah.
Yeah, I went to vote today in person. I didn't use a mail-in ballot. My mom picked me up and I went and I voted in my hometown because I don't live too far from here. So it was fun to get to go vote with my whole family for the first time.
I know I requested a mail-in ballot. I never actually received it, which I know is showing up to be a bit of a problem right now. So I ended up driving home to vote in person.
That's crazy. I was fortunate. I have my address for on campus, so I voted at the Smithfield election polling place, and it was nice.
Nice. That's convenient. And with that being said, let's get into who we're voting for. So let's dig in. So Kamala Harris, the Democratic nominee, let's get into it.
Right, so I think this is interesting. She's only been campaigning for roughly around 100 days compared to Trump, who has been, really campaigning. Since 2015, 2016, when he first started his presidential campaign.
Right. It's interesting to see the timeline and how it's kind of all come to be since Kamala stepped in. And it's been just really interesting to see the stark difference of their policies, what they're implementing, everything that they're hoping for, and how people are reacting to this.
Yeah, I think her strategy is really creative. She picked one keyword like freedom, and she really built her stance and her campaign off of that, which I think is really creative because then it also ties into what her main points are, and it's just a really good tying together piece.
Yes, and one thing you see from Kamala's campaign that we don't see from Kamala's campaign that we saw a lot in Hillary Clinton's campaign in 2016 is the fact that she is a woman running for president. When Hillary Clinton was running for president, she used the fact that she was a woman as a big part of her campaign, and Kamala has really not been using that as much. She's people know that she's a woman, and she's not going to use that as her main factor. She's using other things, which I think would work in her favor.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, too, I think she's been purposely trying to keep her racial identity not hidden, but not bringing it up actively in her campaigns and just at any rally she's at, really, which I think is also interesting.
Right, and also she's been really connecting with the Gen Z. She's been doing everything she can, whether that be celebrities, music, forms of social media. She's really active on TikTok. And I think that that's a really creative way to go about this campaign that a lot of, you wouldn't really think of it, right? You wouldn't think just social media, so to speak, but...
Yeah, it's been very different than
Right.
Trump's campaign specifically, but almost any other campaign we've seen with the capitalizing on the brat summer with Kamala HQ has been saying everything. Kamala is brat and things like that. I feel like she's really been capitalizing, and her campaign has been capitalizing on the younger demographic, which I feel like other people aren't really capitalizing on as much, but I think it's very important because people of our age are all starting to vote and capitalizing on young voters who have so many more elections in their lives. That's a good target demographic.
Right, and it is really interesting. This is our first one to vote in, and it's
Yeah.
quite an important one. So let's get into some results that we have thus far.
All right, so looking here, it seems that Indiana and Kentucky, Trump has both won. Now, Harris has won Vermont, which I don't think this was really a major surprise for anyone. I mean, what do you guys think about that?
It's interesting, and you know, I do believe that up kind of in the area of like the New England area, kind of, you know, I do know it is historically known to be more on the blue side, and then, you know, South is more on the red side, but, you know, it's definitely interesting to see how Kentucky doesn't really surprise me, but Indiana, that one did surprise me, you know, and they were the first polling places to close, the results are rolling in, so this is just the start of a interesting night ahead of us.
Yeah, I can't say I'm surprised about Kentucky. Indiana, a little bit of a surprise, but we knew that one was kind of going either way for a little bit there. So it's interesting to see that it did fall in Trump's favor. Vermont went blue for Harris. I think that one was a little bit more predictable than Indiana, but yeah, definitely interesting.
I mean, I'm a little surprised. I thought maybe, you know, you got Chicago in Indiana. I thought maybe that would pull through a little bit. But ultimately, I can't say I wasn't completely taken aback by this.
Yeah, I'm not with Vermont. I think that was pretty safe for Harris to say that she had that. It was pretty interesting with the Indiana like race for who was going to win it. Like there was some like leeway there, but it's not shocking that Trump ultimately did take the upper hand in claiming it. And then Kentucky, I think it was, like you guys have said, safe to say that Kamala doesn't have the biggest support there, and that Trump does have a bigger following there. And so it is understandable that Trump did win Kentucky, but I know we're in for a very big night.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and I mean, I think, like we've said again and time again here, Kentucky's not a surprise. Trump has that stronghold in those southern states, I mean, except for Georgia, but even then, that could really go either way.
Right.
So yeah, I think, like we've said, we're in to see a lot of big surprises that we weren't expecting to see.
Absolutely, yes. And then there are even other races coming up ahead that we have to keep our eyes towards, keep an eye on the swing states, and just keep our eyes peeled for all the updates coming our way.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that even since we're discussing Trump and Kamala right now, Trump and Kamala both have a couple states that they've won. With Trump winning 2 states, let's talk a little bit about Trump's campaign as well.
Right, so I mean, I think his campaign, he's strongly holding on to his 2016, when he first ran for president, his MAGA, Make America Great Again. We see that that's still a very strong ideology that he's keeping. I mean, I don't know, what do you think about his campaign policies?
Yeah, I think, excuse me, it hasn't really changed a lot in the years that he's been running for president since, you know, the 2016 election. I feel like he's kept what he's fighting for pretty much the same for a while, and he has been building a little bit on his campaign, but he really has been focusing on, you know, border control, as he did with his whole Build the Wall in his first campaign. And yeah, it's interesting to see how he is still kind of sticking with, you know, what he thinks works.
Yeah, and I think really the only new addition has been, you know, Project 2025.
Yes.
That's been another major hard-hitting point for Trump in his candidacy here.
For sure. Now, even though the world's eyes are on the race for Commander-in-Chief, it's not the only race happening tonight.
Tonight we have Senate reporters Annabella Gizzi and Peyton Celesti enlightening us on some other races taking place.
Yeah. Thank you guys for joining us.
Of
So,
course.
do you guys
Great to be here.
Yeah. Do you guys want to start to tell us a little bit about some of the other races happening?
Yeah, of course. So we do have in the near future reporting on, you know, our home state Pennsylvania Senate races, but we also have some other close races that we are going to, you know, get into a little bit here with getting into Pennsylvania later because we know that's one of the biggest. Coming up first, we do have Montana. We have Senator Jon Tester, who is the Democratic nominee, going up against Tim Shealy, who is the Republican challenger. And it's interesting to see because the one Democratic causing independent Joe Manchin of West Virginia decided not to seek another term, essentially handing the deep red state's seat to the GOP. Montana became the most tenuous Democratic seat in the chamber, given Trump's double dite when there was in 2020.
Yeah, Jon Tester is definitely in trouble tonight. He should win. It's likely that he'll win, but it just kind of goes to show Republicans have a big edge tonight.
Right.
Well, on the Senate, it would be shocking if the Democrats somehow held control of the Senate. They have to win 7 of 9 states, 7 of 9 of those close races, the closest races to get a partisan split of the U.S. Senate. So it's going to be tough. If they could somehow win Montana, and Tester's had that Montana seat for a long time.
Correct.
But if Tester could somehow hold on to that, with Montana shifting towards the Republican side more and more, that would be a good sign that the Democrats are going to hang in there tonight and maybe not lose that majority by as much as some may project.
Right, and I think it's interesting. I'm going to piggyback off that a little bit. I just thought it was interesting because I was reading this morning that, like, while Kamala Harris, her polls have been going up this weekend, that the Senate is getting like the opposite news, which I think is interesting because you see those Democratic polls going up, so why aren't they aligning? Do you know what I mean?
There's a lot of toss-up states though: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, which we're going to talk about, Ohio, which I think is one of the most interesting, between Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno. That is the most. There's been the most money spent on that than any non-presidential campaign in history. $467 million on that campaign. Bernie Moreno is a multi-millionaire. He's been in the automobile industry for a long time. And that's a tie. I looked at today, the New York Times has that as a tie.
Right.
And Brown is another Democrat trying to hold his seat. And there's been a lot of controversy with Moreno in terms of his, he's had some controversial comments about abortion. And there was a report that he didn't pay his workers overtime. So there's been some controversy
Right.
there. Ohio has been trending Republican. Again, that's another example. Can that incumbent Democrat hold that in a Trump state?
Correct, yeah. And I was reading the Hill this morning, and they report that Democrats, probably need to not only beat the polls in Ohio and Montana, like we were talking about, but also defy electoral gravity in each favorite, or in just like each state. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, because
That's a really interesting point you made about Kamala's polls going
Correct,
up,
yeah.
but the Senate polls being more towards Republican. I thought that was interesting because, the casual viewer would probably think that those two would be the same.
exactly, yeah. Considering the fact that, one vote goes the same way. You know what I mean? Typically same beliefs, same, alignment. But I don't know. Find out.
We're going to find out tonight. Thank you guys so much for
Yeah,
joining
of
us.
course.
At the end of the night, every state in the U.S. will have turned red or blue. In the past few years, we have seen some surprising changes in the way battleground states have swayed.
Reporters Ethan Rowinski and Gavin Petrone will be tracking all night what counties have shifted and what candidates will be claiming the swing states.
That's right, Kate and Leslie. Me and Gavin are here. We're going to be here all night analyzing the results, giving you just a look at what these candidates' paths are and, what their future plans may be. And so we're going to start off looking at, some of the swing states that these candidates are going to find most important. So, Gavin, do you want to start talking about that?
Well, Ethan, they're the same as they were in 2020, which, like it or not, it kind of annoys me personally, but I wish we could switch it up, honestly, but it's okay. So these are our Rust Belt swing states. We got Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. You'll notice about Michigan and Pennsylvania, a weird mix of urban and rural areas that collectively combine, great phrase there, collectively combine for that 50-50 split essentially between Harris and Trump. Wisconsin is an outlier there. It's mostly just those suburban communities.
Absolutely.
Right here, right here, right here. All those dots, those are all, they could go either way, basically.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of swing states in there. And what's interesting is that all these states have voted in tandem with each other for the past, since 1988, I believe.
Yeah.
So, it's going to be interesting. Is tonight going to be the night where this pattern may break
Right.
from all of them?
And some people are saying it is, some people are saying it's not. We're going to have to see. But let's move on to the Sun Belt states. Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia. Nevada voted Obama in 2012,
Believe so, yeah.
went Trump in 2020. Trying to think.
Believe so, yes.
Okay. Arizona, I don't remember. North Carolina hasn't voted for a Democrat since Obama in 2012, right? Okay. Georgia, narrowly won by Joe Biden in 2020?
Yeah, it went in 2016 and went for Trump by I believe about 50,000 votes. In 2020, barely skimmed by for Joe Biden. So we're going to get into in a little bit, and we'll talk about it during the night, how some of the rural or some of the suburban counties are going to be the deciding factor in this election. Absolutely.
One more thing to add. North Carolina was the only state that didn't vote for Joe Biden in 2020. So we're going to see
In terms of the Sun Belt state,
in terms of all 7.
all 7 of the swing states. Yeah,
All 7 swing
exactly.
states. It
So
was the only one that didn't.
it's really interesting. And then, over the weekend, we've had almost a new swing state come into play, correct?
We have. According to an Ann Selzer poll.
Yes, and
for
she's
the
a
Des Moines-
the Des Moines Register, very
Des Moines
reliable
Register.
pollster.
Incredibly reliable, said that Iowa was 47 Harris
And
43 Trump.
Or 44 Trump.
44
So
Trump.
Harris has a 3-point lead in that state, which no one was
Which
expecting.
is remarkable. Iowa hasn't voted blue since Obama, but Trump had huge margins in 2016
Absolutely.
and 2020, which basically makes the Selzer poll make little to no sense.
Yeah, it's very shocking. I mean,
Yeah.
part of the reasoning is that, their 6-week abortion ban just
Mm-hmm.
went into effect. So it's really going into, we're in a post-Roe v. Wade world. Is that going to be the deciding factor for the next couple of elections, both presidential and midterm?
Right.
That's the big question. And we're going to be following Iowa all night to see if, if this is still a solidly Trump state. I believe it was plus 10 Trump in
Yeah.
September.
Yeah.
Is this Seltzer poll true? And if Iowa's going blue, or even if it's marginally, instead of a plus 10 Trump, it might be, a plus 2, plus 3 Trump, that's worrying for the Trump campaign in terms of the rest of the swing states.
Absolutely. He had a meltdown on it on Truth Social.
Absolutely.
So we're just going to have to see how it goes. You want to talk about some counties now?
Yeah, so
All right.
we don't just look at the state level. We also look at a lot of the counties that are going to decide these. And first of all, we're going to be looking at Pennsylvania, and we got to go Allegheny first. Yesterday, Harris and Trump were both here campaigning in Pittsburgh specifically. This is a major melting pot for politics. You were at the Harris rally last night, weren't you?
In general, I was there. But in general, the climate downtown, I heard, was so hectic because
it was crazy.
originally they both planned on being downtown,
Yeah.
but due to safety concerns, they moved the Harris rally
Absolutely.
from where
Yeah,
it was
I
at the
mean,
point
they
to the Karis furnaces.
Yeah, I mean, they shut down Point Park after 12. I know a ton of businesses, they went remote that entire day.
Yeah.
But Allegheny is huge. And then another one is Erie County, is Erie up, just 2 hours north of us. This is the bellwether of all bellwethers in, a bellwether state like Pennsylvania. It's going to be one on the margins here. In 2016, this county went Trump, and in 2020, it went Biden. So it's very kind of flip-floppy. And we're going to see just, how it turns out in Pennsylvania. This might be one of those deciding counties to see what's actually going to happen. And
Let me add one thing. We forgot to add this on the slide, but I just remembered it right now. Whatever county Scranton is, the Scranton area of Pennsylvania,
yes.
I really want to see which
we're
way
going to be
that
watching
goes.
because, that's Biden's hometown.
Yeah.
He won, I believe, by +5 in 2020.
Yeah.
And that kind of leads, is that because it was, just a big push for Democrats, or is it because that's Biden's hometown?
Right.
That's where he's from. So does he have the hometown push? And if he loses that hometown, Pennsylvania is going to be one on the margins.
Absolutely.
What are we going to see?
Absolutely.
So, moving on to another state, my home state of Michigan is very, very important. And first one we got to look at is Wayne County, home of Detroit. And while Detroit is definitely solidly going to be Democrat, it's more so Dearborn that we're going to be looking at. Dearborn has the highest percentage of Arab Americans in any city, in any place in America. Largest mosque in the entire continent is in Dearborn. And so it's going to be a good battleground, or good, testing ground to see, is the war in Israel and Palestine, in Gaza, is that going to swing Michigan? And I don't so much think that Arab Americans are going to vote Trump. I think they're just not going to vote at all. It's one of those two things. We'll see. We can disagree and talk about that.
I don't necessarily think they're not going to vote at all. I think they're just voting third party.
That's
I've
true.
seen
They might vote third party.
I've seen a ton of polls saying the Green Party polls 40% among
I know,
Arab Americans.
it's huge. And, if they're not voting for, because they tend to be a Democrat stronghold.
Yeah.
If they're not voting for the Democrat, those small margins, again, like Pennsylvania, that might just lead to a Michigan victory. Then on
Right.
top of Michigan, we're going to talk kind of in tandem about Macomb and Oakland County. these have kind of flip-flopped in recent memory, where I'm a resident of Macomb County, that's my home county, where Oakland County tended to be the very Republican county, and Macomb was more Democrat. That's been switching recently.
Really?
Which is, has a lot to do with just, northern migration in that area, how people move, how the whole area has been developing. And so it's interesting to see how, strong is that change going to be between the two counties, and how is that going to decide the election. Moving on to one of the other big states, Georgia. There's a lot to say about Georgia. Their polls just closed at 7 o'clock.
Yep.
If the new state law works, we might get all the results, 80% of their results within the hour.
That would be phenomenal.
I mean, it's crazy, especially compared to the chaos that was the 2020 election, where Biden only won by 12,000 votes.
Yep.
This state is on, now, how many times can I say margins before it doesn't even sound like a word anymore? But Biden won by 12,000, Trump won by about 50,000, and because that's new state law, we might get 80%. So we'll get a clear view of Georgia, and therefore just all the swing states in general. One of the biggest counties that we're going to be looking at is Fayette County, which is one of these Atlanta suburban counties where in 2012, it went 65% for Romney, 33% for Obama. 2020, only 52% for Trump. Is this the year that Democrats finally take over these suburban counties?
Why do you think that's happening? I
mean,
we
just
talked about it earlier.
a lot of people moving in that area, moving out to the more suburban areas where they're still keeping their democratic values, but they're not as much. But they're just moving to different areas.
They're not as close to that urban area.
Exactly.
Of Atlanta.
So that can swing a ton of different things. So that's the main county we're going to be looking at. Last state I kind of want to look at is Nevada and Clark County specifically. There's a lot of interesting dynamics going on here where, home of Las Vegas, this is the most populous county in Nevada, and there's just so much, we might not get the results till Friday even.
Right.
So if, states like, the Rust Belt, Georgia, North Carolina, if those end up on the margins, we're going to be waiting on Nevada. And a really reliable pollster, Ralston, who I think writes for one of the big newspapers there, put Harris ahead by 0.3 percentage points was his perspective.
Gosh.
So it's going to be, a lot of it is going to be in turnout in counties like these.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, exactly. And even though they've had lots of Republican demonstration, Democrats have actually been the ones who have been pretty good today in early exit polls. So this is the big county that we're going to be looking at. So now that we have some of the counties out of the way, let's go into what are these candidates' actual paths for victory. What you'll see here is kind of just an overlook of what the states that are already filled in, very likely to go in these certain ways. So we're just going to look in, what are these counties, what are our predictions? And we actually kind of disagree here for how this might work out. So let's start in the Rust Belt. You tend to lean, you think Harris has a strong chance in all these states.
Absolutely. I think Harris is snagging PA for sure. I think, whoops.
Oh, yeah, select the blue at the top over here.
Hold on.
Right over there.
I got
little technical difficulties over here.
I'm not good with these computers.
But yeah, Pennsylvania, you think is going to go blue, even with all the chaos that's been going on, even with the Trump assassination attempt being in Butler.
Yes, absolutely. I think that Allegheny County is really, really going to show up for Harris. I was outside all day. I'm seeing Harris stuff everywhere. Now I'm downtown, but it was too many people to just be like a regional thing.
Yeah, and even talking to some of the reporters that went out to rural areas, there were a lot of Trump signs, obviously, but a lot of Kamala signs too.
Yeah.
So is that going to go for a blue Pennsylvania? Now, Michigan, like I was saying, large area population. What do you think about that?
I'm going to change the blue. Hold on.
You have to click it a few times to change the blue. So click Michigan.
Click it a few times.
And then it'll get a lighter shade of blue.
Okay, I like the lighter shade better. It's like scarier. Okay, yeah, I think Michigan's going blue. We had talked about this earlier, and originally I thought Michigan would go red because, like you mentioned earlier, those Arab Americans are voting third party or just not voting for Harris at all in protest of the Biden administration's handling of the Israel-Hamas war. Now I'm kind of thinking, I've seen so much polling about Michigan, it just doesn't make sense for it to go red, in my opinion. I think most people realize that the goals that they want out of that situation, like for a peaceful ceasefire, that's probably not going to happen the way they want it.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, with Gretchen Whitmer, in general, there's a lot of people who don't like Big Gretch is her nickname. I've seen
love
a
Big
lot.
Gretch.
But people do like her, and with especially in a post-Roe world, they did ratify abortion in their state constitution. So are they going to continue that trend to go into a to vote blue nationally? And then if the Rust Belts all vote in tangent with each other, she just needs Wisconsin.
Right.
and then she's at her 270 votes. And I believe, Wisconsin has a pretty good chance of going blue. And if she does that, then we're all good. We can ignore pretty much every single other state,
We're at 270.
Yeah, and we're at 270 exactly. Now, this is where I kind of disagree here. I do think Michigan is going to turn out red. I truly do. I do think that Arab American vote just isn't going to work out for the Harris campaign.
Completely
I think
understand what you're
very
saying.
reasonable. Same thing with Pennsylvania. I think there's just a lot of it because of that Butler attempt. I think it's just going to be so. I just don't think it's going to work out for the Harris campaign.
Well, I have faith in Scranton. We were talking about that earlier.
That's true.
I do have faith in Scranton, and I think they'll show up for her. But we skipped over Wisconsin.
We did skip over Wisconsin.
I
That's
think
true.
Wisconsin's going red.
You really do.
I do think Wisconsin's going red. I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's enough urban area in Wisconsin that would make sense for it going blue.
Okay.
But yeah, it's really the only swing state besides North Carolina that doesn't have a strong centralized urban area that's really driving
true.
their blue voters.
Yeah.
But should we go to the Sun Belts?
We should go to the
All
Sun
right, let's go to the
Belts,
Sun Belts.
absolutely.
Hold on, let me fix the blue.
So then, one of the biggest ones I think is Georgia, I think has a strong chance of going blue.
Really?
I do. I do think that Steve Kornacki calls it the blue blob,
The
is
blue
how he
blob.
calls it. But I think that suburban vote is going to turn out in Georgia.
For me, Georgia is my red sacrifice. I'm giving it up. I'm giving it up to Republicans, just because I feel like. Oops.
But so the red sacrifice, I like that.
The
term.
red sacrifice. I don't think that Atlanta sprawl is big enough yet, and I don't think there's enough people in Atlanta to show up for Harris.
That's true. And if we're looking at voter blocks, a big part of the reason Obama was in this campaign was to motivate black men specifically to turn out and to vote. With Atlanta having a large population of, black men, if they're not going to vote for, a black woman to be president, then they lose that 12,000 vote that Biden won on the margins.
Yes, that is a very slim margin.
Yeah, exactly.
Should we hit North Carolina?
North Carolina, I'm pretty confident is being red.
And I'm pretty confident it's going blue. I'm actually extremely confident. Like, this is my most confident call. If North Carolina's not blue, next UView show we do, I'll eat some gross. I'll smell someone's sock or something. Because I just think it logistically, South Carolina is absolutely red.
South Carolina is definitely red.
It just conceivably does not make any sense after everything that's happened in North Carolina in the past 2-3 months for them to decide, oh yeah, I'm voting for Trump. You know what I mean? West North Carolina, hammered by that hurricane.
True. And then
absolutely
there was so much
annihilated.
fake news that came out of
It was so
attacking
overly
FEMA.
politicized by the right. If I'm living in Western North Carolina, there's absolutely no way I'm voting for Trump.
Absolutely.
Another thing, Robinson. All that black Nazi stuff that got leaked.
Yeah, true.
Tanked his campaiign, probably tanked Republicans'
Yeah,
image in that
if
state
he's
as well.
on the down ballot, that's going down.
Yeah.
Is that going to affect the top of the ticket
Right.
with President Trump? Then going further out west, I'm pretty confident Arizona's going red.
I am too. I agree with you there.
Nevada, though, I'm not so sure. I truly have that as a toss-up because I don't really know.
I think it's going to go blue.
You think
I just
so?
think they voted Democrat.
No, they're very reliable. Well,
Yeah,
not reliably Democrat. The past couple
forever.
years, though, with historical precedent, we can't really do that in both a post-Roe world and in a post-Trump, running for office.
I guess
world.
you're right, yeah.
So, but even if we have, both Nevada going red and Iowa going red,
Yeah, it's still
Harris could
Harris
still win with
victory.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina.
Right.
But that's it's a very tricky map. We could be totally wrong here because who knows at the end of the day. But I think with that being said, we're going to toss it back to Leslie
yeah.
and Cade just to give a good look at what's coming up and what's been happening in Pittsburgh as a whole.
Thank you guys. We'll be checking back with you throughout the night. Pittsburgh is a solidly blue city that has a big influence over which way Pennsylvania leans.
Reporter Gabriella Waite took to the polls in downtown Pittsburgh to ask voters why they came out to vote today.
Our apologies as we are currently experiencing some technical difficulties and we're sorting through those right now, but as we work through those, we think this is a perfect time to tell you a little bit about the background of the candidates. So let's start with who is Donald Trump and what was his career like before he got into politics. According to MillerCenter.org, Trump began his business career while he was still a college student by investing in Philadelphia real estate. After completing his undergraduate, he worked at his father's business in New York. By the 1980s, Trump had established a reputation as a major real estate developer in the U.S. Trump also had a role on the hit reality television series The Apprentice, which aired on NBC from 2004 to 2015. Ultimately, most of Trump's business interests were bundled into the entity, the Trump Organization.
Before becoming Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris has had an extensive career in politics and the justice system. When first starting her career, Harris joined the Alameda County District Attorney's Office in 1990. During her time there, she specialized in taking on child sexual assault cases. From there, she moved on to being elected District Attorney of San Francisco in 2004. Then, in 2010, she was elected Attorney General of California. After her time working with the law, she began her career in politics by being elected as a U.S. Senator for the state of California in 2017 and would fulfill her role until 2021. From there, she'd become President Biden's running mate and vice president.
Now, Leslie, I think it's really interesting how both of these candidates have such different backgrounds before getting into politics. And, you know, Kamala had a background kind of in politics where, as opposed to Trump's background, was mainly in business. Like, what do you think about the difference between them?
I think this is not only a very strong voting point for voters, because there's a lot of people who vote for Trump because they like that he's a businessman. He's not, say, you know, a corrupt politician, as some might see it, but some might be voting for her because she has more experience in the Senate. She knows Congress, she knows how it works, and with working with the judicial system, she brings those very powerful argumentative skills from being a district attorney. And I think that's a huge, huge factor in why people are voting that way.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's a huge factor in why people could be voting for Kamala, as she has such a big background in, you know, as you said, the judicial system and, you know, just politics in general, whereas Trump's background lies, you know, in his family business and with real estate ventures and so many different things like that. And I also think that could put him on the upper hand a little bit because people like something a little different sometimes, and someone with a different background and what they can bring to the presidency as opposed to someone who has spent all their time in politics. But, you know, on the other hand, someone with all that time in politics could also be helpful for the country.
Yeah, and I think these are both pluses and negatives in both their cases, you know. With Trump, he has those business negotiating skills, as some might see it. He knows how to work and get to what he wants and what he wants for his party. He can, you know, negotiate with the House and the Senate, you know, try to bring them together to find that kind of final resting place and what he ultimately wants. Where Kamala, though, she also has negotiating skills in her own ways. She knows how to, you know, oh goodness, I forgot my words here for a minute. But, you know, she was a district attorney and she worked as a lawyer in that way. So she knows how to, you know, put up a fight and really use those aggressive tactics that she's known for.
Oh yeah, and you can definitely see both of these backgrounds in their speeches specifically. You can see Trump obviously was a businessman. You can see Kamala obviously had to put up fights in the courts. And yeah, it's very evident in both of their campaigns where they came from and how that's both helping and hurting them.
Right, yeah.
All right. Now let's hear a map update from reporter Ethan Rowinski. Ethan?
Hey, I'm not Ethan. And I'm here. Got a couple updates on the map. I just checked AP News. Right now, no one's really surprised. Florida is red, Ohio's red, West Virginia's red. All kind of safe, except I'll talk about Florida for a second. There were some hopes when Harris initially jumped into the race that Florida might maybe, like by some miracle, go blue. There was a huge effort by a lot of Democrats in those Miami suburb areas, those gated communities, to really campaign for her, go out and make their voices heard when she initially jumped into the race. I think now her hype's kind of died down and Florida is going back to the state that voted Ron DeSantis as their governor. Georgia, as of now, is red. Kind of makes sense. We already talked about it earlier. I don't believe they have any abortion measures on their ballots, and that's one of Harris's biggest drives of voters to her campaign. And it's a state in the South, so not really a big surprise there. But right now, I was right about North Carolina. They're blue, and I'm not shocked. The exact same reasons I said before. Hurricane Milton, Mark Robinson, and they voted for Obama in 2012. It just makes sense. It's the perfect recipe for a Democrat victory. Let's look it up. Let's look at some more. Hold on, guys. I haven't seen him since I left the green room. Oh, come on. Oh my gosh, Texas is blue. Wow. I don't think Texas is going to finish blue. I don't think Texas is going to finish blue. There's probably no way that's going to happen. But here's why it could happen. Here's why it could. Dallas, all those urban Texas areas have been huge swaths of people migrating in. Huge, huge, huge swaths of people. They're coming to work for Tesla, and they're coming for those tax breaks. Texas tax law, super lax. And I think that's going to be a big driver of people to live in those urban areas and thus more likely to vote Democrat. What else? Let's look. Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, they're all red. West Virginia's red. Oh, Ohio is blue. That's interesting. I feel like, whoops. I feel like Ohio is probably blue right now because those urban areas are counting. I think we're going to have to wait a second for the rural ones. I would assume that the rural areas in Ohio don't have the best methods of counting ballots, not as fast as the urban ones, and as a result, probably just making it seem like Harris is going to win Ohio. But it's way too early to say. It's probably not going to go for Harris. So I'm going to keep him as red. Honestly, I'm not going to change it. I'm just going to keep that there. And then all that, wow. All the Northeast is blue. That's awesome. Wow. Well, that's about all I got for now. Stay tuned for more updates. I'm going to send it back to the desk.
History is made tonight, looking back on U.S. history and how past elections have shaped this country.
President of the Bridge USA chapter of Point Park, Carson Brunn, sat down with history professor Josh Wolf to reflect on the past.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to coverage of the 2024 United States presidential election on Point Park Television. My name is Carson Brunn. I am the president of the Bridge USA chapter here at Point Park University. Today, I am joined by the assistant professor of history at Point Park University, Dr. Josh Wolf. Thank you for sitting down with me today. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me, Carson.
We will be discussing the history of elections and the history of voting and some other things as well. I want to get started with something that because I'm a student of yours this semester, something that you said to our class in the beginning, which I've been thinking about a lot, was you, and paraphrasing here, but you said, no matter what we talk about in this class, no matter how dark it gets, don't let yourself be consumed by cynicism. And I thought that was an interesting thing. Have you struggled with cynicism in your life as a historian?
I think it's something that, as you study the human condition, as you study whether it's the history of the we'll just stick with the history of the United States since it is U.S. history that I have you for class in. You know, we often have these expectations of what we think our country is, what we think our ideals are, what we think we're striving for collectively as a people. And well, history isn't only the study of failures, it's the study of both failures and successes. When you confront the failures that the United States has experienced and how self-inflicted many of them have been, it can lead you to the conclusion that what's the point in any of this? Nothing ever changes, nothing ever improves, nothing ever gets better. So So why are we pretending like we're engaged in any kind of democratic process at all? On a personal level, I mean, I do think cynicism has a certain attraction to young people in particular. My first presidential election that I got to participate in was the 2020 election. You know, I had a very cynical attitude about both of the parties in that election. I didn't think Al Gore was any kind of adequate replacement for the Clinton project that had been undertaken. I didn't see anything in George W. Bush that qualified him intellectually to be president of the United States. I just didn't think, and I ended up in an act of cynicism voting third party. In hindsight, you know, George W. Bush, he might not be an intellectual, but he's a lot savvier, I think, than a lot of people gave him credit for in 2002 and 2004. And you know, Al Gore, I've warmed to Al Gore a lot over the last 24 years in a way that I was much more closed about. So yeah, it's been something that I've. But I actually think being a historian in some ways has helped me overcome that because, well, it is very easy to be cynical about the mistakes that have been made in the past. One of the advantages of historical inquiry is that we do take this long view, and you see how things have improved. Maybe not always as quickly or as radically as some people think they should change or they should get better. But I do think in many ways the history of the United States is the history of steady improvement, of opening American society to more people, to more voices, to greater participation, and that's a very uncynical thing, right? And yeah, I mean, I think historical inquiry helps with that. It helps offset that. But again, sometimes it's what you choose to focus on, right? Mm-hmm. But even in the darkest times, you can find beautiful moments, right?
Yeah. What would you say right now, if not to put like undue pressure on you, but if you were to if the American people were listening, if I gave you like the FDR, the fireside chat radio, you know, and what would you say to those people right now that are in some sense consumed by fear or anxiety or cynicism that this country is going in a bad direction and it doesn't seem, you know, some of these solutions seem so, some of the problems seem so large, the solutions seem so difficult to orchestrate. What would you say to those people if you would say anything?
Well, since you mentioned FDR, I guess one of the first things I might do is just steal a line right from FDR,
Sure.
right? We have nothing to fear but fear itself. The obstacles that the United States is facing today, sure, they seem daunting, but the United States has faced many-headed Hydra in the past and been able to overcome those challenges. Most notably, the dual. Really, more than two. You've got the Dust Bowl tragedy, you've got the Great Depression, and you've got the rise of fascism all unfolding at the exact same time. And the United States is deeply involved in all of these processes, right? It is difficult. It takes time. It creates controversy. But the United States figured out how to work our way through the Dust Bowl. We recovered from the Great Depression. We defeated international fascism. All of those things were able to happen through the collective efforts of the American people less than 100 years ago. If we could do that then, we're certainly capable of overcoming obstacles facing us today. I don't want to dog on the media because I think national media is very important. I'm a daily newspaper reader. I subscribe to several news magazines as well. But when you watch the 6 o'clock news, when you watch the 5 o'clock news, when you watch the 11 o'clock news, and they're trying to condense all the most important information into just 30 minutes, it does seem like the most important information they choose, it's pretty bad stuff, right? And if you want to view the world, if you want to view our nation as a debt-ridden, violent atmosphere, there is evidence out there that you could build to make that case. But I think when you walk around and you open your eyes and you experience actual life around us, things aren't nearly as bad as we're sometimes being led to believe they are. I mean, people tell me all the time, like, I can't believe you work downtown every day. It's gone to hell over the last 10 years. No, it hasn't. Like, everything is fine. I walk around downtown all the time. Do bad things occasionally happen downtown? Yes, they do. But when I was an undergraduate here 25 years ago, did bad things occasionally happen downtown? Yes, they did. Right? So I would say pay closer attention to what you're experiencing, and sometimes less to what you're hearing. Recognize that collectively as a nation, we've been able to overcome tremendous things before. And, you know, if you're really scared that a Trump victory means the end of democracy, well, the United States does have some pretty powerful safeguards in place to help guard against that. And if you're worried that a Kamala victory means the rise of American communism, rest assured, the Democratic Party looks nothing like the Communist Party of Lenin or Stalin or Mao or Ho or any of them.
Or any of them, right?
Because it's not communism.
Right.
All right, well, let's get into a few state updates now. It's been a little bit since we've done a state update, and a lot of results from states have come in. So I think we should start with some of the states that Trump has recently won. Trump has won Oklahoma, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, South Carolina. And yeah, that's all the states Trump has won. You want to go ahead with the Harris?
Yeah, so Harris has won Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, and Rhode Island. So kind of a large portion of New England,
Yes.
which not super surprising. We kind of thought it might head that way. And I mean, really same for Trump, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm not too surprised at the moment. You know, obviously, the southern states, Florida, Alabama, South Carolina, that was Mississippi, you know, like, those were more on the obvious side to go the Republican way, to go the Trump way. Yeah, and I think New England, typically more Democratic, and I think that makes a lot of sense, so I can't say that one's too surprising for me either at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe in Florida there might have been a very slight chance, but once again, I was not betting on it to really lean Democratic by any means. So yeah, kind of not a huge surprise to either of us, really.
Yeah, at the moment, I feel like there hasn't been too many surprises yet, especially with this group of them. I feel like those ones were all states that were mostly predictable. You know, we could be seeing some more surprises coming up, though.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gone to any of the swing states, really, but those will be shortly coming up. So, I mean, just kind of waiting for those surprises to come.
I know. We're going to have to wait and see. A seat on the Pennsylvania Senate is on the ballot tonight for hundreds of Pennsylvanians.
Reporters Annabella Gizzi and Peyton Celesti are here to explain the choice between the two candidates.
Bob Casey has been serving as a U.S. Senator since 2007, with previously holding the position of Pennsylvania State Treasurer. As many of you probably know, Casey is running as the Democratic incumbent senator from Pennsylvania and is running for re-election. Within recent polls, Bob Casey has been shown to be in the lead against opponent Dave McCormick. Healthcare, education, labor rights, and economic policies that assist middle-class families are among his top legislative priorities. He is renowned for taking a moderate stand on a number of topics. Recent polls leading up to Election Day have shown that Casey has been in the lead, with the highest percentage being 8.6%. Now let's dive into some of the major topics following all of the different elections this year. One being the topic of middle class. CBS News reports that Casey said, quote, "He is the defender of middle class families and an opponent to wealthy interests that want to take over the Senate to limit fundamental rights. Who's going to be on the side of families and who's going to be on the side of corporations and the billionaires? People making as much as opponent was making, end quote. Another topic of discussion being abortion and immigration. Casey sees abortion as a defining issue. CBS reports that he will support the Women's Health Protection Act to restore rights in all states. Casey says, quote, McCormick says abortion is a state issue and he will oppose all federal legislation on abortion for all against, end quote. Dave McCormick has constantly attacked Casey for allowing illegal immigrants into our country, but Casey has repeatedly fought back, saying his statements aren't true. Within all of this, Casey continues to try and hammer his opponent on the election floor, and we will see the results coming up in the near future.
Although it has been quite a political roller coaster for Pennsylvania Republican Senate nominee Dave McCormick over the last 2 years, he has gained a lot of momentum over the last several weeks despite an uphill battle in his most recent bid to become the next senator of the Commonwealth. McCormick first ran for the Republican Senate nomination in 2022, where he narrowly lost to Trump-backed TV personality Dr. Mehmet Oz, who would go on to lose to Democrat John Fetterman in the general election. With Democratic Senator Bob Casey up for his 4th term, McCormick got the Republican nomination uncontested to challenge Casey and, this time, has the full support of former President Trump. McCormick, at age 59, is a graduate of West Point and a former combat veteran who has used that experience as part of his campaign, saying that he is committed to, quote, duty, honor, and country, end quote, in a recent ad. In contrast, McCormick's campaign has framed Senator Bob Casey as a bystanding politician who has blindly voted to support Biden-Harris policies. While Casey has consistently contained a narrow lead over McCormick in the polls, that gap has been closing, as the New York Times changed the status of the race from lean Democrat to toss-up on October 21st. McCormick's biggest hurdle in this race is his experience as a former CEO of one of the world's largest hedge funds, Bridgewater Associates, from 2017 to 2022 in Westport, Connecticut, where McCormick owns a $16 million mansion, according to the Associated Press. While McCormick does own a home in Pittsburgh and a farm in his hometown of Bloomsburg, PA, that has been overshadowed by his dealings on Wall Street. According to the Associated Press, Bridgewater Associates has $1.4 billion invested in Chinese assets. And according to CNN, Bridgewater shorted at least $16 million worth of stocks in Pennsylvania companies per year when McCormick was at the helm. Although McCormick's spokesperson played down his involvement, McCormick said in 2023 that, quote, whatever we did, I was responsible, end quote.
Right now, so I know we're kind of leaning that the Senate will lean Republican, and with Bob Casey being so moderate on a lot of policies, how do you think that's making potential Democratic voters in PA field?
I think Bob Casey is a Democrat that all Democrats, left and moderate, can really like because he's not far to the left. He's about greedflation, right? He introduced a bill on that. He's very much about the middle class, and as Annabella mentioned. And the big thing is, since Bob Casey appeals to the working class, the big question is, can Dave McCormick, who is a multimillionaire, a hedge fund CEO, he's done a good job in his ads and trying to really speak to the common folk, but can he overcome his millionaire status to really get the working class vote that Bob Casey is really going to be good at?
Oh yeah, I think the working class vote is definitely important in this election specifically, and he definitely has it nailed down. I think it would be a lot harder from a millionaire's perspective to try to connect to people on that level, so that's definitely going to be a major challenge.
But McCormick has done a good job of just, focusing on his combat and saying, Bob Casey, he kind of just is voted completely on Biden's side for these last 4 years and just saying we need a change candidate. And I think that's why this is narrowed. And the presidential race has narrowed, and so is the Senate race.
I think with him being so involved, Bob Casey being involved already, I think it kind of gives him a little bit of an advantage, of course. And I think he has, as you mentioned, he has worked with the middle class a lot more than, McCormick has. I mean, he is worked with the Keep Kids in School Act, the Emergency Medical Services for Children's Reauthorization Act, and the Health Insurance for Former Foster Youth Act. I mean, that's all, you know, pointed towards like people our age, and you know what that means. Like, he's just very, I feel like, well known, and I think McCormick is going to have trouble, you know, stocking up his points to the point where Casey, to the point where, you know, like they're on the same level as being like well known. You know what I mean?
Harris has, talking about the president, comparing Harris and Casey, Harris has kind of lost the white non-college educated vote, but I saw a report that Casey has only lost that by half as much. So when we're tracking these polls tonight in these suburban counties, we're going to see, okay, how is Casey doing in comparison to Harris? And if McCormick can close that gap, he's going to have a chance. But if not, Casey's probably going to get his 4th term.
Well, I mean, we've got the big abortion issue, right? And I mean, Dave McCormick, he said he's very against it. You know, he wants an abortion ban in Pennsylvania, where Bob Casey, he's pro-abortion, at least from what I've seen. I mean, do you think that's going to have really any major impact on the polls here?
I do for sure, just because I know that Bob Casey has supported the Campus Sexual Violence Elimination Act on college campuses. So I think that's definitely interesting that you bring up that point, because I actually had that written down. And that he supports victims and them getting like appropriate support in those situations. So I think that you saying that, I think it supports that, especially for college students and college campuses nationwide.
Oh yeah, abortion is a major issue in, I feel like, all the major elections at the moment. I feel like it's a major issue in general, and I think that's definitely something that both of them need to really have a stance on. They both have a stance on it, and it's different, which I think will make it a little bit easier for people to place their vote, maybe.
Right.
The big thing with McCormick and Trump and the whole abortion situation is Democrats have said they want to ban, like you said, they want to ban abortion. But Trump and McCormick have both said we're not going to have abortion in case of rape or incest or anything like that. Or we're going to have, you can have an abortion in those cases. And so the real thing is trying to get the voters to believe what do you really believe? Are they going to have a national abortion ban, or are you going to believe what McCormick and Trump say, which is we have cases against, you know, rape and incest where abortion is allowed.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard because, you know, how much can you trust? Like, they can say that and then completely try to get rid of abortion as a whole without any exceptions. So it's definitely a slippery slope there.
Right. Well, we have some Senate results so far. So we do have Indiana coming in red. Jim Banks was our winner for that. We have West Virginia, actually, who gained a seat. It flipped, and our winner is Jim Justice. And then coming in, we have Massachusetts going blue. We have Elizabeth Warren, and I'm going to toss it to Peyton after this, but Connecticut went blue as well. So I don't know.
Yeah, these are a lot of obvious states. The West Virginia one is interesting because, as we talked about previously, Joe Manchin retired. Jim Justice was expected to win, but I don't think he was expected to win as quickly as he did. I mean, they called it right away. Former governor of West Virginia, pretty popular down there. In Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn is winning by a lot. They called that race. Rhode Island has been called. New Jersey has been called. I don't know if you said Mississippi has also been called. New Jersey and Rhode Island are blue. Mississippi are red. Nothing really shocking here.
Yeah.
Florida, not Tim Scott. I forget his name.
Rick Scott.
Rick Scott. No, I always confuse those two. Rick Scott wins Florida. That was likely Republican. He was going to hold his seat. He's up 12%, and they've given that to him. He's up 12% with 90% of the vote counted. And yeah, I don't know if you have anything else, Annabella.
No, that seems like for right now, that's all we got.
Yeah. One quick thing. Ohio. There's about 40% of the vote in. Trump is probably going to win that state. He's almost about to take the lead over Harris, but Sherrod Brown is outpacing Harris right now in that Senate race we talked about over Bernie Moreno. He has about a 4 or 5 point lead, but a long way to go to see if he's going to be able to outpace Harris and outpace Trump enough to hold his seat in the Senate.
And it seems here that Casey is actually in the lead in Pennsylvania. There's 7% of the votes are in, but Casey does have a 71.5% lead against, or not lead, but, and then McCormick has 26.4. So
a lot of votes to be counted.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, thank you guys for those updates. Now we're going to change to a little bit different. Immigration is a key issue on the minds of the public this year. When we get back, we'll have a reporter discuss each candidate's plan of action. Stay tuned.
Fake news is any demonstrable false information that is being presented as an actual factual news report with the intention to deceive the public. Can you trust your source?
All right, guys, welcome back. We have a quick little update on the states again. So Oklahoma, Trump, we already know, has won a lot of the southern states. It's coming in at 62.5%. Mississippi, Trump winning again with 52.9%. Little half and half there, a little surprising. Florida, Trump 55.9%. And Alabama, Trump winning again with 68.6%, And then South Carolina, Trump winning again with 58.3%. Katie, if you want to give us Harris now, maybe?
Yeah, we only currently have the percentages for two of the Harris wins, Massachusetts and Connecticut. Harris has won Massachusetts by 70.1%, which was a pretty big win, but that was to be expected. Connecticut by 62.7%, also a pretty big win. So, yeah.
And I believe we just got 2 new updates for Harris as well, for at least one of the states, it looks like. If you want to give that one. Okay, well,
Yeah.
It seems that Harris has won Maryland by 30.9%. Not quite sure about that percentage there,
Yeah.
but we'll get updates as we go on later in the night.
We'll definitely be continuing with those percentages and who won each state's update throughout the night.
All right. Now, immigration ranked high on the list of voter concerns for this election. Both Trump and Harris have extensive plans for the U.S. to face this obstacle. Reporter Jillian Musser has the details on each candidate's policies. Jill?
Since the beginning of his campaign, former President Donald Trump has focused on the issue of immigration. If re-elected, Trump promised at the 2024 Republican National Convention this past July, quote, "The Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country," end quote. Trump has also repeatedly blamed the Biden administration for the border crisis, making immigration another top issue on the ballot this November. Project 2025 holds some of the most restrictive immigration policies ever in the United States. Trump's mass deportation plan would concern approximately 11 million migrants. This mass deportation would be composed of federal agents of Immigration Customs Enforcement, or ICE, local police officers, and the National Guard. Detention facilities would also be built alongside the border, waiting for deportation. Trump would also end birthright citizenship, which allows children born in America, despite their parents being undocumented, certain welfare benefits, passports, and Social Security numbers. Children can also qualify if one parent is already a United States citizen. This would also put an end to birth tourism. The Republican candidate would allow green cards for non-U.S. citizens who attend a university, a college, or a junior college. However, Trump would also deport or revoke visas or pro-Palestinian or anti-Israeli foreign students participating in protests. Parole programs created under the Biden administration would also be terminated. Immigration parole allows for designated non-citizens to temporarily enter the U.S. while applying for legal admission as work authorization. Temporary protected status, or TPS, could also face termination. TPS allows migrants to work and reside legally in America for a period of up to 18 months. Trump would also like to expand on the ideological screening during the visa application process. For Mexico, asylum seekers would remain in their country for the duration of U.S. immigration courts processing their claims. Asylum seekers will also be deported to third world countries deemed safe. This policy will also affect illegal migrants and asylum seekers in applying for work permits or public housing. Regarding the wall, Trump intends to build an additional 200 miles along the Mexico-U.S. border. From 2017 to 2021, during his previous administration, 458 miles of physical barriers and 52 miles of new barriers were built by the Department of Homeland Security. Trump will implement stricter travel bans as well. Citizens from the Gaza Strip and other certain countries will be prohibited from traveling to the U.S. Refugee travel could also face suspension. Immigration can also be temporarily stopped as a way to prevent the spread of disease or other health concerns from health officials or the president. Trump's plan for immigration could establish more than 1,000 new immigration courts, which could potentially cost $315 billion and $88 billion annually. Now moving on to our other candidate. Vice President Kamala Harris has been fully supportive of President Joe Biden's actions to better the United States immigration system. Last November, Harris emphasized at a New York Times summit that the U.S. immigration system, quote, needs to be repaired, and we are working on that in a way that we establish a safe and humane and orderly immigration system at the border. Throughout her campaign and vice presidency, Harris has advocated for the bipartisan border deal, finding efficient legal pathways for immigrants deemed eligible and investing more in border security. Her approach would improve overall economic stability by focusing immigrant labor in industries like hospitality, agriculture, and construction. She has had experience during her time as a California Attorney General, where she prosecuted gangs that moved people and narcotics illegally over the border and walked the tunnels of drug smugglers. But how will we see Kamala Harris bring her own policies following the Biden administration? If elected, Harris would establish a reasonable possibility requirement for asylum seekers that their applications will be approved. Only 44% of asylum seekers passed their reasonable fear interviews, while 65% passed their credible fear interviews in 2023. They must also show proof of prosecution if they return to their original country. This would help avoid prosecution by moving to a different region or town in their home country. Protection determination would be created as an alternative to expedited removal. The 6-month process would take place outside of the immigration court system only by asylum officers. While waiting for their fear screening, asylum seekers under protection determination would be allowed to live under government supervision in the U.S. Officers have 90 days to process the fear screening, which would result in asylum seekers being granted asylum, deported, or a full merits interview. These amendments would make it harder for asylum seekers to seek refuge in America. Harris would also allow residency for citizens of Afghanistan who migrated to America after the U.S. military withdrawal in 2021. Legal immigration would see an increase as well. The Democratic candidate would allow 250,000 green cards for eligible families and workers over the next 5 years. More funding would be invested in border control. The funding would be utilized to hire approximately 4,300 new asylum officers, expand the detention capacity of ICE, increase illegal drug screening, and pledge legal counselors for children left unaccompanied at the border. Harris hopes to provide the border with around $20 billion in funding. Kamala Harris's website states since President Biden and her have been in office, quote, Border crossings are at the lowest level in 4 years. Their administration is seizing record amounts of fentanyl and secured funding for the most significant increase in border agents in 10 years. As president, she will bring back the bipartisan border security bill and sign it into law. End quote.
Over 44,000 people have died in the ongoing conflict between Israel and the nationalist group Hamas. Reporter Alyssa Mandarak has the outline of how this conflict began and just how far it's gone.
On October 7, 2023, Hamas attacked a music festival in southern Israel. Armed groups were responsible for more than 1,200 deaths and roughly 250 hostages.
Hamas is an Islamic resistance movement founded in 1987 and has been in control of the Gaza Strip for 2 decades. They are opposed to the presence of Israel occupying what they deem to be Palestinian land and are in favor of creating a dedicated state to this land. Israel retaliated with the attack to airstrikes and a ground invasion. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that their goal is to destroy Hamas, return hostages, and ensure that the country is not threatened again. This encounter marks the beginning of war in the region for almost 13 months. In over a year, both forces have been accused of war crimes and the abuse of human rights. 2 Hamas leaders have also been killed within 3 months of each other. Ismail Haniyeh, one of the group's top leaders, was killed in July in a planted bomb blast while staying in Iran. And mastermind of the October 7th attack, Yahya Sinwar, was shot and killed in October in Gaza. These deaths are an achievement for Israel as they strive to take down the group. However, this conflict is not foreign. BBC reports that Hamas attacked in response to, quote, decades of Israeli oppression, the killings of Palestinians, and years-long blockade of the Gaza Strip, end quote. Israel-Palestinian conflict traces to almost 80 years ago when the State of Israel was created. Territorial displacement and religion opposition have fueled the wars that have occurred through the years.
All right, guys, so there's not only a lot to unpack here, but these are not new issues. These are very old. They've been running since the end, well, not the beginning of time, most certainly, but for many, many years. So could either of you maybe go into a little more depth of what this means for the election and why some people might be voting for Harris or Trump?
I think one thing when we look at immigration, a big thing we're thinking about too is not only people trying to come into our country currently, but people we currently have here. Like, we have very hardworking people working in this country. Immigrants are overall bettering the economy, producing better work labor, and it's actually proven that people that interact more with people from foreign countries have a better opinion of foreign country politics. So I think that also plays a bit into the Gaza situation as well.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are very torn between whether they want to vote for Trump because they think he's going to help end the war. He talks a lot about just how he wants it to be over with and how he sides with Netanyahu, and he's very strong with that. And a lot of people are also very hesitant to vote for Harris, I've noticed, because she doesn't really talk a lot about what she's going to do. She's been kind of silent and very political, I guess, about it. A lot of people criticize her for not siding with helping out with Gaza, and I was actually reading reading an article about how people in Gaza don't think that either candidate will really help them. They're very concerned that even if Harris were to win, they don't, because she's been so, I don't know, just very on the edge about it, they're just kind of also on the edge about her.
And it's a very hard topic to tackle, especially with it being an issue going on for now thousands of years.
Exactly.
I think the one thing everybody can agree on is we need to end the violence and start saving some lives.
Yeah.
Right, and I think maybe the Biden administration, that carryover, I think maybe that could be a reason why people, they're not happy with Harris and Biden, how they've been dealing with that for the past year now. And I mean, what do you guys
I would agree. It doesn't seem like much has been going on through this past presidency to help them, and Harris has been the vice president, so I can see why people may be a little more hesitant to vote for her if they're looking at the specific situation. And yeah, Trump has been vocal about wanting to end it, so I feel like that could definitely have an effect on it, though, he doesn't really have that clear of a plan. Neither of them have super clear of a plan on how they would like to end this violence, so I think on this topic it's hard to nail down an exact winner for either, side.
Yeah, like I know Trump has talked a lot about siding with Netanyahu, and he's said like if you love Israel, you're gonna vote for me. And Harris, well, she's like kind of pushed away from siding with Netanyahu more than just like I care for the people and I side with Israel because we're that ally, but also I'm not going to be silent about that whole humanitarian situation because it's obviously like a big problem.
Yeah, it would definitely hurt either of them if they were just silent about the issue completely.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, and the whole immigration issue, that's such a big topic for Trump's candidacy. Where
it's always been,
yeah,
since his very first, time running, he's always been very vocal about it.
Yeah, and I mean, Harris, it's still a big issue with her, but I just don't think it's as big of an issue for her as it is with Trump.
No, I would fully agree. Like, Trump had, when I wrote this story, Trump had all these little policies, and some of them I didn't even get to fully get to. He's very thought thoroughly about his immigration plans, every down to the little neat detail. There was a little bit of a harder time finding stuff about Harris, because I fully agree with you. I don't think it's as much of a center for her platform as, should we say, abortion is. But I think she's still taking it very seriously and still addressing it, because she does understand it is a concern for a lot of voters this election season.
All right, well, thank you for these updates, guys. Let's check in on our map results with our poll tracker, Ethan Verwinski. Ethan?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So first things, I just want to take a look at the electoral map result as it's in right now, because we have had some updates. So first thing, this just got called. I wonder if we can bring up that graphic. Illinois has been called for Kamala Harris. Illinois has been called for Kamala Harris. A lot of that is because, the rural areas of Illinois are very, very red. But Chicago is just such a dense, large population in Illinois that's not a big surprise that Illinois is going red. Also, on the Trump side, Arkansas has gone red. Arkansas has gone red. Some other state updates, we have Indiana, Kentucky, Oklahoma. All these states have gone red so far. Not a ton of surprises, but that's rounding out kind of our baseline that all of these candidates are going to be working off of. Now, as we get some exit polls coming in, one thing I really want to talk about is Georgia. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull up that graphic, but right now, Georgia, we were talking about earlier how Harris, in some of those suburban counties, she might be able to pull ahead and she might be able to win that state because of those suburban counties. Right now, though, to the best of my knowledge, Trump is ahead with about 55% of the vote. Trump is ahead by 11%. Now, that is, a way bigger margin than we originally thought. I don't know if the numbers are currently on the screen right now. But, it's just really, if I was in the Harris campaign, I'd be a little nervous about Georgia right now, because that's going to be one of the first determinants of the rest of the night. If Georgia falls, it's very likely that Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, these might all fall to Trump. And that would mean Harris needs to lock in their Wisconsin, their Michigan, their Pennsylvania. This is her most direct path to victory. And Pennsylvania, even that has some not weird, but that does have some exit polling suggesting Trump might be pulling ahead in that state. But then again, the red mirage is a classic thing that's happened in every election for decades and decades. It's one of the reasons that Trump was able to claim he was winning the race, so early, was because Republicans voted ahead, and the Republicans vote in person. As mail-in votes are being counted, that's how Democrats were able to pull ahead in states like Pennsylvania, like in Georgia, things like that. Though you have to consider, Republicans have made a total 180 on their thoughts on mail-in voting. In 2020, you can't do mail-in voting. It's all a scam. You need to vote in person. This year, total 180. Major push by the Trump campaign. He mentioned it at his Pittsburgh rally that he was doing, just last night. He was pushing, did you all vote already? Did you do early voting? Did any of you do mail-in votes? And the crowd erupted, excited about how they voted early. So it's suggesting that if the votes that are being counted right now for Trump, the votes that are being counted right now in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, those are already leading for Trump, then as they count more of those mail-in votes, it's not going to be as strongly Democrat as they were in previous years. Even last year for our local elections, Democrats pulled ahead strongly in those early votes. So it's just a question, is this just another red mirage, or is this an example of those early ballots have really come in for Republicans. We'll just have to wait and see. And as the rest of the states come in, we're going to build our solid base for both the campaigns. Even though, as much as Trump wants to win New York, very unlikely he's going to win New York. So that's going to fall blue. California is going to go blue. Texas, as much as people, such as Gavin, might want it to go blue, Texas very strongly red. We're going to build those bases as we fall more and more into our battleground states. And so we'll just have to see. We'll be here the rest of the night. And now I'm going to toss it back to our anchors, and they're going to keep with their continuing coverage.
Thank you, Ethan. Students are a demographic that candidates are strongly trying to reach. Student turnout in the 2020 election broke historic records, with 66% of the demographic showing up to the polls, according to the Institute of Democracy and Higher Education.
Reporter Colleen Winder sat down with members from Point Park Student Government Association and Bridge USA to discuss student perspectives on important topics in today's political landscape.
Hello, my name is Colleen Winder, and I'm here for our student political polarization panel here at Point Park and for UV Television. I'm here with Dylan Peterson, the vice president of the SGA, Kyle McLaughlin, the president of the Political Science Association and SGA, Carson Brunn, the president of the Bridge USA chapter here at Point Park, and Aiden Setlock, one of the officers for the Political Science Association here. Our first question, guys, is going to be about your personal definition and why political polarization is an important topic for students to talk about. We'll start with Carson.
Yeah, to me, I think political polarization at its root is the disintegration of community and trust in a healthy society, because what happens is when a society is polarized, different groups of people in that society begin looking towards an outgroup as different in some way, and there's an idea that that difference is inherently bad or dangerous. And it leads people to stop trusting each other. And it also, I think, comes from a lack of genuine human connection. I think the internet has done, in this case, damage in that sense. And I think it's important to talk about, because I think it's really hard to solve any other problem that you're having if you can't have conversations about what the problem is. It's really hard to have something be done about climate change whenever there are two groups in this country, one of which doesn't even believe that it's a real problem. And I think that is in part due to a lack of communication and trust in institutions.
Kai, do you want to follow up?
Yeah, I would say that, I feel kind of similarly. I feel like it is sort of comes from the fact that our country is coming to, I feel like coming to a point where a lot of people have different incompatible understandings of the world we live in and politics. And I think that there's a lot of vitriol that comes from that, and like aggression that comes from it. and I think it's complicated to address because of how personal some of these issues can be to people, and it makes it a lot harder to bridge those divides, I'd say, especially when so many things have become so politicized.
Following that, Aiden.
I think I would agree. I mean, with just the extent of polarization we've had recently, we just have this fear of discourse amongst one each other, especially when, like Kyle was saying, everything becomes so politicized. We're just scared to have a communication. It just breaks down this ability to progress just as a community, as a nation, when we're picking fights over everything and we can't just sit down and have a conversation between two people.
And Dylan, do you want to touch on like the student perspective as well?
Yeah, of course. I think that even within our own community here on campus, we've found like polarization being a difficulty, as like when we need to just, you know, communicate with one another and share our thoughts about a situation. But I think a lot of times we are stuck in a bubble of not wanting to listen. And I think like Carson touched on with the internet, I think especially our generation is very digital, right? And we've seen the computerization of everything. And I think that is adding to this level of polarization, and the idea that you can find communities that share values with you and you could get stuck in that and maybe disregard groups that don't have those same things at their core.
Yeah, let's get more into that, especially with media consumption. How does polarized media consumption shape individuals' perceptions of these specific political opponents?
You can go first, Kyle.
I think that our news cycle, and especially because of how much of it now, especially for young people, is reliant on the internet and social media. You know, we have like these algorithms that can like really define the type of spaces we're getting our information from. And I think when like so much of your like understanding of the news comes from these places, it's I think it's easy to sort of like create like a caricature of other people in your head. And I think it's also like really easy to get in these bubbles where maybe what the information that you're seeing is fundamentally different from what somebody else is seeing. And so it makes it a lot harder to find like things where you can safely say like, this we undeniably agree about, this is like a thing that's happening. It's harder to do that.
And I would say additionally to that, you know, we live in the computerization that also makes it, in a literal and metaphorical sense, easier to characterize people and only see them for what we can consume of them, like via media, rather than like taking the time to reflect on like their life and their career and maybe their values and why we're getting certain depictions of them in the way that we are.
Yeah, and those algorithms on social media just end up creating echo chambers or silos, whatever term you want to use. They end up creating those spaces where you're just affirmed of the beliefs that you currently have. You're not challenged on anything. And there is data that shows that when people are in those spaces, they tend to get more extreme. It doesn't matter which direction you go in. It doesn't really matter what the ideas itself are. It's that mentality, it's that culture that it creates that just breeds extremism. And so I think that that's another thing too, is that it's not just on social media, it's the corporate media that you consume, it's really anything. And I think when people get stuck in those, it's really easy to think that your political opponent or the outgroup is irredeemable because it's all that you're told.
When we bring up fact checking too, I think, how does that role play of false information? You know, because we take in a lot of information and that's what drives our media consumption, that's what drives our echo chambers. And it's harder for people to actually get the basis thought, like how you said, Kyle, like everyone believes this. Like how does false information across all social media platforms like contribute to that?
I would say, you know, we have to be extremely vigilant in a way that we haven't had to be necessarily in the past, because anyone can say whatever they want on social media, you know. We have accessibility to everyone's thoughts all of the time, and I think that there's no way to, you know, filter through everything that every person is going to say, like, before it gets put out because of the way that the social media has been set up. But I do think that it is individuals' responsibility to take what they're consuming and run that through other viable like resources that could help them understand where this person is coming from, why that opinion is what it is, and whether or not it is based in fact or potentially in echo chambers or various other ways that they could have come to that conclusion that may not be what you need to be, maybe not, sorry, like the way that you need to consume things is by ensuring that you are seeing where somebody may have gotten information and finding whether or not that is validated by the things that you would seek out to validate them.
Oh.
Sorry, I was going to just add on that I just absolutely agree with just the need for kind of fact checking and just being able to verify information. I mean, I was reading this morning that it's like 37 to 38% of people trust social media now as much as major news. And that just leads to such a potential for bias when obviously there's no regulation on what comes through on social media. It's just so important we have those kind of fact checkers like Snopes and any of the other systems like that.
And I think it's a conversation that all of us actually shared as well about the importance of that, particularly during an election year and during the debates that we have going on right now. I think that like one of the most critical things is understanding what is the truth behind the claims that everybody is making around them.
And we touch on, I mean, Carson, you touched on like extremist values. Let's go the opposite way where people are now undecided. I mean, a lot of students on this campus too, we hear the information, they hear from both sides, and they still are like, both of the candidates are the worst people, I'm not going to vote. How does that media contribute to that undecided voter versus the pipeline into right wing or left wing?
Well, I think that in my experience, the media that you consume a lot of the times is driven by the ideology that you subscribe to, unfortunately. Or not all the time. Maybe I shouldn't say that. But it's that I think in my experience, ideologies usually tend to be echo chambers in general. And I think what happens is, to your point about, and to your point about Americans trusting social media as much as they trust corporate sources, is like, I think at the end of the day, if you're kind of giving up your trust a little bit when you walk into an echo chamber. Like you're giving your trust to this thing that doesn't necessarily give you anything useful back other than just an affirmation of your beliefs, which makes you more extreme. And I think that people now trust social media as much as the corporate media because they feel like they've been lied to. And all of that is really, really unhelpful during an election cycle. Like all of that is, because then you just have hucksters on social media that just run around. I don't even know what these people post. I don't know who these people are, but they're probably bots. And yeah, it's not good.
With both candidates focusing on student involvement with the election, it's important to find what topics students are thinking about when voting this year. Anchor Juliana Brock interviewed students on campus to hear their perspectives on this election.
In this upcoming election, it can feel like there is a lot at stake, with both candidates offering many promises and changes. I'm here to ask Point Park students what is on their minds during this election season.
I know that this election is a really important one. Well, every election is important, but this one is really important because there's a lot of things at stake. I am concerned that people aren't doing enough research as far as it pertains to elections. So I hope people are doing their research and on both parties and really siding with what is not just personally right but ethically right. I have my own personal beliefs, and I just hope that I would love to see a woman of color in office. I really would. And also I'm a woman, like my reproductive rights and everything I'm concerned about personally, but yeah, I just hope that the votes go well and it doesn't get too crazy.
And I feel like a lot of people are kind of voting with what they grew up knowing or based on the last elections. So I think it's important to really know what the candidates actually stand for rather than what image they present. I am actually a resident of Maryland, but changed my voter registration to PA because I knew that it would matter a lot more.
This election is, very anxiety inducing. So I think one side, there's a lot of anxiety that goes with it of who's going to win and what the effects of that are going to be. And I think very much this year it's a human rights vote, that you're either voting for or against, the collective human rights. So I get nervous. I'm going to be watching it. I know, on YouTube, the streams forever, and that's going to be super. I did it last time, the last election, and it was super scary. But I also get nervous about, the response afterwards of like, you know, people's candidates, if they don't win and how that will be. I think, you know, one side might be a little more expressive in that sense than the other. So that's, and also with denying elections has been really scary of like, oh, if my person doesn't win, it's because they were cheated, that something else happened. So that gets scary of like, no matter what happens, maybe people won't even accept the election results.
With the voting turnout for 18 to 24-year-olds increasing each year, it will be interesting to see how fellow students have voted this year. I'm at Point Park University for UView Television. This is Juliana Brock.
Thanks, Juliana. Students are a key voting demographic, and they could play a big role in who wins this election. All right, and now we have Peyton and Annabella. They are back to give us another Senate update. So take it away, you guys.
So first we have a little Delaware update. We do have the Democratic Party taking over in the Senate by Lisa Blunt Rochester, who actually is the first African-American woman to win the Senate in Delaware. So keep that strictly just in Delaware. So yeah, that is some interesting news, you know, some for Delaware. And then did you want to cover
the other Senate seat that was called, not a surprise, Chris Murphy, the incumbent, longtime Democrat, won Connecticut over Republican Matthew Corey. That was called for the Democrats, Chris Murphy. And some of the bigger races right now, specifically, I talked about this earlier, Ohio. Bernie Moreno just took the lead over Sherrod Brown. It is neck and neck. The Republican challenger just took the lead over Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown's still doing better than Harris in Ohio. Trump is most likely going to win Ohio, but Brown hanging in there. A lot of, like Ethan talked about, a lot of mail-in ballots and early votes to be counted that will probably favor the Democrats. So Sherrod Brown in a decent position, but Moreno gaining some momentum in the votes that are being counted right now.
Yeah, I read something earlier for Ohio's Senate race that this has become one of the biggest spending races in Senate history.
Yeah, I mentioned that. $467 million. And it,
wow,
compared to any out of any non-presidential race, that is the most money spent on any race ever. So
yeah,
it's historic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In Texas, we're going to talk about Colin Allred and Ted Cruz later, but the votes are being counted. The polls just closed at 9 o'clock, but they almost have 50% of the vote in Texas. Where is Texas? Yeah, Colin Allred is competing as expected. They did call it for Trump, but Allred's still competing. He's up. He's down 4 points to Cruz. He was leading at some point, but they have not called the Senate race in Texas yet for Cruz. Allred being competitive. It should go to Cruz, but certainly a possibility.
Yeah. We have a little bit of a Pennsylvania update. We have 16% of the votes in, with Casey still in the lead. So we'll see what happens in the near future.
Yeah, thank you guys. We'll see you again soon for another Senate update. Yeah. And after we take a short break, UView's election coverage will be right back, so don't go anywhere.
Take them cue and open their mics.
Today marked the 1-year anniversary of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette strike.
Point Park University just hosted a campus-wide meeting.
Plans for the rapid transit bus line are not set to conclude until 2025.
Fake news is any demonstrable false information that is being presented as an actual factual news report with the intention to deceive the public. Can you trust your source?
All right, welcome back. We're back with another state update for you guys. So New Jersey, Harris has won New Jersey with a 55.8%. Trump won Arkansas, 49.9%, little half and half there. Illinois, Harris won by 56.1%. Harris wins Delaware as well with 56.9%. And then an overwhelming lead for Harris in New York with 72.7%. But once again, that was pretty we weren't really expecting another outcome for Trump there. Yeah. Katie, if you want to take it away.
Yeah, we still are waiting for percentages to come in on the next half, but we have Trump winning Louisiana, Trump winning Wyoming, Trump winning North and South Dakota, and Trump winning Nebraska as well. We have yet to have percentages on those, but we do know Trump did win all of those. Those are coming in as we speak. So we have for Louisiana, Trump winning with 74.5%, so pretty big margin there. Yeah.
That's all we seem to have for you.
For now, that's all we have for our state update, but stay tuned because the states are just rolling right in.
All right, we're going to hear a little bit more about our candidates. Kamala Harris was born to immigrant parents. Her mother, Shyama Gopalan, who was born in India and was a cancer researcher and civil rights activist, as well as her father, who was born in Jamaica. Harris grew up in Oakland, California, and often visited her mother's home country of India as a child. After high school, she attended Howard University, where she studied political science and economics. During college, she was also a member of the debate team and student council. She then graduated from Howard in 1986. From there, she attended the University of California Hastings College of Law, where she gained her law degree in 1989. Harris often takes inspiration from her mother, who told her, quote, "Kamala, you may be the first to do many things, but make sure you are not the last," end quote. She uses this advice in not only her politics, but her daily life.
Moving on to Donald Trump's early life, according to the WhiteHouseHistory.org, Trump was born in Queens, New York on June 14th, 1946. His parents enrolled him in the New York Military Academy at age 13. Trump initially enrolled in college at Fordham University in New York City, but later transferred to University of Pennsylvania, where he earned a bachelor's degree in economics through Penn's Wharton School of Finance and Commerce. According to MillerCenter.org, Trump was in his early 20s during the Vietnam War, but used college and medical deferments to avoid being drafted. Trump was not called into service for the war.
All right, so, these are two very, very different upbringing and backgrounds for both candidates. I mean, how do you think that really relates to voters? What do you think do you think that has any real impact on why they're voting for each candidate?
I think it definitely does have an impact. I didn't really touch on it, but Trump, I've touched on it earlier in the broadcast, came from more of a wealthy family, joined right into the family business. So obviously he grew up more on the wealthy side as compared to Harris. But I think that definitely, with the middle class vote specifically, is definitely something to be considered. A lot of middle class people want someone that they can relate to. So I think that the upbringing definitely goes into the vote. Yeah.
Yeah, I think people feel maybe a little bit more of a stronger connection to Harris because she grew up, with immigrant parents. That's a very common thing, especially in the U.S., lots of people coming from immigrant families here, and because she was that middle class upbringing, and I feel maybe that could be a sway into why some people may be voting for her. And some people may feel a little bit of a disconnect with Trump, because...
Yeah, and especially with his strong stance on immigration and everything, with Kamala's parents being immigrants, it's definitely two completely different candidates.
Yeah, so that could give a little bit of a negative drawback for Trump there, and maybe a potential boost for Harris, but I mean, I haven't seen anything really crazy showing that so far. But yeah, that's about it right now.
Yeah. As the night goes on, the results just keep coming in. Let's check in with our poll tracker, Ethan Rowinski. Ethan?
Okay, guys, welcome back. First off, we always got to start the segment. Here is what our electoral map looks like. We're leading, like I was saying, we're building that base of red states for everywhere. We have North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, all of that, central Great Plains region, all going for Trump. As much as Trump would have liked it, AP has called New York for Democrats. I mean, there's not really a surprise there, as much as Trump was campaigning there with his Madison Square Garden rally that he was doing. So right now, Democrats are at 99 electoral votes and Republicans are at 120. It's definitely not surprising that Republicans are in the lead right now, especially these bigger, a lot of these smaller counties have a way smaller population. They're able to count all of those way quicker. So in the early parts of the night, Republicans are, pulling ahead. However, with that being said, if I was Kamala Harris and I was her campaign, I would be a little nervous right now. I think specifically we should look at Florida right now. There was a lot of, wondering, is Kamala going to pull ahead in Florida? Maybe not necessarily to the point where she'd win the state, but more so, is she going to be able to, lessen that Republican lead that was so strong with Ron DeSantis as governor, with all of the migration there from other states to Florida? Is Kamala going to pull ahead? The resounding answer, absolutely not. The battle for marijuana to legalize in the state, that did fail tremendously. And I'm believing that we just got a AP call, which I don't know if we can pull up, that Trump is now, Ohio has been called for Trump. Let me pull that back up. Sorry about that. Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. I always think Ohio is so interesting to talk about because this used to be a swing state. In our lifetime as college students, Ohio was a swing state. It's, at this point now, it's, I can't fathom Ohio being anything but Republican at this point. J.D. Vance he's their senator. They elected Vance, so that probably even helped carry Ohio even more. But back to Florida, that, people expected Harris to at least have some, traction there. None at all. And if Florida, that's already falling behind for Harris, what about in a state like Pennsylvania? What about in a state like North Carolina? North Carolina, they did elect a Democratic governor, but a lot of the times, just because a down ballot race, even as big as governor of your state, may go one way, that does not mean that on the top of the ballot, it'll go towards Trump. It'll go towards a Harris. In Michigan, too, in Wisconsin, we're still wondering there. Those polls are beginning to come in. I want to make a few more points. One, CNN did an exit poll about kind of focusing on gender and how that is, moving ahead, because a big part of the Iowa poll and a lot of other polls was, are women the silent majority in this election who are going to turn out in droves for Kamala Harris? Women have actually, I believe, if I'm remembering the CNN exit poll correctly, +5 to the right, towards Donald Trump. Not towards Harris, towards Donald Trump. If women are going towards Trump, then Harris, I believe, should be very worried right now and hoping that those battleground states become secure. Last thing I want to bring up is Iowa. We were all freaking out, not freaking out, that's not the right word, but we were all wondering about Iowa with that +3 and for Harris in Iowa. In a CNN exit poll, if people are going +5, or if women are going +5 towards the right and not towards Harris, that does not bode well for Iowa going towards Harris. You would need a massive shift towards the left in order for Iowa to go anywhere close to blue. So there's a lot of information coming on. And from my perspective, when Gavin comes back on, he may disagree with me in what he's reading. But from my perspective, Harris, she needs to be sure that, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, those are all going for her. And I'll toss it back to the desk.
And I thought that was a very interesting point you made about women in the campaigns. And I've noticed it a lot recently with the rallies in the front of the Trump rallies. Usually right behind Trump, you see all of the, women for Trump signs. Mm-hmm. And there's usually a lot of women, and he has, women speakers at his rallies. And you've seen it a lot, people saying, well, we think that the women are going to really show up in the polls for Kamala, even if they say that they're voting for Trump. But I like that you talked about, what if they don't? What if they really are for Trump?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's the whole thing where people are always wondering, why are people going for Donald Trump, especially in our generation? There's been so much discussion on, I can't believe people are voting for Donald Trump. I can't believe with everything that he's been going on. But it comes down to just very basic perception of, I had more money in my pocket when Donald Trump was president compared to when when Joe Biden and, in terms of this election, Kamala Harris were in office. Now, so it's kind of wondering, is that factor pulling ahead of abortion, for example? Because 2022, pollsters way underestimated Democrats in that election, and that's why Democrats pulled way ahead in the midterm. However, is Roe v. Wade, even though it was super recent, I'm not disregarding that, is Roe v. Wade already going behind in voters' minds? Is that already not at the forefront? Is it the economy? Is it things, is it the economy? Is it immigration? These are some of the concerns. There's some exit polling to suggesting that the threat of democracy is at the top of voters' minds. However, some of those pollsters, namely, I believe I saw that from the ABC Intel's poll, they've been very finicky in past years. Like in 2020, they had Biden up plus 17 in Wisconsin or Minnesota. I believe he won that state by only 3. And so it's really, is this another year where Trump just throws every pollster for a loop? You know, pollsters cannot accurately get down to support for Donald Trump. Again, we are super early in the night, so no one, what do I know? What do any of us really know? It's just, we'll have to see further in the night. This is the big question of the night. Oh, yeah. Did pollsters accurately represent Trump this year? Either they got him right, because 2016, 2020, I'm yapping a lot, feel free to interrupt me. 2016, 2020, he was polling at around 43%, both those races. He won about 48% nationally, both those elections. This year, he's been polling 48%. So the question is, did Trump either, his finally being accurately measured, or he's still being underrepresented, and he's been winning this entire time? Any talk of Harris pulling ahead in any of these swing states has just been all for nothing, because Trump was always ahead in these states.
Well, and I think it's really interesting. There's a bit of dispute, especially when it comes to the economy and when it comes to inflation and, how the American economy is, where, Trump's, his background is saying, no, our economy is very, very bad. Inflation is at an all-time high. And, Blue is saying very much, no, it's actually very steady. And the GDP, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, says that it increased at an annual rate of 2.8%. So it's not as bad as it really seems.
No, absolutely. I mean, one of the biggest things that Democrats have been pushing in this election is that look at the S&P 500, look at the Dow, look at the stock market. It's at all-time highs. And even in Pennsylvania, there's been the argument where even if percentage-wise, maybe we're pumping, not necessarily less, but we're pumping at different rates, in net volume, we are pumping more oil, we're fracking more than ever before under the Biden administration. However, I was reading a CNN exit poll earlier. The perception of Trump's economy is at a rating of 48%, looking back at in their memory of what it was. That's higher than that's higher than at any point in his administration on how he was doing in the economy. The memory of the Trump economy, especially comparing it to the Joe Biden years, it's totally different than what they were thinking in the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and I mean, COVID really messed that up.
Absolutely.
It really wrecked everything, kind of create such chaos, and, inflation skyrocketed, and jobs, it was such a mess, and I think we're still coming out of that, really.
Absolutely. I mean, just because inflation is down, that doesn't mean prices are not going up. It just means they're going up at a slower rate. However, I think there is some unique perception where Trump has been attacking that it's the Biden administration. They're the reason that inflation went way, way, way up. And they namely point to his infrastructure bill that they passed. A lot of, outside third-party people have reviewed that the infrastructure bill's impact on the economy, on inflation. It's about 2.6% of the reason that inflation went up. The biggest reason why that happened was because people were saving all their money in 2020 and then spent it all right at the beginning of 2021, right when inflation went up. So if the economy is at the top of people's minds, is that memory versus reality? How are those conflicting? How is that going to affect the race?
We're really just going to have to find out what happens.
Absolutely. It's early in the night still. We're going to be here, if not tonight, for a few days. We shall see.
But thank you for that update, Ethan, and we look forward to seeing
Thank you
later
very
on
much.
in
We'll
the
be
night.
here all night.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you. Journalism and the media play a large part in election season. Both reporting and social media have an important role with the general public.
Bridge USA President Carson Brunn sat down with media professors at Point Park University to discuss these guidelines these outlets should follow and how to navigate the changing path.
Hello, everybody. My name is Carson Brunn. I'm the president of the Bridge USA chapter here at Point Park University. Welcome to a discussion about the impact of media on politics and this year's election. Joining me today is Bernie Ankney, the Dean of the School of Communication, and Chris Rawlinson, the Chair of the School of Communication at Point Park University. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me today.
Welcome. Happy to be here.
Let's get right into it. Social media has been a big influencer on politics and on culture over the last decade since it's become really popular. How have you two seen that social media has changed political campaigns and how people engage with politics?
I think it depends on the social media platform. I think if you're looking at Facebook, you have an older demographic that may skew a little more conservative, and people feel free to put their political opinions on there at times. I think if you're looking at Twitter, it's shocking some of the things you see on Twitter. Right now, the argument has been it's a free speech platform, and I've seen some speech that I'd look at and say that's really, really destructive. Some of the comments that I saw on there after the Trump assassination attempt in Butler, it was fake, it's a con job. There was very little factual information. I think if you're looking TikTok, you're looking at something that's more video driven, looking at a younger demographic and messaging that people 18, 19, 20, 21 really care about.
And you, Professor?
Yeah, I think that the impact of social media on political campaigns has just been like an evolution of the tools that they use to communicate. If you think, like back into history, basically the print medium was the way that the way that people got their information, and that has evolved. And each time there's been an evolution through, radio, television, film, social media. The political campaigns have adapted that tool to use it to their benefit each and every time there is one. And in 2008 was really the first time that I saw social media being used in a political campaign, was with the campaign of Barack Obama. And I thought, okay, that's cool. Now, what's the next thing that they're going to have to come up with to try to market to us politically? And I had no idea that it was going to evolve into what it is now, with its being full of misinformation, not being used for good generally. Outside actors, outside the United States, they're having an influence on them. So I think it has it definitely had an impact, and the jury's still out for me whether or not it's been good or bad. I'm skewing towards the bad.
And the one thing you brought up particularly is the misinformation problem. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on this, but to me it seems like a part of the misinformation problem is it is a lack of access to good information, but I think it might also be a deep lack of social trust in institutions that also could be contributing to this problem. With that being said, how do you think we should strike a balance between building and maintaining trust in our political discourse while also sufficiently combating misinformation?
That's a very tough question. I think that as long as there's money, unaccounted political money, that's never going to change. So I think the way that you start to combat misinformation is you make it illegal for political action committees to take black money, to take money that doesn't come from out front sources. I think that's really number one. So ending Citizens United would probably be a good idea.
And you, Professor?
Chris just referred to the Citizen United decision, and I think that's a real important one because it put very few restrictions on political campaigns. The candidates, political action committees, and when I used to teach reporting at Indiana University of Pennsylvania and Sanford, we would go to the Federal Election Commission website and write articles about who people at IUP or Sanford were supporting in campaigns, how much they were. But if you go to the FEC today, you see very small donations. And building on what Chris said, outside, it could be political action committees outside the state, just pummeling commercial after commercial after commercial. So it's really made it hard to have any accountability at all because you don't know where the money's coming from.
Yeah, and that can lead to a lot of distrust, and that can lead to a lot of problems in the information landscape because, in a way, those donations that are coming in from all over, they could be from one place, just donating a little bit of money a whole bunch of times. It could, in a way, it could sort of create a sense of a false majority that doesn't really exist because something's getting so much support. And you would think that that's maybe coming from the American people, but it could be coming from a very small foreign source that's trying to sow conflict.
All right, and we are back here with our Senate experts, Peyton and Annabella, and they are here with a quick little Senate update for you guys. Take it away.
Not too much to really update you on right now. We do have North Dakota coming in Republican with Kramer with a 71.1% over, I think it's pronounced Christiansen.
Was that called for North Dakota? Was that called
I think
yet?
so.
Okay. To a big race, Bernie Moreno has stacked up his lead, the Republican challenger to the but he's been there for a couple terms now, Democrat Sherrod Brown. Trump already won Ohio. Moreno is within 4 points of Trump's pace. If he can stay within 3 to 4 points of Trump's pace, he's going to win this election over Sherrod Brown and get the Republicans a seat in the Senate. And if they win that race, that's definitely a sign that the Republicans are going to win, are going to hold the majority in the Senate, which is not a huge surprise. But it was like, by how much? How well will the Democrats do?
Yeah. And then just for Pennsylvania, we have 25% in, with Casey still in the lead by 55.6%. So that's all we really have for you right now, but I'm sure we'll be back soon.
Yeah, thank you guys for that quick update. We're going to go for a quick break, but when we get back, we'll have the update on all things financial and just how this election is going to affect your wallet.
In a world filled with chaos, everyone is searching for clarity.
The facts are essential, but
where can you find genuine human connection?
Where are the authentic insights?
The meaningful discussions.
The necessary commitment.
Telling the stories that impact you the most. Beyond all the noise, there's something wonderful waiting for you.
A place where conversation and fun
don't need to be sacrificed
in order to set the record straight. That place is here on Daybreak.
Join us every morning for a fresh perspective of what's happening in our world.
I get to see baby Charlotte. I know, I'm excited, so this is going to be a really good time.
Let us remind you that you can learn
and have a laugh at the same time. We'll be waiting. We'll be waiting.
We'll be waiting.
right, everyone, we're back with another quick state update for you. So once again, just a bit of a refresher. We have some new percentages for those states that Trump has won. So once again, just a refresher. Louisiana, Trump won obviously with a 74.5. Wyoming, Trump won, but we still don't have the percentages for that yet. North Dakota and South Dakota, Trump once again won both of those, with the North being 68.4 and South being 70.5. So very, very large percentages there. And then Nebraska, we still don't have a percentage for that, but we do have two new state updates.
Two new state updates with Trump winning both of them. We have Ohio with Trump winning 54.5% and Texas with Trump winning 53.9%. So both, a little close to the middle, but yeah, Texas definitely was expected to go red. I know we had some ideas that it was going to go blue, but it was definitely expected to go red. I'm not too surprised with Texas.
But I mean, I am a little surprised by that percentage, though. I expected it to be a lot larger in favor of Republican, but it was surprisingly very low, actually.
Yeah.
All right, that covers that. Next on our report, taxation policies have always been important to Americans, even inspiring independence in our early days as a country. It's still true today. Tax reform policies are paramount to a candidate's appeal to voters. Reporter Jonah Summers knows just what candidates are looking to change. Jonah.
Thanks, Leslie. Kamala Harris has said time and time again, if the middle class is strong in America, then America itself is strong. Harris has made it a precedent in her campaign that lower to middle income families will be given a chance to succeed under her campaign. Now, Harris and Tim Walz plan on granting 100 million working class Americans a tax cut by restoring the child tax credit and the income earned tax credit. The Harris campaign says that no person earning less than $400,000 a year will experience an increase in what they pay in taxes. The campaign plans on hammering the tax cuts for higher income people that former President Donald Trump enacted in his first term. However, the cuts are set to expire in 2025. So the Trump campaign has a decision to either double down on providing tax cuts for the rich or to promote the tax cuts for lower income families. The Trump administration is fighting to give parents a 250% increase from the current $2,000 per child tax credit. Trump has also proposed an 85% tax credit on income tax for Social Security benefits. But most importantly, Trump is proposing a 10 to 20% increase on imported goods and a 60% increase on tariffs on goods imported from China, which would ultimately increase the price of goods nationwide. This is a huge, huge thing. The Harris campaign has yet to comment on a plan that includes taxing tariffs, but warns the people of an increase in the price of goods if Trump imposes the tariff tax bill. So the Harris campaign will increase taxes on large corporations by 28%, whereas Trump wants to lower it. Both candidates want to increase child tax credit for all individuals and for hospitality, restaurants, and other tipped employees to experience no tax on tips. There are similarities and differences in both tax reform plans, but the increase on tariffs and taxation for large corporations could be the most crucial for voters when they made their decision today.
Prices on food, homes, gas, and more have all risen drastically in the past decade, making it harder for people to afford the cost of living. Reporter Nick Brown has the latest on what policies will be decreasing your bills.
Thanks. As voters weigh their choices for the 2024 presidential race between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, inflation is a pivotal issue influencing their decisions. Economic policies from both the Trump and Biden administrations have left marks on the current state of inflation, with each side offering contrasting approaches to control it. Under Trump, inflation remained relatively stable with an average annual rate of about 1.8%. His policies included corporate tax cuts via the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, aiming to spur economic growth. Proponents argue this boosted production and hiring, but critics say the cuts increased the national deficit, potentially fueling for future inflation. In contrast, the Biden administration has faced a challenging inflation landscape, with rates climbing to over 8% at one point amid global disruptions and high-tech and high spending aimed at recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. A CNBC chart showing inflation starting in 2021 visually illustrates this surge, highlighting the sharp rise as pandemic-related spending met supply chain issues. Biden's Inflation Reduction Act in 2022 was a key measure intended to rein in inflation through clean energy investment and corporate tax reforms, while some economists suggesting it could lower long-term inflation. Others argue it may add to the federal deficit. As Harris and Trump debate these legacies, Harris points to plans to reinforce to reinforce cost controls and build on clean energy, or as Trump promises to return to tax cuts and deregulation. Voters are left to decide which economic strategy they trust more to stabilize prices. Trump promises to return to tax cuts and deregulations. Voters are left to decide which economic strategy they trust more to stabilize prices.
All right, so this is, I mean, a huge, huge issue in this election. And I thought maybe we could just touch on a little how economists have looked at both Harris and Trump's policies and their strategies when it comes to finance of the United States, and have said that Trump's policies would make our economy severely worse, where Harris's would improve it compared to Trump's.
So that's all just going to really depend. Like I mentioned, the tariffs on goods from imported from China and all over the country, that's going to have an enormous impact on everything that goes on in our country. Everything that we bring in, everything that we push out is going to cost this country a lot more money, which is going to mean that we need to keep what we are producing here in the country here. We have to do everything all by ourselves. We can't rely on fast fashion and things like that from countries like China to just supply our nation and our citizens with the goods that we might need. We have to actually do it ourselves, which that means that we're going to have to spend more money on factories. We're going to probably worsen the climate. We're probably going to do a billion other things that are going to hurt our economy in order to make sure that we have the goods here in this country and keep them here.
Well, it's interesting with the higher tax rate. Bank of America Global Research was out just a few weeks ago saying that a higher tax rate, 28% from 21, is estimated to be a 5% hit to earnings per share to companies. I mean, right now, earnings in the United States for most companies are doing well. So this higher tax rate that could come is going to actually hurt investments. And if you're trying to look at the finance stuff, it actually could probably go to consumers as well, paying more. Inflation is high right now, but I think the Federal Reserve and the Biden administration have done a great job bringing inflation down, bringing gas prices down. Yes, prices are still high, but both sides have contributed to the inflation print.
Yeah, and inflation is one of those things that the Biden administration at the end of the term has done a pretty good job as of right now to kind of set America up for where we're going to be by the end of this upcoming term.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear that, they both have had their issues with inflation, being that I feel like one of Trump's big things that he's been saying in his campaign is how the economy was so much better when he was president and inflation wasn't as big of a problem, and he wants to change that. So it's interesting to hear about how they both have issues with that. Yeah.
What I find most interesting about this election in general, and especially the topic of tax reform, is how specifically alike these two parties have become in the most recent years. You look back at 2016, tax reform was a completely different subject because we were due for a new tax reform bill. Trump put that into place in 2017, and now look where we're at. We're looking for something new. But instead of both sides being completely different from one another, they both want to have no tax on tips. They both want to have no tax on Social Security. They both want to improve the child tax credit, earned income tax credit. There's so many things that make these parties so much alike. So I'm definitely interested to see what the Republican Party, if voted into office, and what the Democratic Party, if voted into office, will do with that 2017 tax bill that Trump imposed in his first term.
I would be very interested to see who gets into office and how the Senate and Republicans and even the House work together, because if you're going to have a split Congress, then it's going to be basically impossible to pass anything, even trying to do the no tax on tips, the Child Reform Act. It's going to be so hard to pass legislation. So it seems like both parties, the divide that they have, need to actually come together to actually get stuff done in the next term.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, thank you guys. Let's check back in with poll tracker Gavin Petrone. Gavin.
Thanks, Leslie. Only a few changes since we last talked to you. One of the districts in Nebraska, Texas, I was wrong.
Just went to Trump.
Start over. Your mic was off. Keep going. Start over.
So, my bad. Thank you, Leslie. Nebraska went to Trump, one district. We're still waiting on that blue dot. It could go either way. I've seen polling that might say it's leaning more towards Trump, but honestly, I have a feeling it's going to go for Harris. It's voted blue since Obama, so it makes sense to me. Texas, I was wrong, and I accept that I was wrong. That's okay. But the margins, don't forget how close those margins were. It was like 53, 40, something. Not that far off. Harris, or Democrats in general in the future, I feel like could be making some gains in Texas as more and more people come in for those tax havens and as Dallas expands. And I was also looking at West North Carolina. I was also wrong about that. I thought that because of the hurricane that so horribly devastated that area of the state, I thought maybe the way that Trump and his allies spoke about the Democrat-controlled government and spread a lot of misinformation about FEMA and aid, I thought maybe that would disgruntle some former Republican voters and maybe push them more towards voting for Harris, but I was wrong. And most of the counts are in. The margins and ratios of Democrat to Republican votes, they didn't change much from 2020. Trump beat Harris by about 15 to 20,000, and to about the same ratios as before. Georgia, those urban areas, we're still waiting on Savannah, and Atlanta is about halfway counted, but it's still leaning more towards Trump. Pennsylvania, it is, I'm trying to think. Okay, Allegheny County is like neck and neck. Trump is only about 50,000 votes away from catching up to Harris in Allegheny. Philadelphia just now started counting. Counting in Pennsylvania is super, super, super slow. And it's at this rate, it's probably going to come down to PA for who ends up clinching the presidency. Wisconsin is leaning towards Trump right now. Michigan is leaning towards Harris. And I'm trying to think. That's about it. I'm wondering where Arizona's going to go. I'm still thinking for Trump. They haven't even started counting yet. I doubt they'll start until probably 10 o'clock. In Nevada, I'm hoping it doesn't come down to them, but I have a feeling they'll go for Harris. Where else? Iowa. Didn't see anything on Iowa yet. Let me think. Minnesota, for some reason, is leaning more towards Trump. I have a feeling maybe the rural areas just started counting before. And also Virginia. Virginia is right now leaning for Trump. The Republicans seem to be just getting this massive boost of votes early on. Something with demographics, the way it's counting. It's really confusing me a little bit, but I don't know. I still have a feeling that Harris is going to win. I do think I think I was wrong about North Carolina, but which might mean I was also wrong about Wisconsin, given that they have voters from that same demographic. But I'm thinking let's try something out here. Let's try something out here. Actually, I can't do that because I don't have my map filled out. Never mind. So I don't know. I still think there's an avenue of victory for Harris with PA. But it's just really going to come down to the wire. I'll send it back to the desk. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you so much, Gavin. I know you talked a little bit about, the Republicans are really taking a lead here. And do you think, the Democrats might be able to make up some of that lead with those mail-in ballots? I know we talked about that a little bit.
I think that, it's not going to be as big as it was in 2020 because Trump's campaign definitely made a lot of moves. Encouraging the use of mail-in ballots and voting by mail. I think they probably still will get an edge from those mail-in ballots, but I don't want to wait for them to be counted. I know here in Allegheny County, we have, somehow they have these voting machines that are so efficient at counting that they think they're going to have all the mail-in ballots counted within a few hours, so they might have the county called by like 11, which I think is insane compared to 2020 when we had to wait until Saturday to hear who won. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, it makes sense that it would be a Democrat lead, but yeah.
Right, maybe you could touch on Philly a little bit. I know we've been focusing a lot on Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. What do you think maybe with Philadelphia? Because historically that's a Democratic area.
Yeah.
But we have seen an uptick a little bit in Trump supporters in Philly, which that could be interesting.
I think it's probably not going to end up holding up with the comments that were made about Puerto Ricans. There's a very large demographic of Puerto Ricans in the Philly area, and especially in the Philly suburbs where both of them were campaigning. I don't know. It makes sense for a city to go blue, and especially the counties surrounding Philly, which is like it rivals New York and how urban it is. It just doesn't make sense to me that it would go red.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I can't see Philadelphia going red.
Yeah,
one bit.
Well, they have all those colleges in the
Yes.
surrounding areas, so you have to take into account all the college students voting in Philadelphia right now. So
The only other two areas I would look at in PA would probably be Erie. Erie is neck and neck right now. Kamala Harris has a slight lead. which is pretty good for her. But PA counts votes so slow, so it's really hard to celebrate for her to celebrate that lead, because the night is still young for them. And then Scranton, Ethan and I talked about it earlier. I really want to see if it's gonna be as strongly blue as it was in 2020 with Joe Biden no longer running as a Democratic nominee.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting to see.
Yep.
All right. Well,
This is something that we've briefly talked about, but as a historian, right now out there's a sentiment in this country that this is the most divided that we've ever been. And then there's a couple of comedians who have wisely said, right, guys, but the Civil War.
Right,
but
we
the Civil War.
we did fight this big thing called the Civil War.
What is your reaction? Did you roll your eyes at that statement at this point? Is it more of an annoying thing, or is it discouraging? Like, what is the emotion that you have attached to hearing that statement?
Sure. To some degree, it is an eye roll, but often, I mean, sometimes it depends on the situation. When I'm in the classroom, there's a very easy way to respond to that because it's my classroom. So I just, open up a discussion to demonstrate how well we do seem very divided right now, and in some ways we are. We can definitely look at instances in the American past when we were more divided than this. The obvious one, as you already mentioned, being the American Civil War. And when you look at it in that light, we are so far from the circumstances that they were experiencing in the 1850s and the lead up to 1861. If anything, I would say our times compare more favorably with like 1967 to 1972, about that 5-year span in there when you've got these great social upheavals that are causing differences and political realignments, and you've got international affairs that are causing domestic upheavals and political realignment, and you've got economic issues at play that are causing upheavals and political realignment. And as divided as we got in that period, nothing compared to the 1860s once again. And it's also worth mentioning, division to some degree is a good thing. We shouldn't all have the same values. We shouldn't. The point of a free society is free thought and free action and free press and free speech and freedom of expression. And how free is it if we're all just dittoing one another all the time? Now, that being said, some of the calls of violence that we've heard over the last few months some of the acts of violence, the act of violence that we saw unfold in Butler over the summer, obviously that's cause for concern, but there was a lot of violent rhetoric in the 60s and 70s too. And there were violent actions in the 60s and 70s. Kent State, University of New Mexico, the Hard Hat Rebellion in New York City, Jackson State in Mississippi, right? Like violence, we often, because we celebrate the peacefulness of the civil rights movement so much, we often forget that there's a lot of violence during that period as well.
Yeah. What does the because I think there's a certain sentiment behind that statement. And I think maybe it comes from the place that the American people know that they're divided on certain things, but they feel kind of helpless to stop it. And then does that lead somebody down the road that, okay, we're divided, we're kind of helpless to stop it. This has a breaking point at some time, and that's whenever I think people say, "Oh, are we closer to another civil war?" That's kind of whenever that question I think gets brought up. And what do you think about that? Because that's another thing you've mentioned is you've heard more students in recent years ask you, "Are we closer to a civil war?"
That's true. I've been asked that both in Kansas before I came back to Pittsburgh, and since I've come back to Pittsburgh, it is a question that I hear more and more from my conservative students, from my liberal students, from my cinema students, from my history students. It is on people's minds. To to some degree, that's understandable when you look at the way gun violence has grown in our society, especially over your generation's lifetime. It does seem like there's a lot of people in this country who don't want to talk things out anymore, who don't want to compromise. They want to make their point through the barrel of a gun. And that in turn, well, if they're willing to do it at Kenosha, Wisconsin, and they're willing to do it at Sandy Hook Elementary, and they're willing, why won't they be willing to do it in the wake of an election that doesn't go the way they want it to go? On the other hand, that kind of unified action the Civil War, I don't want to say everybody saw it coming, because no, not everybody saw it coming, but it was, there are years of warnings officially from state legislatures like, hey, we're going to hold secession conferences. There's calling out of state militias. And it was so regionalized in the 1860s in a way that it's not today. Now, in some ways, you can look at things like social media making it easier to unify those kinds of movements, I suppose. But I have a hard time wrapping my head around the idea that in the wake of this election, we're going to fall into that kind of violence against one another. I just find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that there are enough diehard conservatives that are willing to kill their fellow Americans if things don't go their way in a week, and I find the exact opposite just as hard to believe. Could there be a handful of radicals that perform radical acts in the wake of this election? Yes, I think we could see that. But you have that potential after any election, really.
Right. On a similar note, there are people out there, and I think I've heard this said about every single election that I've been conscious for, which is 3, really. But there's a sentiment that this is the most important election that has ever been voted on in the history of the species and the entire planet and all of the civilization. Is there any merit to that, to this one being any uniquely more important than 2020, for example, or 2016?
Yeah, no, Carson, you raised a great point. I think the only election cycle where I didn't hear that argument was the 2001, right? Like or I should say because I've been, because 2004, this was the most important election. We had to take power away from the warmongering. Well, that didn't work, right? But then 4 years later, 2008 was the most important election because we had an opportunity to make history and show how the United States has grown in its acceptance. And then 2012, we have to defend Obamacare. And then 2000. So no, you're right. We have definitely fallen into this rhetorical pattern of declaring every election to be the most important one. I suppose one of the advantages of that is that, people are way more engaged than they used to be. And you see it in the numbers. We had the nation had a very strong turnout in 2000. It seems like this turnout's going to be even... 2020 rather. And it looks like the 2024 turnout's going to be even higher. So arguing that the stakes of every election are really high has had the added benefit of greater engagement with the electorate.
Are those people engaging for the right reason?
Is there a wrong reason to engage in the democratic process?
That's a good question. That's a good point. I guess I'm just thinking, do you always want the people to be voting out of fear?
Well, that's a good question. But the apathy which plagued the United States elections for a long time
is just
as bad, right? So
agreed.
I do agree. People should vote out of conviction. They should vote out of out of patriotism. They should vote out of a sense of civic duty. I do think voting is a civic duty. I think it's really the one of the only two things that we are called upon as American citizens to actually do, right? We're supposed to pay our taxes and we're supposed to vote. Otherwise, there is nothing we're really required to do as American citizens. But even then, the voting thing is obviously taxes aren't an option. If you don't vote those, you're going to pay the price for that eventually. If you don't vote, nobody's ever gonna fine you or punish you for that. But when you think about the history of voting in this country and the struggle and the way people have fought and the efforts and I don't just mean people that fought in the wars defending democracy, or however we want to define World War I and World War II. Politically, they were defined as saving democracy, but the African Americans and their allies who struggled to win voting rights in Reconstruction and then the Civil Rights Movement, the millions of women who struggled for generations to win the right to vote, even the voting rights of white men, which, you know, obviously they've had the most voting rights for the longest time, but that was a fight too. For the first 50, 60 years of our country, there wasn't even any universal white male suffrage. You know, a lot of people have fought really hard to get our country to the point where everyone has the right to engage in this process. And that's part of why I think it's, I feel like I've gotten a little off track though.
No, it's okay.
From where we started on this question.
It is, you make an interesting point. It is interesting how foreign conflicts that we fight are to save democracy, like wars for civilization, that kind of thing. But anytime there was any of that stuff at home, I don't think that any of those were ever labeled as a fight for democracy, despite the fact that it's probably in the short term, in the immediate, that's more of a fight for democracy than maybe that conflict over the sea is, even though there's both problems, but it's like one of them is affecting you directly right here at home right now.
Right. Yes, no, and this was a strong argument that both the African American suffrage movement and the women's suffrage movement made again and again. Like, how can you say we're fighting for democracy in Europe when we don't even have democracy in St. Louis or Atlanta or, you know, yeah. So it is a very good point. Is this election the most important one? To get back to your original question.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear all the rhetoric, and sometimes I hear it. And I mean, look, Carson, in class, we just covered fascism a couple weeks ago, right? And at no point did I make any comparisons to anybody running in this election. But there were certainly people in the classroom who were like, well, what you're describing sounds a lot like certain things that are... So I understand why some people want to use that label to describe certain aspects of the MAGA movement. I also understand how the MAGA movement is able to take that boy who cried wolf and turn it against those who are crying fascism at the same time, because in 2004 everybody was saying George Bush was a fascist, and now people are like, oh, if only we could have Bush again. Well, wait, if he was a fascist in 2000, so you know, it can be a tricky thing when the political opposition throws that kind of term, and again, we have the exact opposite situation the other way when Republicans start labeling every liberal or every progressive as a communist, like, at some point it's going to lose its weight as well. That being said, Project 2025, there are some really disconcerting aspects to it. And candidate Trump has verbally distanced himself from the 2025 project. Anybody that's paying attention also knows that there are people that were deeply involved in the 2025 project that are also deeply involved in his campaign and presumably in his transition of power and his executive department should he win next week. On the other hand, as I already mentioned, I have a lot of faith in our democratic institutions. We have a lot of really strong courts. I have a very hard time believing that the United States military would just blindly follow orders if the ask went too far. I don't think the military would act in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. I think Trump would have a very difficult time getting protesters labeled as a domestic threat to enact the force bill. So, but that being said, if you feel in your gut like this is a really important election and you need to participate, by all means, follow that gut feeling.
Sure.
Vote.
After the break, we'll check back in with our Senate reporters to hear about other important Senate races on the ballot this year. We'll be right back.
Over 90% of PPU alumni report being employed after graduation. Niche discovered over 90% of students found help from the Career Readiness Center in their job search. It's not a coincidence, it's a connection. Don't be in the 10%. Use your resources and visit the Professional Career Readiness Center now.
Welcome back. We have another state update for you guys. We got a couple new states and a couple new percentages to previously announced states. So going back to Wyoming, we previously heard that Trump won Wyoming. We know that Trump won Wyoming by 49.0%. So that was definitely a very close call there. Yeah. And next we're going to move on to Nebraska, which we previously announced Trump as the winner as. We found that Trump has won that by 48.4%, which was also very close.
All right, next we have two new polls coming up. First, we have Missouri. So that's showing that Trump has won Missouri. That's coming in at 51.7%. So that's a little unexpected. I expected it to be maybe a larger number here. So that's definitely interesting. Next, we have Utah then. That's another new state we have. Trump did win Utah. Currently, we don't have any percentages for Utah yet with Trump, but that'll be sure to come in just a few minutes then.
Yep, we will be back with some more state updates later on. But while PA's Senate race is close to home, there are a few other Senate seats up for grabs in this election. Reporters Annabella Gizzi and Peyton Celesti have all the details on what stakes these elections hold.
Another popular popular race we see in this year's election is Michigan Senate, with recent polls showing the Democratic Party in the lead just by a little. And unlike in other swing states, both candidates in the vacant Senate race are running close to the top of their ballots. The Democratic Representative Alyssa Slotkin is running against her Republican opponent, Mike Rogers. As NBC News reports that both candidates acknowledge that this race is going to be very close. As noted before, Alyssa has small advantages over Rogers, as shown in recent polls. NBC also reports that Slotkin said, quote, "It's about those independent voters, those swing voters, those voters who make their decisions very late. We're competing for a very small group of people who decide Michigan elections, and they're all still making up their minds," end quote. With Slotkin's making all of these remarks, Rogers has tied himself to Trump, saying that he also believes his campaign will, quote, "attract quite a few Harris voters and will take them," end quote. Rogers, who used to be a law enforcement officer and is the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, previously took a stance against Trump, even contemplating a run for the presidency. However, he has since exchanged endorsements with Trump and has made efforts to attract his MAGA followers. It seems to be in two candidates' debate that they didn't fully focus on the main topics and issues that most people focus on today.
With the Democratic Party having to win 7 of the 9 most competitive races to get just a partisan split of the U.S. Senate, they will most likely need victories in the historically red states of Texas and Arizona. In Texas, the Democrats have turned to 41-year-old Congressman Colin Allred, a former linebacker for the Tennessee Titans and civil rights attorney, to go up against Senator Ted Cruz, who is looking to secure a 3rd term in the Senate. Cruz, 53, is a household name in the Republican Party and was once former President Trump's biggest competition for the Republican presidential nomination in 2016. But Cruz's popularity has been on the downturn since, as he narrowly beat former Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke for a 2nd term in 2018, and now looks to be in another unexpectedly close race with Allred this time around. Allred has been trending upwards in the polls, as the New York Times changed the race from likely Republican to lean Republican in early October. However, no Democrat has won a statewide election in Texas since 1994. As for Arizona, another Democratic congressman, 44-year-old Ruben Gallego, will look to take over former Democrat and now independent Senator Kyrsten Sinema's seat after Sinema opted not to seek a 2nd term. Gallego, a former Marine, is projected to be in a very close race against former news anchor Kari Lake. Both candidates, who have been considered to be on the further ends of their respective political aisles, have tried to appeal to moderate voters, with Gallego seeming to have more success. Gallego is a former member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus and has used his Latino heritage to reach Latino voters and has the support of what could be a very crucial 10% of Trump voters, according to a recent New York Times and Siena poll. Lake, a close ally of former President Trump, has been an election denier regarding Trump's loss in 2020 and her gubernatorial defeat to Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs in 2022. According to Politico, Lake has not been keeping pace with Trump's polling in Arizona, and her lack of belief in those poll numbers have translated to a lack of urgency in campaign fundraising and her outreach to quote-unquote McCain Republicans. Up to mid-October, Gallego's campaign has raised $57.4 million compared to Lake's $21.3 million, which allowed for Gallego to dominate the airwaves for several months. Despite the numbers against her, Lake has continued to focus on her campaign's polling and the success she is having with Trump's base, saying, quote, "We're ahead of my opponent, and I feel comfortable with our polling," end quote.
All right, so I mean, a lot to unpack here. You know, Republicans seem to have a very, very strong hold. I mean, if you guys just want to delve in a little deeper just to help explain, maybe, you know.
I know in Michigan, as of right now, we do have, let me just quickly check real quick. I believe the Democratic Party for the Senate is taking control, but how we were describing earlier with how the Senate and the presidential, they align and like what parties are voting in which state and what states turn red and blue. I find this interesting now that we're seeing, you know, Kamala leading in Michigan, as well as the Senate Democratic Party leading in the Senate as well. So I think, I mean, it really just all depends on, you know, how many people are in the state and all that type of stuff. But now we're seeing more alignment rather than like this controversy and, you know, miscommunication between the parties within the presidential election and the Senate election.
Well, I think Arizona is really interesting. Texas, I did talk about. It's looking like Colin Allred did not do as well as projected. He did not really outpace how Harris did in Texas. So it's looking like Cruz is going to secure a third term. But Arizona is really interesting because when you look at Kari Lake and just her alliance with President Trump, you would think that would really encourage a lot of Republicans. But we've seen a lot of Trump voters not want to really support Lake. And Arizona looks to be leaning towards Trump, but not so much for Lake. And Gallego has done a really good job of becoming a bit more moderate. He's no longer part of the Progressive Democratic Caucus. And Lake just kind of hasn't, she's tried to reel herself in, but just hasn't succeeded. She still certainly has a chance if the Republican turnout is strong. But that is a state where the Democrats, I think, could get a surprise pickup.
Yeah, for sure. We haven't seen too many updates within the Senate as of right now, but in Pennsylvania, 49% of the votes are in, and Casey is still in the lead. However, it is getting a little close. Right now, I just got an update, 48.8% for Casey and 48.7% for McCormick. So, getting a little tight, and 50% is in. So I guess we're just going to have to wait to see for that other 50%.
It will be tight. Now, here's a race that not a lot of people are talking about, but it could be a surprise upset. In Nebraska, Dan Osborne, he's an independent, not part of, he doesn't affiliate with, if he's elected, he will not be a Democrat or a Republican. He's not going to caucus with the Democrats. Deb Fischer, the incumbent from Nebraska, was supposed to win in a landslide. In the last few weeks, we've seen poll numbers indicating that Osborne legitimately has a chance, and he is currently up 6 points. Fischer has closed the gap a little bit, but he is up 6 points over Deb Fischer, Dan Osborne. He's had a lot of funding. He's been an anti-establishment politician, and he really has put a run on this campaign.
That's really interesting. You don't often see that with an independent candidate.
No.
It's usually between Republican and Democrat at the end.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you so much, guys, for those Senate updates there.
Our poll trackers, Ethan Rowinski and Gavin Petrone, have an update on how the polls are looking. Ethan and Gavin, what do you have for us?
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back. You know, first thing, we'll look at our electoral college map, and we do have a few calls that we do need to make here. Our first one is that Utah, with its 6 electoral votes, is going to go towards Donald Trump. Not really a surprise there.
Not at all.
Big rural areas there, but Harris also has a vote for her.
She does in Colorado. She's got 10 electoral votes. Colorado's got Denver, huge urban area.
Very big urban area, and not a lot anywhere else. So not really a big surprise there, but we can call those. So now we're at 109 votes for Kamala Harris and 198 for Republican. You know, this isn't really surprising, especially early in the night.
Yeah.
Republicans always come out super early at first. So
got a whole night ahead of us.
Exactly. So, you know, we'll see once California especially that comes in, what some other very mainstays like Washington, Oregon, Minnesota, well, it's likely, very likely Harris, but definitely Washington, Oregon, California, she'll definitely climb back up to those polls too. But we do want to talk a little bit about some specific states, specifically the Rust Belt states, because at this point, that kind of looks like her main path to victory, correct?
With Georgia and North Carolina at this point likely going to Trump.
Yeah, they look pretty close to
the way the numbers are going. It's looking like it's going to be that way. Most predictions have said that the Rust Belt is going to be her only way to victory from here. So we'll look at Wisconsin. Let me pull it up. This is how we're looking right now. Most of the votes have been counted. Not a lot. Actually, 72% of the votes have been counted in Dade County. Now, what's it called? Can you hold that for me real quick? Yeah. So Harris has 73% and Trump has 25%. Could you go to 2020 for me real quick?
Yes, I could. Oh, wrong one.
Now we'll look at Biden in 2020 in Dade County. Dane County.
Where? Which one?
It's above Milwaukee. Right there.
There you go. There.
Yep. Biden had actually a little bit more of a gap on Trump there. So we're noticing across most of these counties that Trump is closing in that edge that Biden had in 2020, which is concerning if you want to see a Harris victory.
Exactly. I mean, especially like you were saying in Dane County, Harris, at least at this point, you know, maybe it'll come through later in the night. Harris is not looking like as strong of a candidate as Biden was in 2020, especially, you know, you have to consider how much of that was due to COVID. I think is one big thing. And now that we're a few years removed from COVID, and there's that big memory of Trump's economy and just the idea that I spent less under Trump.
Yeah.
That might be affecting these margins here. And it's not just in Wisconsin that we're looking at. Also, Pennsylvania has some pretty interesting results. So right now, you know, you're seeing a lot of the Democrat counties come out strong, you know, Philadelphia specifically, Pittsburgh. But one we want to look at is the hometown of Scranton right there, Lackawanna County. This is a county right now, Harris is with 98% of the votes in. Harris is there with 51.2% of the vote. However, if we go over to her 2020 results in the same area, Biden had 53% of the votes. Now, that's not you know, there's not a ton of people in the county. That's not a ton of votes. That's not a huge percentage. But when we're on the margins are what's going to decide these states. That could be huge for Kamala Harris. I mean, losing 2% in that one area, she has to make up big gains in Erie. She has to make big gains in Allegheny, in the county where Allentown is, which has that huge Latino population. She's going to need to make big strides in those counties to ensure she can make up for gaps like this. Just these small gaps in all these different counties where Biden came out just a little bit ahead and she's falling a little bit behind.
Right. We'll have to see with Erie. They just started counting.
Yeah, there's only 2% in right now.
What did you say that? What you said that was? A buck?
A bellwether.
A bellwether.
A
I don't know why I
bellwether.
said buck.
Yeah. And I mean,
that's such a funny word.
If we can look at their 2020 results, literally neither of them even got 50%.
Oh my gosh.
0.1%. Less than 1,400 votes decided Erie County. Now, if he's already falling behind in some of these other states like Lackawanna, it looks like Allegheny she's even falling behind a tiny bit.
Which doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, the further removed you get from the steel industry leaving Pittsburgh, it seems the further Republican the county goes.
Yes, like we'll look at later in the night, we had some reporters go out to these rural counties who are all, even if there are some Kamala signs there, it's all very firmly Trump. I believe every single person they talked to was a Trump supporter. So if she can't make it up in these kind of counties, she needs to make it up in counties like this, and it's not looking great for her.
Yeah, it's going to probably have to come down to Philadelphia, I'm thinking.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Another thing is black male voters, they need to turn out for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
White suburban women, they need to turn out for Kamala Harris. That's the big thing that we're going to be looking at. And these are very preliminary, but like we've been saying, it's looking iffy for Harris. If we can go back to our electoral map, 109 for Kamala Harris, 198 for Donald Trump right now.
Too early to say in Michigan, right?
Too early to say. Michigan's kind of very iffy, especially because I was talking about how Macomb and Oakland have kind of switched.
Yeah.
Macomb has definitely become more of like a blue collar area, and Oakland is more of a white collar area. And that's kind of goes into that kind of party switch between those where white collar, college educated usually are now voting more Democrat, and blue collar are now some more voting Republican. We're very much voting on education lines more than we used to.
Right.
But definitely our next update will look into Michigan specifically. That's
Absolutely.
a very big one.
Absolutely.
But for now, we're going to toss it back to the desk so they can keep you up with new reports.
Thank you so much, Ethan and Gavin. In Trump's past campaigns, his pledge to build the wall was at the very forefront of his campaign. Reporter Jillian Musser has the specifics on how Trump and Harris plan to tackle border security. Jill.
Throughout his campaign, former President Donald Trump has promised tougher immigration policies. This would be accomplished through transferring funding to programs within the Department of Homeland Security, moving around law enforcement at federal agencies, and immigration laws to be strictly and fully enforced. Trump expressed his views on undocumented immigrants during a rally in Dayton, Ohio back in March, stating, quote, "I don't know if you can call them people. In some cases, they're not people, in my opinion, but I'm not allowed to say that because the radical left says that's a terrible thing to say," end quote. States' newsrooms interviewed lawyers, historians, and immigration economics experts who are concerned for the effects a mass deportation would have on the U.S.'s economy. The removal of over 11 million undocumented migrants would require overcoming multiple legals, hundreds, as well as huge amounts of resources. Senior researcher on migration at the University of Notre Dame, Donald Kerwin, stated, quote, "I don't think it will happen, But what it can do is it can make the lives of the undocumented and their families miserable, end quote. Immigration has been a voter concern after the Biden administration had to deal with the highest amount of southern border migrant encounters in 20 years. However, border crossings are at an all-time low since President Joe Biden signed a recent executive order. Polling has shown Americans being rather split on mass deportations, yet Republicans appear more supportive. A CBS News poll shows that 6 in 10 voters would like to see the formation of a new government agency that would deal with the deportation of undocumented immigrants. 9 in 10 of said voters were Republicans, while 1/3 were Democrats. At a rally in September last year in Ankeny, Iowa, Trump explained, quote, "Following the Eisenhower model, we will carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history," end quote. While 1 million people were deported to Mexico, according to the Eisenhower administration, in all actuality, it was only a few 100,000 in the summer of 1954. Michael Clemens, a professor at George Mason University in the Department of Economics, told the Missouri Independent, quote, "We've heard zero about substantial increases in lawful migration pathways from the people who are now talking about an Eisenhower-style crackdown. What they're proposing is not an Eisenhower-style crackdown. It is something that the Eisenhower administration understood would not work and therefore it did not do," end quote. Trump has announced how he would like to return to his policy which expanded expedited removals. While limited to only 100 miles from the border, the Trump administration had expanded the removal limit to the entire country. It is estimated by the Migration Policy Institute that a large expedited removal of that size could affect around 288,000 people. Trump would also deport cartel and gang members under the Alien and Sedition Act, which allows for the executive branch to deport dangerous non-citizens. The Republican candidate would also use funding for military enforcement and the construction of more detention camps. Trump previously accomplished this in 2019 when $271 million was transferred from the Federal Emergency Management Association alongside an additional $23.8 million from the Transportation Security Administration to ICE. Advocacy group FWD.us found that 22 million people living in the U.S. are part of a mixed-status household. Legal residents live alongside at least one undocumented person. The president of the National Immigration Law Center, Kika Matos, told ABC, quote, "We're talking about broken communities, families being separated, racial profiling, and the trampling of our Constitution, and economic impact, not to mention the diplomatic and the logistical challenges that this agenda will have on our nation," end quote. In Wildwood, New Jersey, Donald Trump makes a promise at his rally, quote, "On day one of my new administration, I will see the border, stop the invasion of people pouring through our border, and send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home where they belong. They have got to be sent home," end quote. Democrats are continuing to tackle the border crisis after Republicans blocked the bipartisan border measure early this year at a rally in Douglas, a town located on the Mexican and U.S. border. Harris expressed, quote, "It was the strongest border security bill we have seen in decades. It was endorsed by the Border Patrol Union, and it should be in effect today, producing results in real time right now for our country," end quote. For Vice President Kamala Harris, her actions speak beyond the border and look toward immigration response. Her background as a prosecutor and time in the Senate has had her tackling issues on immigration. She has promised to fight for stronger border security right by the border itself. While speaking at the Desert Diamond Arena, less than 200 miles from the border, Harris stated, quote, "I was an attorney general of a border state. I went after the transitional gangs, the drug cartels, and the human traffickers. I prosecuted them in case after case, and I won, so I know what I'm talking about," end quote. Alongside other Democratic candidates, Harris agreed that illegally entering the country should not result in a criminal offense. While primarily known as a Republican issue, immigration has seen an uprise in Democratic Party engagement. Harris will continue to work with Congress to improve the pathway to citizenship in the United States. The Democratic candidate stated, quote, "They are American in every way, but still they do not have an earned pathway to citizenship, and this problem has gone unsolved at this point now for decades. The same goes for farm workers who ensure that we have food on our tables and sustain our agricultural industry, and they too have been in legal limbo for years because politicians have refused to come together and fix our broken immigration system," end quote.
The U.S. is a military leader in the world, and when conflict arises, the U.S. is often called upon. Reporter Alyssa Mandarak has the details on the U.S.'s involvement in the war between Israel and Hamas.
Israel has recently been given 30 days by the United States to address the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. This period ends next Tuesday. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken sent a warning to Israel mid-October. The letter threatened that if officials cannot increase delivered aid into Gaza, military aid could cease to be sent. Right now, only 35 shipments are being sent to Gaza daily, which is only 10% of what the U.S. has deemed minimum. There are reports of children and families in Jabalia going days without food. Since the war started, there has been a significant decrease in how much aid is being sent. Before last October, on average, 500 lorries were sent daily to the Strip. Linda Thomas Greenfield says the U.S., quote, rejects any Israeli efforts to starve Palestinians in Jabalia or anywhere else, end quote. However, Israel's ambassador rejects the claims of humanitarian neglect. He blames Hamas hijackers for the decreased numbers of aid crossing Gaza. The United States has been one of Israel's largest allies since the creation of the state in 1948. This year, Israel has received over $3 billion in foreign aid from the U.S., making them one of the biggest recipients of aid. Former President Donald Trump has described himself as a protector of Israel. At the October Israeli-American summit, he called Jewish people and people who love Israel who would vote for a Democrat fools. He has voiced total support for Netanyahu and is in favor of the country winning the war fast. Vice President Kamala Harris has also spoken about the strength of the allyship between Israel and the U.S. In her 60 Minutes interview, she said the bond between the American people and the Israeli people is an important alliance, while dodging the strength of a relationship with Netanyahu. Her support for the country's ability to defend itself is strong, but she has also claimed to not be silent about the humanitarian issues in Gaza.
All right, so two very, very strong talking points. And, you know, with the whole Israel-Palestine situation, I think there's a large amount of voters who are very deeply upset with how both Trump and Harris are tackling this issue.
Yeah.
Maybe you could go a little deeper into that.
I think it's just mostly the fact that, like, people really want to see change, and obviously the Biden administration hasn't been doing much to help with that. And I think that this deadline to give them, like, you need to do this stuff now or else we're gonna stop, really, like, it helps, but I feel like it's way too late in the game at this point, and I feel like that could really hurt, like, a Democrat chance of winning because this is happening. And I feel like I don't know, I didn't see much about it. You know what I mean? Like, I just think that more stuff needs to be done more publicly so that people can, like, actually see what's happening right now.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like this hasn't been talked about enough in terms of the presidential race. I feel like both of the candidates are sticking with other issues as being more important, but this is such an important issue to so many people, and I think it would benefit either one of them to be a little more open on what their plan is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, as far as immigration goes, and with the new border policies coming through, I know a lot of Trump supporters and Trump's candidacy, they seem to think that Harris is very anti-border. She wants immigrants to come through and she does not want to strengthen her policies. I mean, what's your take on that?
I mean, from what I've researched, I have never seen a quote from Kamala being like, yeah, let's just let everybody in. I feel like she is very into creating stricter policies, but she's also for welcoming immigrants into our country. She knows that they're boosting the economy, and she's happy that we're having more people wanting to be a part of America. It's just the pathways these people are going about it is not correct, and she wants to better fix that. And she's openly also said that she has prosecuted illegal immigrants, has also prosecuted, shall we say, the drug cartel immigrants or immigrants of crime that should have not been here.
Right, I think we need to touch too a little bit on the economic change that would happen if there were to be such a mass deportation of immigrants. I mean, they work, you know, such largely numbers of immigrants work in the agriculture, and that could take such a huge economic hit to the American economy.
The other thing we're not thinking about is a lot of immigrants inhabit jobs that most Americans actually find undesirable, like the agriculture industry, or we're talking about hospitality, such as working in like nursing homes or stuff like the service industry, like, and that's why these people are so important for building our economy. They're inhabiting those jobs, they're creating wages. And as you mentioned, agriculture, seeing a dip in workers there, that would certainly affect not only food production, but also some of our food costs. That's something else we're not thinking about.
It'd be very detrimental.
We could see a lot of skyrocketing prices, I mean, across the board everywhere, really. But thank you, anyways, for those reports.
Thank you, guys. Stick with us after the break. And anchors Robert Fornatero and Juliana Brock will give an overview of both campaigns, and we'll get an out-of-studio report about the Green Party candidate. It's a tough crowd.
Welcome back to UVU's election coverage. I'm Robert Fornatero.
And I'm Juliana Brock. Today, voters are deciding between different candidates for president and how they will shape our country. So we have some state updates going on here, and honestly, well, we only have the one right now, and we got the District of Columbia. They are for Harris, and that is at 92.6%.
I think that was something that we could have anticipated. I know they've gone blue in the past. They have a rate of doing that.
Yes, yes.
But it's still pretty exciting. Also, with how much she was leading, 92.6% is really good.
I agree, right, yes, and that came in, and that was, you know, something to put on the map for sure. So that was something there, and that's all we have for you state-wise right now, but Pittsburgh is a solidly blue city that has a big influence over which way Pennsylvania leans. Reporter Gabriella Waite took to the polls this morning, and she is here to show you why voters went out to vote today. Gabby?
It's November 5th, and the 2024 presidential election is in full swing as people are lined up and ready to vote. I'm here outside the polls of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to ask voters their take on this election this year. The 2024 presidential election is becoming one of the most prominent presidential elections in the history of the United States. Pennsylvania has been a key topic during the 2024 presidential election, as both candidates have been heavily campaigning in Pennsylvania to win over the state.
I think this election is so important. Well, from my perspective, I am a first-time voter, so it's exciting in that perspective. But also, just in general, I think there's been so much lead up to this election and so much context leading up to it where there's just a lot of reasons to vote, and I don't know, it just seems super important to exercise the right to vote, but also because of the specific candidates and how everything has played out so far.
There are many first-time voters that are coming out to make sure that their voices are heard for the 2024 presidential election. This election has a lot of proposals that are more concerned to younger voters, pulling them out of their houses and into the polling stations.
Personally, vote with your daughter in mind. I'm fighting for reproductive rights. It's my body.
I think the election is so important because of how divided the country is right now.
You see everybody posting, telling you, go vote, go vote. My professor actually told me to leave class to go vote because I was stressed because I didn't have enough time, so.
I believe in civil rights, and I believe in equal protection under the law for everyone, including responsible firearm owners. I'm an independent. I just, I feel that civil issues are more important.
This 2024 presidential election is turning out to be a nail-biter, with everybody in the country wondering who is going to be the next president. I'm Gabriella Waite, reporting for UVU Television.
Thanks, Gabby. Now, not far from the Pittsburgh area, Butler County is a largely red area with a vastly different political landscape.
Pennsylvania is one of the biggest deciding factors of this election, so reporter Jonah Summers talked to some Butler County residents about what sent them out to vote.
57% of registered voters here in Butler County are Republican. The last time that this county has voted Democratic in a presidential election was nearly 50 years ago. Yet we are just miles away from what happened on July 13th whenever Trump was nearly assassinated at the Butler County Fairgrounds. So polling places here in November like this and places like this are filled with so many Republican voters. So here on this warm and crucial November day, I'm talking to voters to see how they're feeling.
Vote for the right party.
What's the right party?
There's only one, the Republican.
Trump is all about God. I think if we get God back in the country, everything will be stellar.
We're not divided. We have so much more in common. We all have families. We all have friends. Some think differently, and that's their right.
What I really wanted to know from these Republican voters was how they took in what happened on July 13th and how it's impacting their vote today.
Reminder of Kennedy, watching on TV.
Yeah, brought back memories. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Bobby Kennedy, so many others.
The Pope, Reagan.
I think it's a major thing because, first of all the rhetoric has gotten so ramped up and so very negative. And I've been voting for quite a long time, and I've never seen, something where now they're talking about assassinating an opponent or taking somebody out because they don't believe the way they do. I just think that is not America. It's not the America I grew up in. We have to get unity back. We have to respect each other's feelings and our policies without taking somebody out because they don't agree with us.
And I was just amazed and upset about it, that could happen in today's times.
One of the hot topics for these voters was immigration and how they wanted to see both candidates tackle immigration in this year's election.
Immigration.
Close the border, or work on the border more than it has been done, if at all, in the last 4 years.
Now, 2024 was, within Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's 4-year term, the lowest rate at which illegal immigrants were coming up from the southern border.
And what about all the people that are coming in legally? They have waited in line. They have done the proper things. They deserve that kind of ability to become an American citizen.
Republican voters were extremely strong in their opinions on Donald Trump. They noted his foreign policy, his tax reform, and many other areas that just strengthened their vote and strengthened their opinion when talking to me.
He's going to strive for peace, or he's going to be pushy. One of the two. And I'm for either one.
In an election that has been talked about for 4 years now, all Americans want at the very end of it is peace.
Stop the hate. Stop the animosity. Go to your neighbors and put your hand out and try to get along with everybody, even if they have a sign that's against, your candidate.
Reporting for UVU Television and Point Park University, I'm Jonah Summers.
Thanks, Jonah. On the campaign trail, Vice President Kamala Harris is connecting with voters nationwide, focusing on issues like affordable health care, climate action, economic equity, and most notably, freedom. During her campaign, Harris highlighted these priorities in the cities across the Midwest, emphasizing that freedom means equal opportunity and access to resources for all. At the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation's Phoenix Awards, Harris said, quote, "Let us fight to make sure that our country, that all people can be free in every way," end quote. With her focus on freedom becoming a central part of her campaign, Harris has been able to appeal to multiple groups of voters, and her campaign, after touring all across our country, has spread this message widely.
Donald Trump's campaign and rallies are to make history. His most popular catchphrase, "Make America Great Again," has taken new levels of meaning and pride for citizens across the U.S. His rallies feature guest appearances, vendors, small concerts, and more. Trump offers a variety of promises in his campaign that include expanding U.S. energy production by oil drilling in areas such as the Arctic, sealing the borders and executing a mass deportation, pledging to end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours, and more. On his website, he offers 20 core promises, with the first being to, quote, end inflation and make America affordable again, end quote. And he plans on doing this by extending the tax cuts he enacted in 2017, abolishing tax on Social Security, making tipped income untaxed, and cutting 15% of corporations' taxes. His campaign also covers solutions to climate change, increased tariffs, and reducing housing costs. So, a few things that in that story were grazed over at the end, housing costs, tariffs, such like that. So I know that we had a reporter cover this earlier, but going back onto the tariffs, 10 to 20% will be increased for foreign goods, but 60% will be increased on goods from China. So that's very interesting. And then still along the lines of trade, he's hoping to promote homegrown manufacturing, which more than likely with these increased tariffs, it's going to motivate people for more homegrown manufacturing. You know, that's quite interesting. And for reducing the housing costs, you know, he wants to prevent undocumented immigrants from getting mortgages and deporting them. And he wants to also launch a home building program on federal land. So, you know, on the federal lands, he wants to have a home building program. He wants to, you know, the money going towards immigrants who are taking mortgages. That's his perspective. That's what he wants to do. And that is just some of the very many policies that he wants to implement. And tell me more about Kamala's.
Yeah, no, and I think what's kind of funny is although they're pretty different political candidates, they do have not a lot, but some like plans that do overlap.
Right. Yes.
I know like healthcare was like a big topic for each of them, and I know that was a big one for Kamala, like I know especially. And then I know that let me just restart. I'll focus on her economy.
Yeah, sure.
I know in their economy plans, they're completely different.
Right, yes.
I know Kamala, she wants to expand the Child Care Act.
Yes.
She wants to make sure that, or the Child Tax Credit Act. She wants to make sure that families are getting a tax credit or a bigger tax credit. I know she said that she wants to see cuts for children 1 and under, around $6,000. For children 2 and 5, $3,600, and then for any older children, it would be around $3,000. But I think where the big issues lie is definitely in like their gun policy and their border policy. I know Kamala is very big on banning assault weapons and high capacity magazines. She also wants to she wants to require universal background checks because as of right now, that's not required.
Right.
And I know Trump, he said that that's not a main issue for him right now. But it's a big one that should be talked about. And I know she wants to invest in law enforcement hiring and training the officers, which is very, I know with the Black Lives Matter movement and all of the issues that have come from the police force, I think it's smart that she's coming up with a plan to like kind of tackle that. Because like, although it's not as mainstream in the media anymore, it still is an issue that is happening that you do see like randomly from time to time that should eventually stop.
Right, and it was a historical issue, so she's kind of taking something that was once, I mean, it still is a headline in the news, but very much a big headline in the news, and she's taking it and being like, hey, I didn't forget about this, and touching back again on it.
Yes.
Yes, and then going back on this, you know, we're all seeing immigration kind of on there for both parties, and, you know, like Trump, he is determined to finish the wall whenever he gets back in. He wants to, you know, even children of undocumented residents would no longer be able to receive a U.S. citizenship. He wants to deport those who don't have U.S. citizenship.
Yeah.
And actually 6 in 10 voters are in support of a mass deportation. So, you know,
that's pretty big, yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, especially in comparison to Kamala Harris's. I know she wants to reinstate the bipartisan border bill.
Yes.
And not many people really know what goes into that, but it was very resourceful. It puts more resources to our border, and then it also closed loopholes from cartel members. And so that was like a big thing that she was trying to tackle, was like the issue of what they were bringing in, not the actual immigrants themselves.
Right. You know, and there's just a lot to unpack here. But for now, we're going to head over to poll tracker Gavin Petrone. He's got some new results for us. Gavin?
Surprise there, it just went to Trump. But the biggest thing that just happened, Iowa was officially called for Trump. Kind of a shakeup. It did surprise me because I supported that Ann Selzer poll. It had Harris up about 3%. It was a lone dissenter in the polls, but I was holding out hope that it was accurate, just because Ann Selzer has historically been accurate a lot of the time. We also saw in Georgia, they have about 88% of the vote called right now, and Trump has about a 3-point lead. So it's looking like he's probably going to get Georgia too. It hasn't been officially called yet, but we're guessing it's probably going in that direction. Pennsylvania, AP said Harris probably needs to gain about 3% of the vote, but only 3% of a point lead, sorry. But only about half of the votes have been counted in PA. Same thing with Wisconsin. Trump's got a lead in both of those states. Michigan still just counted. We'll talk more about Michigan. Let me pull it up real quick. So not many votes have been counted, but and a few exit polls showed that Harris is up a lot. She's reduced the lead with Trump by about 6 points among older voters above age 65. But among younger voters, Trump has gained about a point. I spoke with Ethan earlier, and it seems like that third-party vote is really reducing a lot of Harris's momentum in the swing state, and it might tank her chances of, I don't know, winning the state or maybe securing those votes. We'll go back here. Harris also won D.C. The Arab population in Michigan polled about 40% for Jill Stein. It's seeming like Stein is going to be a big pull away from the Harris campaign, which is only going to make a Trump victory more likely in that state. And if Harris doesn't win all three of these Rust Belt states, her hopes for securing the presidency are pretty much shot. We're still going to keep an eye on Minnesota and Virginia. Those are looking like they're going to go blue. North Carolina, it's looking red. I think that's about it. I'll send it back to the desk. Thanks.
Thanks, Gavin. Third-party candidate Jill Stein was in Pittsburgh this past week holding a meet and greet and rally in the Oakland area. Reporter and poll tracker Gavin Petrone got the chance to interview her about her campaign plans.
That's right, I'm here in Schenley Plaza. That's Jill Stein. She's having a rally for the Green Party. Stein had a meet and greet earlier in an office on Forbes Ave. She's been the Green Party's nominee for president since 2012, and she's hoping to get at least 5% of the vote this election to qualify for federal funding. Her campaign has come under fire for taking votes away from the Harris campaign and making it more likely that we'll make a return to the Trump presidency.
Politicians have to earn your votes. They don't own your vote. Right now, Kamala Harris could win back many votes. She lost those votes. And the question is, are those voters going to support Donald Trump, which some of them are, or are they going to support an actual people-powered campaign? To be told that you have to vote for Kamala Harris is just, it's just nonsense. Those votes were already lost, and for the Democrats to try to say that we're taking them away, we're not taking them away. They have to earn our votes. They don't own them.
Stein's campaign is running on what they call a Green New Deal. It promises to end student debt, make public higher ed free, provide health care as a human right, implement rent control, and provide 15 million units of free housing around the country, and prioritize sustainable climate policy. The Greens have been criticized for their Republican connections, in particular the Trump-affiliated lawyers who helped Stein get on the ballot in Nevada and Wisconsin.
If they happen to be campaigning for us, that's their doing. This is nothing that we have ever sanctioned or allowed. And one attorney that was not even hired by us, he was part of a pro bono effort, which was multi-partisan, to enable Nevada to have a choice. This was not a partisan issue. This was an issue of plain basic democracy, and unfortunately the Democrats are on the wrong side of history here.
Both progressive Democrats in Congress and Green allies in Europe have asked that Stein step down to make a Harris victory more likely. I also spoke with Stein voters outside the meet and greet before it began.
In 2016 and 2020, I actually voted for Donald Trump, so
if anything, she's taken a Trump vote and making it a Stein vote. He was actually a peace candidate in 2016, very imperfect, very flawed, but one with a chance of winning. I voted for him in 2016 and in 2020.
An average calculation of the most recent polls has Stein at 0.8% in Pennsylvania and about 2% nationally. In Oakland for UView Television, I'm Gavin Petrone.
Yeah, so Jill Stein, I was just talking about her over there at the map. She's taking a lot of Harris's supporters, and she's reducing that vote that Harris would have had by, I don't know, it's like 2% right now. RFK is included in that too, and those votes might have leaned more towards Trump, but the third-party vote in Michigan, I think, will definitely be bigger than a lot of the other states. But I don't know. I spoke with her, and obviously the Israel-Hamas conflict is the biggest issue. It's kind of the only reason her campaign has traction right now, because so many younger leftist voters are frustrated with the Biden and I guess by extension Harris administration to the point that they won't vote for her, and they don't care that there's going to be another Trump presidency because they think it's going to be just as bad. Yeah, I don't know.
Right. I feel like, honestly, along with a lot of other points, there are certain things that will just take precedent, and some people will take that and run with it, and that dictates who they vote for. And for people voting for Jill Stein, that is one of them. And I feel like this is, you know, it's really awesome we got the opportunity to talk with her, by the way.
Oh, yeah, it was awesome.
That is so incredible. And then, you know, I agree. Like, a lot of people are just fed up with the war. They feel so strongly, so passionate about it that they're like, Jill Stein, I like where she's going with this, so I'm going to vote for her.
And I'm wondering if, I know I'm saying Michigan a lot because it has a larger Arab American population who are going for Stein. I'm wondering if that's what's driving Trump's edge on Harris right now in Wisconsin and PA. The polls are still only half counted, but it's seeming like we're going to see another 2016 here, where
Right.
Stein was the spoiler candidate, and that was kind of the reason why we saw Trump again.
Right, and it almost feels like we're seeing like a repeat of history here. You know
A little
what I
bit,
mean?
yeah, a little bit.
We're seeing a repeat here. Hopefully not too much, but it all depends on where it can go.
Yeah. Now, is she trailing in any other location besides Michigan that could like make a big impact on this election?
Oh yeah, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Okay.
Pennsylvania, she doesn't have nearly as much of an edge in that Scranton area we were talking about earlier that Biden did, and we were saying it's because that's Biden's hometown. She does have a pretty significant edge here in Allegheny County, but it's looking like it's going to need to be the Philadelphia area that really sets her apart, or Erie. But Erie, it's still way too early to tell. I think they've only counted about 20%, and I don't even want to say anything until they get 50.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah, it's too early.
Yes, it'll certainly be something to keep our eyes on.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Gavin.
All right. And after the break, we'll check back in with our financial reporters on the economy's current state and if recession is imminent. Stick with us.
Fake news is any demonstrable false information that is being presented as an actual factual news report with the intention to deceive the public. Can you trust your source?
Welcome back. Now let's go to a state update. I think that's something we should talk about.
Yeah.
So we've had 2 states come in. We have Kansas, which won to Trump with 54.8%. I think that is something that was not super uncommon. We kind of saw that happening.
Yes.
But the next one was something that was kind of up in the air. It was Iowa, and this one was back and forth for a little bit. I know it typically leans red, and it did ultimately lean red in this decision. It went to Trump with 56.4%. Now, I think that like both of these states, they're very important, but we still have, the election is it's not very new, but we still have some time for a lot of states. We're waiting on a lot of our western side of the country states, so there's still a big possibility.
Right, yes, and it'll definitely be interesting to see how these continue to pour in. There's not really much to say about these 2 states. I know that Des Moines had a lot to do with Iowa's, but, you know, it's just a matter of, you know, we're still, even though it started a little bit ago, we're still very much in the process of it. It's a slow process, but we'll get there.
Yes. Is the economy about to enter a recession? Reporter Nick Brown has the answer. Nick?
Robert and Jules, thanks. New economic data reveals an unexpectedly resilient U.S. economy, pushing back against recession theories that have circulated since 2022. At that time, economists widely predicted that pandemic-era stimulus spending and inflationary pressures would lead to a recession under the Biden administration. Yet, despite inflation challenges and high interest rates, the anticipated downturn never materialized, and the economy has continued to grow. Current indicators, including steady GDP growth, robust job creation, and sustained consumer spending, show an economy that has remained stable. Inflation, though still a concern, has eased from its peaks, and real wages have seen moderate gains, helping Americans offset rising costs. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this resilience is a cornerstone in her campaign as she emphasizes the benefits of Biden-era investments in infrastructure and clean energy, arguing these have provided stability and growth even in a challenging global environment. On the other side, former President Donald Trump points to the cost of living and lingering inflation as signs that economic policies need a reset. Trump's platform focuses on tax cuts and deregulation, which he argues will strengthen economic growth further, returning the economy to the low inflation environment seen earlier in his administration. Sectoral growth has been particularly strong in technology, healthcare, and renewable energy, while increased infrastructure spending has bolstered construction and manufacturing. Meanwhile, consumer confidence remains high, a positive indicator heading into the holiday shopping season, while high interest rates and housing affordability remain concerns. The latest economic data suggests that a recession is not on the horizon. As the 2024 election approaches, both Harris and Trump are leveraging this economic performance in their messaging. But the latest data suggests that regardless of who takes office, the U.S. economy has proven to be resilient and adaptive, a reassuring signal to voters looking for economic stability amid political change.
A side effect of immigration is how it changes the economy. Reporter Jillian Musser has the details on how exactly immigration can affect it. Jill?
Immigration and the economy are 2 of the biggest issues on the ballot, but how do they impact each other? The Center for Migration Studies found that undocumented workers bring $97 billion in local, state, and federal taxes. Removing them from the workplace could potentially place around 10 million Americans into economic hardship. Immigrants taking work from U.S. citizens have been a notion around for at least 100 years. However, studies show that immigrant workers improve wages, which in tandem helps fuel the economy. The effects can last for decades, making the U.S. a hotspot for foreign investors. Americans with neighbors from foreign countries are shown to have an overall positive view of people of foreign descent, allowing them to be more informed and empathetic as well as less hostile. In some cases, it has caused people to donate more to charities that support their foreign neighbors' home countries. BU College of Arts and Sciences economics professor Tarek Hassan is working on a paper for the National Bureau of Economic Research. He reported his findings to The Brink, stating, quote, "Long-term exposure to people with a given ethnic background makes you more informed about them. Maybe makes you like them more. It also increases political support for concerns these minorities might have. It traces a lot of xenophobia to people who don't interact with people with foreign ancestry." End quote. Hassan and his colleagues reviewed decades of data involving the economic growth from the U.S. immigration. They estimated that since 1965, migration to the U.S. has contributed approximately a 5% additional growth in wages. The rise of immigration has the U.S. on track to have 1.7 million more workers than the previous year, according to the Congressional Budget Office, or CBO. Future migrants are expected to be of prime age working population, which is between 25 and 54 years old. It is estimated that the nation's gross domestic product will see a $7 trillion growth. This benefit could cause the federal government to lift $1 trillion from tax revenue collections, according to the CBO. Currently, job openings in the U.S. exceed the amount of unemployed people by over 2 million, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. As fertility rates continue to decline and more baby boomers are set to retire, immigrants will become more vital to American labor. By continuing to expand on labor supply, immigrants are assisting in controlling inflation rates. Their diverse set of skills are also improving work productivity. Immigrants have a wide range of skill sets that differ from American workers. They could also help increase the overall demand for labor by opening new businesses. Giovanni Peri is an economist at the University of California, Davis. He told Forbes, quote, "The fact that the inflow of immigrants is the last 20 years helped the wages of the U.S. non-college educated implies that we could expand the legal immigration of less educated workers to fill several jobs whose markets are very tight without hurting U.S. workers, but rather still allowing their wages to grow." End quote. Last year, the Economic Policy Institute's analysis showed immigrants made up 18.6% of the workforce. Immigrants typically hold jobs unwanted by most Americans. Despite these jobs being low-paying, they are deemed essential, such as hospitality. However, this does nothing to improve the wages of already existing workers who did not graduate with a high school diploma. Education plays a key role in a positive economic effect. Hassan states, quote, "The headline finding is that immigrants are good for local economic growth, and in particular, educated migrants are doing a lot of that. At the same time, the data point to why some people might have problems with this. It's a lopsided story where the immigration we've experienced in the last 40 years has been disproportionately benefiting the more educated local population. We're trying to add some facts to this debate." End quote.
Both real good stuff there. I mean, that's a lot, but of a very, very important topic. So, Nick, why don't you start us off here?
Well, I was going to say, just going back to the economic data, Atlanta Fed GDP is at 2.4, so it's not like a recession is coming. It's coming anytime soon. Earnings are still holding up. Spending is still happening. And we were kind of talking off camera about immigration and new immigrants coming, that people actually see that as a positive for the workforce.
Yeah, overall, we're seeing, well, number one thing, too, is there's a lot of jobs, as I was previously saying, that a lot of U.S. citizens don't want to uphold, such as hospitality, that these immigrants are just wanting to fill. And that's great. And just having those positions filled is better for the work task. It's better for overall wages. And overall, you're building the economy. And as I said previously, we might even see some tax reductions from it.
Right.
Well, I was just going to say, too, I mean, economic data continues to hold up. And here's a stat from Bank of America today. Since Biden, 23% of the tech sector has actually more than doubled. So it seems like his investments and what he's been trying to do, passing legislation, has worked. And the market actually reflects that and actually likes it. Now, when you factor Trump into the equation, you know, stocks continue to go up, and we've emphasized this, and so has Bank of America. In the long run, stocks go up. The economy is going to continue to go up. So no matter who's in the office of the White House, the economy is still going to be resilient.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's very important on how they view like these issues. I know Trump has been viewing the immigration issue. He's been seeing it as more of like a problem instead of seeing it as like a solution to problems that the U.S. has internally, while Kamala is kind of putting these issues like at the front. She's realizing that immigrants add a lot to the population. They add a lot to the U.S., not just in number-wise, but to the economy, to so many different aspects. And it's very important that these issues are talked about, because not many people see immigration as impactful as it is in so many different areas.
And I think something we all need to remember, too, is we can all agree that we're not agreeing with how the economy is right now. Right. It's not something we're just going to fix overnight, though. Mm-hmm. That's something that's going to take some time through hard work and just through rebuilding the plan. But it's not something we're going to accomplish just by getting a new president.
Right. And now I feel like a lot of people are neglecting to think, say all the immigrants, they're, you know, like there's deportation, all this happens. What happens then with inflation?
Well, you know, there's still some question regarding who's in the office, who's in the White House, and what's going to happen with the new Congress that takes effect, because, of course, policies is going to have a major effect. And so what I think Harris is trying to do is build on the Biden legacy and carrying his policies over, where Trump thinks that we need a complete reset, that he wants to get his policies back in and continue to have economic growth continue to rise. Well, we're not so sure, and you can debate that around the table. Overall, the economy is still great thanks to consumer spending, us people spending on new clothes, new makeup, everything. And in the long term, I think it's going to be a while before we actually know if immigrants are helping or hurting the workforce, because jobs are still trying to come back since COVID, and whatever is filled can be filled with anything, especially if they're actually helping the labor market.
Yeah.
Right, you guys make some really solid points, and I mean, this is just something that time's going to have to tell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now let's check in with poll tracker Ethan Rowinski. Ethan?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Now, first thing I want to do, we do have some states that we do have call. Polls closed just a few minutes ago on the West Coast, and one state that we can absolutely call is that California, and its 54 electoral votes will go for Kamala Harris. No surprise there. She's from California. She served in California. California, huge base of Democrat voters. California will be going for Kamala Harris. Also on the West Coast, Washington, with its 12 electoral votes, that will be going for Kamala Harris. You know, that whole West Coast with Washington, Oregon, and California. Oregon, I don't believe has been called yet. However, in the next few minutes, it's very likely that Oregon is going to be going for Kamala Harris as well. What we can call for Donald Trump is Idaho, and it's 4 electoral college votes. Idaho is going for Trump, and that just adds to getting closer and closer to those 7 battleground states that everyone was originally looking at. However, as we get further and further into the night, as you know, many college students may be watching this who very much supported Kamala Harris and were, may have gone to a rally last night, were really pulling out for her. It's not exactly looking very great for her. And a lot of that is Pennsylvania and Georgia is what we're going to be looking at right now, where currently Georgia and their election results, AP has 88% of those votes in, and Trump is leading by over 150,000 votes. Unless Kamala comes in with all of these votes going for her, maybe this is another 2020 where Biden wins by 15,000 votes. But right now, it's looking very strongly towards Donald Trump. Moving into Pennsylvania, our home state, it looks even more for Donald Trump. 72% of the votes counted, with 51.4 for Donald Trump and 47.7 for Kamala Harris. You know, a lot of those, like Gavin was talking about earlier, people are just abstaining from voting, or they're voting for third-party candidates. A lot of that probably coming from Israel's war in Gaza. Now, I also, before we send it back to the desk with some of these state updates, I have a map pulled up here with some of the states already filled in. All of Maine's districts, Nebraska's districts, pretty much everything except the swing states. The 2 I have filled in, though, is North Carolina and Georgia. Georgia, we're not officially calling it because AP hasn't called it, but Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia for Donald Trump, though we're not confirming that yet. I don't want to say that for 100%. However, if we fill those in, paths become very weak for Kamala Harris. If Trump wins, let's just say Pennsylvania, then he's only 3 electoral votes away. He can win Nevada. He can win Arizona, which Arizona is looking very strongly towards Trump. He can win a combination of some other states as well. Like if he's pulling as well as he is in Wisconsin, for example, he just needs something like a Pennsylvania, like a Michigan, all for him as well. Trump's chances are looking very, very strong, where Harris, she needs all of these Rust Belt states, where what you might have been seeing a lot of results of maps is if she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she gets exactly 270 electoral votes. Just barely enough to win the actual election. At this point, this is probably her only path to victory. And so it's looking very eerie for the Kamala Harris campaign. And, you know, I guess I'm at a loss of words because it really was, you know, it was looking very neck and neck for Trump. And it's not even that, you know, it's really close, and Trump is barely pulling ahead. He's blazing ahead of Kamala Harris. He's strongly ahead. And this is another year where it looks like, Donald Trump has yet again been underestimated in all of these swing states, like in Pennsylvania, like in Georgia. Those are the two I'm going to pull out specifically. So, battleground states, the Rust Belt, that is her key to victory. Now I'm going to toss it back to the desk, and they can talk more about elections happening across the world.
Thank you, Ethan. Even though this is a U.S. election, the world is watching as America makes its decision. International reporter Hannah Bazet interviewed people from various European countries to see their thoughts on the election. Hannah?
Okay, so from a German perspective, I think that it is a little complicated, the situation in the US right now, especially like when it comes to internal politics. There's a lot of like potential for conflict between two been more extreme over the years.
I think the best fit for US right now would be Kamala Harris. Because I think she is more like liberal and open to everything.
I do not really like any of the two candidates that are up for election right now. I think if I would vote, I would vote for Kamala Harris, just because I think that she is, you could say, the lesser evil. And I think it would be better for the US as a country, but I don't think it is the ideal solution as a president.
Kamala would be the best fit because she has more open ideas and welcoming to people.
I think the political system, the US as a whole, is a little flawed, just because you always have just two candidates and two sides instead of multiple options. For example, in Germany, you have multiple parties that you can choose from. So yeah, I don't think there would be an ideal solution right now.
Regardless of what global audiences may think about this year's presidential election, it ultimately comes down to American voters to decide who they think is most fit for office. And as the votes are counted tonight, the world will be watching closely. Reporting from Rome, Italy, I'm Hannah Bazet.
Thanks, Hannah. The world will certainly have their eyes on the U.S. tonight.
Now, let's go back to our student panel.
On to a bigger question, I feel. This is definitely a wide area, very objective. Is intense political polarization inevitable, or can it be reversed in some kind of way?
I don't want to say it's inevitable, but I think in a political system in a political system where there is such a feeling that like the people in charge, or the people behind the wheel are not functioning properly and are not willing to turn in the direction of what people are asking, I think it becomes inevitable that people fall in line with extreme ideologies, more like aggressive approaches that create that otherness that you've spoken to. I think when people don't feel like they have the opportunity to change things by, sticking to like a government that is cohesive and speaks to each other, I think it pushes people to that point.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Dylan, you can go first.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to say, as well, to Kyle's point earlier about certain people being affected by polarization in greater ways, and that being a piece of like polarization that maybe is outside of media. I would say, we have these spaces that are maybe, or just like a culture greatly, and a government that is oppressive to certain groups, which is going to drive people into action that may not be, or like polarization action that may not be what is inevitable, but it's what's being forced upon people based on the oppressive system being pushed, like fighting against them. You know what I mean? Like, I think that a lot of the time people feel as though it may be their only course of action to be so polarized and to meet that with like, not necessarily violence, but like at least anger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll actually disagree with you guys a little bit, not entirely, but I would say that I think that it is inevitable. I've more recently started doing research into the history of political polarization and looking at all the times that the country has gone through very divided times. And it does seem like, to me, it's something that we go through every couple of decades. And we always get out of it. So I'm convinced that we'll be able to get out of this one. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't do anything to stop it now. But the 1850s, for example, obviously is a very polarized time. The 1960s and 70s are a very polarized time. The 2020s happen to be, the 2010s and the 2020s happen to be, I think, just the start of the cycle again. I think it just happens. And I think there's always various geopolitical problems or domestic problems that happen that cause it. It's not the same every time, but there does seem to be a pattern. Some of it is very similar.
And I would agree with you to a certain degree. It's not that I would say that like discourse and disagreement is always inevitable, but I wouldn't say the level of polarization that we see right now is inevitable.
That I can agree with you with, sure, yeah.
Do you, going through the history, is this more of an intense time of polarization than any time before? Do you think social media has an account into this, or is it just the same almost with the repeating pattern?
Yeah, I used to say that it was more extreme than, well, obviously, aside from the Civil War, that's always the one that gets thrown out there. Let's ignore the Civil, not ignoring the Civil War. No. However, let's set the Civil War aside for a brief moment and look at just other examples where it didn't result in a war happening on the soil of this country. Let's look at the 90s, let's look at like the anti-war movement and the civil rights movement, for example. Those sort of end up being very connected historically. That seems more extreme, I think, than what this is now. I think that social media gives us a really distorted view, because on social media it's just a constant stream of just bad. And you go in the world and there is obviously bad, but I get the sense that it's definitely social media making this seem, I think, worse than it is.
I mean, I think there's like a certain type of person who, you know, there's people that are convinced Portland is still like a burning rubble from 2020. You know, I think that there is. I think that part of the polarization comes from the fact that people have mythologized it in their own heads. You know, like I think a lot of people are like, they're like the Civil War is coming. We just gotta wait. If we wait it out, it'll happen. And I think it's sort of like almost self-fulfilling, where it's like if you already feel like that's the direction things are going, you're gonna act in line with that.
Yeah.
It's a very good point.
Information.
Yeah.
Access to information leads to, like, I guess, extremist views.
Right.
Or paranoia as well.
Right.
That goes for like polarization. That goes down to your view on crime. And because it's a repeating pattern, not only if you want to touch on the past versus now, what are the steps that we can take as people on the individual or on the government? I know we kind of touched on that before, but like, how do we get out of this in the past, and can we do the same thing?
Yeah, I don't think that, from what, and I haven't done the whole issue yet, to be clear. I'm not claiming to be an expert on this, but it does seem like there are various factors. Wars used to be a big one that would get you out of it, because all of a sudden there was an enemy abroad that the whole country could kind of unite around. I think that for a brief moment, 9/11 was probably the most recent example of that we've had, and at this point it seems like that may be one of the last ones that we see, although I'm sure that will change. But there's something that's interesting that there's an author that I like. He had a section of his book. He said that polarization isn't a problem that we thought our way into, but we are going to have to think our way out of it. It's not going to necessarily be a good idea to just wait around and see, like, oh, let's just hope that this gets better. You do have to do something to try to stop it, even though you might not necessarily in the moment be able to do anything from slipping into it.
Yeah, I guess, like, I feel like this will only really be resolved when the sort of the contradictions that are causing the unrest that this is building off of are solved. There needs to be, whatever the solution ends up being, I think there needs to be a change in the way that we handle governance in a way that, like, tangibly, materially, positively affects people's lives. And I think while people aren't experiencing that, it's going to just continue. We're going to continue down this path of greater polarization.
And I think as well, it's going to take people feeling as though they have a safe opportunity to express that polarization to people, in order to make any headway with it. Because I think right now people are, like we've said, like either hiding behind screens or acting on aggression because they don't feel the level of safety that they do in conversations in like tangible spaces.
Yeah, Aiden?
I think I would agree, kind of just going back to almost unifying factors of, on the other hand, being able to take a step away from the factors that kind of divide us. Like we spoke earlier about just the prevalence of like social media. I mean, using myself as an example, if I open TikTok, it's entirely just these political messages that serve no purpose but to divide us.
Yeah.
I think that, like Dylan said, just being able to not hide behind that screen, of being able to take a step away from the things that are intentionally trying to take us apart and kind of polarize us, being able to just find connection.
Yeah, and so just very brief. I agree. Like, get off social media. Like, please, like, get off for a few minutes. And also, you mentioned Thanksgiving dinner coming up. This might sound contradictory coming from my standpoint as like a person that advocates for depolarization, but you don't have to talk about every political issue that's ever existed with your family at Thanksgiving. There's more to life. Yes, it's important, but there's got to be more to life for some of this. So I would say if you go through all of Thanksgiving and you don't talk politics once, I think that's okay. Yes, the election's important. Yes, these issues are important. But if all it's going to do is cause people to dig their heels further into the mud, then it's almost better to not discuss it.
Yeah, taking a breather definitely, like, it affects mental health if you just consume political media. And that goes for all types. Like, consuming the news makes you more paranoid. Consuming more social media on the political side makes you more anxious as well. And if you have a buildup of that anxiousness and that paranoia, it's going to burst out. You know, it's going to burst out on Thanksgiving. You're going to get in a fight with your uncle about something.
Right.
You know, so taking that breather not only affects your individual mental health, but it can allow us to have those safe spaces where we can talk about things at a level-headed moment.
Yeah, and I would say as well, if you're concerned about, like, particularly speaking to family about it, having a comfortable, non-polarized conversation over dinner is going to then breed a relationship with that person to have those harder conversations in spaces that may be more appropriate.
Yeah.
Yes, that's very important. Yes.
Listening to people, even though you might disagree, I think that's definitely a good way, especially if we're talking about generational divides as well. You know, hearing people out, maybe discussing on said topic, let's say something happens between this group and this group, and hearing each other out and discussing that at that moment instead of letting it fester could definitely be a way.
Thanks, Colleon. Now we're going to take a quick look into the Senate race right now. So guys, how is it looking?
I guess I can start first with Pennsylvania. Big news. McCormick is now over Casey, as we've seen previously in the show that Casey has been in the lead, but now we have McCormick on top with 49.6% and Casey with 47.9%, and 76% of the votes are in for Pennsylvania. So yeah. I'm not sure what's going to happen. It's really close. It's really close.
Yeah, Bob Casey is, if you're on the Casey camp right now, you're not happy because you're basically at the same numbers that Harris has right now.
Yeah.
And he's not as far behind as Harris, but it's basically the same. Like right now he has 2.54 million votes to Harris's 2.57. So he is not staying within the amount you would expect him to be right now. And that's concerning, considering he was a slight favorite. There's a lot of votes left, but we're at 76%. He's going to have to start making some ground, especially in that Philadelphia area. A lot of those votes are still to be counted. That will help Harris. That will help Casey. But will it be enough? I don't know. It's kind of the same situation as 2020.
Yeah, and I think, like we said with the other outside party organizations, they're also taking a lot. If you look, Thomas has 1.3% of the vote, which is around 130,000, which would put Bob Casey in the lead if those votes were towards the Democrats, which is it highlights how important all these different parties are into actually deciding the main ultimate election.
Right.
Arizona, what was one of my main stories? It's dead. It's dead. It's so tight right now between Trump and Harris. Trump has a 49.6 to 49.5. But you look at the Senate race, Gallego, the Democrat, up 7 points against Kari Lake. And as I mentioned in my story, Gallego, Lake has not been doing as well as Trump in the polls, and it's showing in the 51% that we've seen so far in Arizona. So Gallego is about on Biden's 2020 pace right now. So I'd say the odds favor Gallego right now, no matter what happens in the presidential race in Arizona.
We have Wisconsin. It's not completely called yet, but we do see a slight lead with the Republican Party, but Democratic Party Baldwin. She's closely aligning with Kamala in the state of Wisconsin, which I find interesting, how we were talking about alignment earlier. But only 65% of those votes are in, so I guess we're just going to have to see. It's 49.4 to 48.6. So
Wisconsin is so tight, and there aren't as many votes in Wisconsin as there are in Michigan and Pennsylvania. So both of those races, I mean, they're about the same right now. It's really too close to call. As they say, it truly is too close to call. We had a couple different races that were kind of obvious that were officially called. Tim Kaine, the former vice presidential candidate with Hillary Clinton in 2016, won a close race against Hung Cao, and Cruz did win against Allred. That was supposed to be closer, but it really wasn't. He's winning 53 to 44. That Cruz with a decisive victory over Allred.
Well, thank you guys so much. There are a lot of deciding factors going into this, but we're just going to have to keep our eyes on it. But when we come back, we'll take a look at an in-depth look at some of the candidate Harris's policies and look back at how Biden's economic legislation is affecting us today.
Take them cue and open their mics.
Today marked the 1-year anniversary of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette strike.
Point Park University just hosted a campus-wide meeting.
Plans for the rapid transit bus line are not set to conclude until 2025.
Fake news is any demonstrable false information that is being presented as an actual factual news report with the intention to deceive the public. And you trust your source?
Welcome back. Now we have some state updates for you. So we have Oregon, we have Trump winning, and that is at 55.2%. Then for North Carolina, we have Trump winning as well, and that is at 50.8%.
Yes, and then we also have some other ones that came in, but we do not have the specific details yet. California is going to Harris. I think this is something that we anticipated. Washington, also pretty anticipated, and it did go towards Harris. And then finally, Idaho has gone towards Trump. We do not have, once again, the specific numbers on all of these stats, but thought that would be really good to put out there.
Yeah, we're going to get those numbers as soon as we can, and we're going to give them to you. But for now, we're just going to keep going with what we have. One of the most outstanding topics in this election is abortion, and it has been a topic of interest ever since Roe v. Wade was overturned in June of 2022. One of Kamala Harris's central topics in her campaign is abortion rights and frames the topic as personal freedom. Harris plans on codifying Roe v. Wade. Codifying is the act of arranging laws into a systematic code. Harris stated in an interview with Wisconsin Public Radio that she supports eliminating the filibuster to lower the voting threshold so she can codify Roe v. Wade into federal law. To do this, Harris needs a Democratic majority, meaning she needs at least 51 votes in both the House and Senate. As of now, 21 states have banned abortion. With this, Harris also plans on banning the Hyde Amendment, which was introduced in 1977 and prohibits federal programs from covering the costs of most abortions, with exceptions to rape, incest, and life-threatening circumstances.
During this election season, we have seen campaigns using multiple forms of marketing, but for Vice President Kamala Harris, her tactic has won the support of millions of Gen Z voters. With Harris focusing her campaign on Gen Z, she has used social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram to amplify her positions on climate change, racial justice, and job creation. Her team consists of several Gen Z workers, as well as participated with multiple social media influencers to engage young voters on these issues. At the White House Climate Summit, Harris said, quote, "Young leaders have been a driving force in demanding change to save our planet," end quote. Now, I think we have seen a lot of campaigns, we have seen how they market themselves, and I think with social media and the digital media world becoming way more prevalent, we're seeing a rise in that being used for marketing. I know Kamala Harris's marketing tactic, it has been very well perceived by the Gen Z community. It has garnered a lot of positive attention towards her campaigns, and it has also shared some enlightenment on the actual topics and the policies that she was advocating for.
Right.
I know that her campaign has been way shorter than the other campaigns, running for around 3 months, and that is it. But she has really built it, and I think social media has truly been helpful for that.
Absolutely, yes. And I think that it really just kind of plays, she's targeting Gen Z, and then she's going about it in the way that Gen Z knows the most, social media, being on their phones. She went about it in a very creative way, something we haven't really seen before. And granted, this is with the advancement of all social media's technology. I mean, now more than ever, TikTok is trending, everything is at your fingertips, and so she really used that to her advantage. Now, speaking of which, let's switch things over to codifying Roe v. Wade. So, this is a plan. This is what she wants to do. Nothing is set in stone yet, but there's 21 states where abortion is illegal, and there's more states where there is information such as the gestational limits, ranging from 6 weeks to 18 weeks, depending on when you can get said abortion. But I think that it's really interesting that Kamala wants to do this. I think that, personally, it's a good idea. Women have lost their lives to not being able to get an abortion. So, it's something that can save lives.
Yeah, no, and we're definitely seeing the effects of it. I know just recently, Florida has rejected the abortion measure, further limiting it in the South. While New York has, fortunately, they have not increased it, but approved it. And so that, it just leaves the very, it just shows how each state is very different in their views and how she's trying to tackle that and trying to make it a national level issue.
Absolutely. And then, with Trump's campaign, he said he's going to leave it up to the states. Project 2025 kind of has a little bit of a different perspective on that. We'll get into that later, so stay tuned. But I will tell you that it's, there's a difference, and that is one of the things, as we've mentioned earlier, that it's the set in stone. This is who I'm voting for and why, just as we were talking about earlier with taxes, inflation, the Israel-Hamas war, that is sometimes this is one thing that are people's deciding factors in this election. So it's gonna.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Now let's check back in with the polls. Gavin?
Thanks, Robert. Just in New Mexico, confirmed, got all 5 votes for Harris. Just to recap, Oregon got 8 votes for Harris, North Carolina 16 for Trump. Yeah, it's looking like the Harris path to victory is getting narrower and narrower. Insider campaign information says they're stressing patience, but usually that's not really a good sign. Let's take a look at PA real quick. So our Allegheny County numbers are about the same as they were in 2020 with Biden. I think that's 59-39. A good gap for Harris, but she needed to probably be 62, 63, maybe even 64 to catch up with the closure that Trump achieved in that Scranton-Lackawanna County area. Erie County, still too early to call. They got about 49% in right now. Harris is in the lead, but 49% is not enough to fully confirm that she will win out there. And Philadelphia, she has a pretty good lead there, but she's going to need to really, really, really make up for these gains that Trump is making. Trump's path to victory, he's got a lot of options. He really only needs to win. He probably will win Georgia. He's most of the polls are in about 80 to 90%. He's polling about 3 to 4% ahead of Harris. So it's looking like he's going to get Georgia. With that, he only needs Wisconsin, Michigan, PA. Any 1 to 2, I think, Rust Belt states will get him that victory. Arizona's looking like going to go for him. Still no word on Minnesota and Virginia. I would assume they're probably going for Harris, even though it will be tight. But besides that, just as we keep reiterating, there are so many extremely divisive issues. The Israel-Hamas war, the economy with inflation, immigration, they're all going against Harris and pulling votes away from her, both to third parties and to Trump, but that's going to mean a Trump victory. We'll keep you posted as the night goes on, but for now I'm going to send it back to the desk.
Thanks, Gavin. When deciding who to vote for in this election, it's important to look at the policies of the current president and how they're affecting us now. Reporter Nick Brown has the details on how Biden's economic policies have changed our economy.
I'm back. Thanks for having me back. As Americans head to the polls, a look back at President Joe Biden's term provides valuable context for voters weighing the impact of his policies on the economy, jobs, and inflation. Despite navigating a turbulent post-pandemic recovery, Biden's administration oversaw a period of resilience with economic growth, record low unemployment, and substantial investments in infrastructure and clean energy. However, inflation and high interest rates have been persistent challenges, and these issues remain a focal point in the current campaign between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Under Biden, the 2022 Inflation Reduction Act sought to tackle inflation through strategic spending cuts and investments in green energy, aiming to reduce long-term costs for American households. The administration's focus on clean energy and infrastructure has boosted sectors like manufacturing and technology, creating jobs and advancing renewable energy goals. However, opponents argue the pandemic-era stimulus spending contributed to inflation, which spiked to over 8% at one point, impacting the cost of living for many Americans. For Vice President Kamala Harris, Biden's legacy is a foundation to build on. Her platform promises to further reduce household costs through targeted tax credits, expand access to affordable housing, and promote green job growth. Harris emphasizes the administration's investments in infrastructure and technology as pillars of a strong economy that prioritizes climate resilience and worker support. In contrast, former President Trump is campaigning on a return to the economic policies he implemented from 2017 to 2021, including tax cuts and deregulation. His platform proposes a shift back to traditional energy sources, arguing this will lower costs and create more immediate job opportunities in oil and gas. Trump's economic vision is to lower taxes, reduce federal spending, and roll back some of the Biden administration's energy policies, positioning them as a way to ease inflation and give Americans greater financial flexibility. As Election Day approaches, voters are considering which path they believe will best secure long-term economic stability. The decision offers contrasting visions, one that builds on recent investments in clean energy and infrastructure under Harris, or one that promises to reduce taxes and return to traditional energy sectors under Trump. Regardless of the outcome, the nation's economic resilience will continue to be tested by both global and domestic challenges, making this election pivotal for the future direction of the American economy.
Now, I think that this is definitely a very important topic, especially looking back on Biden's run, because that is also playing a massive role into people voting for Harris, given that she was his running mate.
Right.
Now, I know a lot of people were not necessarily happy with how Biden's economic plan went. And I think it's safe to say that it affected a lot of people. But, and I know Trump has been using that as like leverage to build his campaign and build off of it. But how do you think this will affect?
Well, looking back at the Biden legacy, Yahoo Finance put together a report card, and the overall grade they gave him as of October 8th of this year was an A. I mean, he outperforms on total employment, manufacturing employment. He's comparable to average hourly earnings, just a little bit above, like the stock market's at all-time highs, and I think we emphasized that earlier, and real GDP per capita is an outperform. I think his legacy is something to build on and remember, because I don't think anybody think he could accomplish what he faced in the Senate, the House, and all like the divisions that he faced. But this is something that we're going to look back on to see if Trump can actually replicate, or whoever the Democratic nominee is in the party.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely going to be an interesting, you know, way that it's going to come together. And I do feel as though people are kind of, you know, with the rise of COVID, we're coming out of COVID. Feel like sometimes people forget it because they're just thinking about the grocery bill that they're getting right now. They're leaving the grocery store with minus so much money that was in their pockets, and sometimes I feel like the bigger picture needs to be looked at. But then again, you know, what is the bigger picture depending on who wins this and how it's going to go in the future?
Yeah, and you know, the debate though about that is it actually inflation? Because we know inflation is coming down. It's about 2.5%.
Right.
So he has made a remarkable improvement on that. Or is it just actually the grocery stores jacking up the prices? And that's something that both candidates have kind of hinted at.
Right.
And so it will be interesting to see how that comes and how this all plays out into January 6th and leading into the next president of the United States.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Nevada is another state holding Senate race with high stakes for voters in the state. Reporter Annabella Gizzi has the details on this race.
Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is running for the re-election in the Silver State, Nevada, which has one of the most closely contested Senate races in the country since the country in 2022. This is her first run for re-election. Rosen's opponent, Sam Brown, a 40-year-old businessman and former Army captain. Furthermore, Republicans flipped the governor's mansion in most recent election, implying that the state's election may be in play for the GOP, despite the fact that they do not have won in a Senate contest in Nevada since 2012. Recent polls have shown that there has been a very close race between the two candidates. Nevada is largely regarded as having experienced one of the slowest economic recoveries following the COVID-19 epidemic, and the state's economic condition is one of the most pressing topics in the Senate election. The two stick to the respective side beliefs, which really no median in between. The most recent debate was Brown's last chance to make a lasting impact on Nevada's voters. Throughout the debate, he tried to pinpoint the different reasons as to why his opponent does not understand Nevadians. With mentions between UFOs and Area 51, he mentioned how the government should further explore these areas. The Hill reporters that Brown said, quote, "But when you talk about secrets, here's the sort of secrets Nevadians want to know about. And this, why Senator Rosen has violated the Stock Act multiple times," end quote. Senator Rosen coming back at him with how she didn't. Think he even answered the question. While turning back to Rosen, her political standpoint focused on Gaza and the risk of losing U.S. military aid. We will see an ending result in Nevada Senate race very shortly.
Thanks so much, Annabella. And now tell me just a little bit more about what you were thinking about this.
Well, as of right now, last time I checked, I saw Nevada doesn't really have anything into their polls yet about their Senate. But I did think it was interesting that Brown had mentioned Area 51 and UFOs, and we haven't really heard anything about those topics in this election at all. So what is your opinions on, you know, hearing about that?
It's definitely a little bit out there. I know we've heard crazy like hypotheses or like reasonings before in the past. That's not something that's not something that's new. But like for this election specifically, like I haven't heard anything necessarily on my part that's specifically about UFOs or like the aliens that you were saying. What do you think?
Right. I mean, it was something different that I had not expected to hear. I mean, we've heard a lot of crazy things in this election talk, but definitely not that. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a pressing issue right now with what's been in the news recently, but I guess when we come back for our Senate update, we're going to have to see where Nevada's at if we do get an update from them, but that's all I got for you right now.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're going to go for a quick break, but when we get back, we'll take a look at the Supreme Court and the recent rulings. We'll be right back. I'm sorry.
In a world filled with chaos, everyone is searching for clarity.
The facts are essential, but where can you find genuine human connection?
Where are the authentic insights, the meaningful discussions,
and the necessary commitment,
Telling the stories that impact you the most.
Beyond
all the noise, there's something wonderful waiting for you.
A place where conversation and fun
don't need to be sacrificed
in order to set the record straight. That place is here on Daybreak.
Join us every morning for a fresh perspective of what's happening in our world.
I get to see baby Charlotte. I know, I'm excited, so this is going to be a really good time.
Let us remind you that you can learn
And have a laugh at the same time. We'll be waiting. We'll be waiting.
We'll be waiting.
Welcome back. We have a state update for you guys right now. So we do have some stats that have come in. North Carolina was won by Trump at 50.8%. I know this is one that we were seeing that was going left or right, and this one is a really big key for him to win this election. It was a very big state for both parties, but especially for him, and he did ultimately gain that victory. Now, for California, we have an official tally. It was 59.2%. And then for Washington, we have Harris at 59.2% as well.
Yes, and then we have Idaho. That is Trump at 55.3%. And then correction that Gavin had touched on earlier, Oregon is Harris, 55.2%. We also, in the meantime, have gained New Mexico for Harris at 51.6% and Virginia for Harris at 51%. We will have more of these to come.
In light of its most recent additions to the court, the Supreme Court has been under fire recently for some of its decisions. Reporter Alyssa Mandarek has the details. Alyssa?
The Supreme Court has seen a lot of attention regarding many of the rulings that have been made under the 6-3 conservative majority. Most notably, the Dobbs case that overturned the ruling from Roe v. Wade has caught the attention. In 2022, the court decided to grant states the power to decide the access to abortion. Since the ruling, abortion and this case has become one of the major concerns in this election. In a 6-3 vote, presidential immunity was decided. This gave Donald Trump partial immunity to prosecution on charges for plotting against the last presidential election. This speaks to the sheer amount of power that is truly given to someone in charge of the country. With the same voting, the court allowed for the continued use of gerrymandering in South Carolina. The ruling made it possible for lawmakers in the state to continue to annex black voters during the elections. They defended the acts to redraw the lines on the account of partisan gerrymandering instead of for racial reasons. They also struck a ruling that would ban bump stock accessories to guns, allowing easier rapid fire with a semi-automatic rifle. Bump stocks allow 400 to 800 rounds to be shot in a minute. The majority judges were in opposition to the ban that the device does not mechanically transform the weapon into a machine gun. The court has taken many major rulings into their hands over the course of the last few years. Whoever gets this presidency severely has the power to affect many more rulings in the future.
Reproductive rights are a big concern of the female voting demographic. With Roe v. Wade being overturned, those rights are on the line during this election. Reporter Jillian Musser has the latest.
Following his previous terms, voters turned their attention to former President Donald Trump to see how he will be tackling the issue of abortion next. Trump has taken credit for the overturn of Roe v. Wade back in June of 2022, when his term ended in 2021. He was responsible for 28% of active Supreme Court judges. Since then, 21 states have changed abortion access to be less accessible or banned altogether. But where does the Republican candidate stand on one of voters' top issues now? Ever since the late 90s, Trump has been changing his view on abortion. In an interview with NBC News in a 1999 edition of Meet the Press, Trump stated he was pro-choice, but by 2011, he switched his stance to pro-life. During his presidency in 2017, he supported a bill that would ban abortion 20 weeks after pregnancy. However, in March, Trump endorsed a 15-week national ban allowing for exceptions of incest, rape, or the risk of a mother's health. Caroline Leavitt, the national press secretary of the Trump campaign, told Time, quote, "President Trump has long been consistent in supporting the rights of states to make decisions on abortion and has been very clear that he will not sign a federal ban when he is back in the White House," end quote. This has caused many voters to fear Trump's signature on a federal abortion ban if elected into office. During the presidential debate on September, Kamala Harris warned voters of the Republican candidate's intention to sign the abortion ban. Trump retaliated with, quote, "I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else. And every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states," end quote. Trump also falsely claimed Democrats are supportive of abortion after birth. Despite these claims, the former president has not been supportive of all states' restrictions, most notable in his home state of Florida, which currently instates a 6-week abortion ban. Back in September, during an interview with NBC News, Trump stated he felt that 6 weeks was too short. On the ballot will be an amendment to laws imposing restrictions before fetal viability, which is around 22 and 24 weeks of pregnancy. Facing backlash from his party, Trump changed his stance, saying he would vote against the amendment. Deidre Schiffling, the chief political and advocacy officer for the American Civil Liberties Union, told Time, quote, "I wouldn't base any assessment of what a Trump presidency is likely to look like based on what he happens to say this day. If you look at what he's done in the past, he is the reason that we don't have the same kind of protections and access to abortion today that we did for 50 years, end quote. A majority of anti-abortion advocates have given Trump the title of the most pro-life president due to his previous term and plans for the future. Since the overturn of Roe v. Wade, Vice President Kamala Harris has spent her career advocating for women's health. Since being nominated as the Democratic candidate after President Joe Biden decided to drop out of the race, Harris has dedicated her campaign to abortion rights. She has vowed to install reproductive freedoms that women are entitled to, while gaining endorsements from organizations such as Reproductive Freedom for All, Planned Parenthood Action Fund, and the Committee to Protect Health Care. Any bill that is passed through Congress restoring the protection of Roe v. Wade, Harris has promised to sign. Likewise, she would veto any national bans on abortion, which Harris has argued Trump would implement if elected president. Currently, 13 states have banned abortion, while 8 others have abortion banned before or at 18 weeks of pregnancy. Senior Vice President of Communications and Culture at Planned Parenthood Action Fund told Time, quote, "What we do know is that Kamala Harris is committed to reproductive health and freedom. It has been an issue she has championed even before she was the nominee. It's something she speaks passionately about, she cares about, and I think it would be very, very high on the list of her early priorities," end quote. Harris' advocacy has been at the center of her work. As a California senator, she co-sponsored legislation that would have resulted in the prevention of states restricting abortion. While in the Senate, she voted against a bill for a nationwide abortion ban for women pregnant 20 weeks or more. Harris has openly announced her disapproval of the overturn of Roe v. Wade and has dedicated her time as vice president to keep reproductive health care access. Harris spoke at a Houston rally on October 25th, stating, quote, "This is not just a theoretical concept. Real harm has occurred in our country. Real suffering has occurred. People have died. It's important to highlight this issue because it is one of the most among critical issues that the American people will address when they vote for who will be the next president of the United States, end quote. No Democratic candidate has won over Texas since former President Jimmy Carter beat former President Gerald Ford in 1976. Yet, Harris has met with women from all across the country affected by current anti-abortion laws present in certain states. She has stressed her intent to restore Roe v. Wade, allowing women's abortions access until fetal viability. Dr. Maya Bass, abortion provider, family physician, and co-chair of the Committee to Protect Health Care's Reproductive Freedom Task Force, spoke with Time on the effects Harris will have on women's health care. Quote, "I'm an expert in medicine, not politics. What I do know, though, is that Harris has shown over and over again that she's going to support reproductive rights. I do believe her that she is going to put energy towards whatever legislation is needed to ensure reproductive access to Americans," end quote. However, Harris's point to make Roe v. Wade a central topic of her campaign has been criticized by some reproductive rights advocates, arguing she needs to dive further into the topic. Harris states on her campaign website, quote, "Vice President Harris and Governor Walz trust women to make decisions about their own bodies and do not have the government tell them what to do," end quote. Others insist that in order to address reproductive health care accessibility across the country, Roe v. Wade must be restored first. Democratic strategist and former White House spokesperson for reproductive rights Alexandra Lamela told the Time, quote, "Voters have two jobs if they want to restore abortion access. If they have a ballot initiative, they need to vote directly to support of abortion, and they need to vote for Harris. Harris is the only candidate on the presidential ticket who has said that she wants to restore the protections of Roe," end quote.
Now, I know abortion has been a serious topic. It has been one of the biggest topics for a long time, but most definitely in this election. I know ever since the overturn of Roe v. Wade, that has been something that many people have been advocating for, to bring back or to raise the issue once again. How, I know right now with the states, they're each debating and voting on whether they want to pass a bill to make it less strict. And I know it's not necessarily going one way for all states, so how is it looking right now?
So right now, we have a couple states that have decisions in currently. Some of them include Colorado, where an Amendment 79, right to abortion health insurance coverage, has been passed. Florida, however, has not been passed, despite there being a popular vote of 57.1% wanting it to be passed. Maryland has passed it for question 1, a right to abortion. And some states that we're still looking at or coming in are Arizona, which is leaning currently towards yes with 63%. Missouri, which is leaning towards yes with 53.2%. Montana, which is leaning toward yes with 53.9%. And New York has also passed it as well.
All right, well, yeah, those numbers are certainly making some strides. And I know that you had briefly touched on Kamala when she was in her vice president years and what she did. And, you know, I thought it was really interesting because she was actually the only president or vice president to ever visit a Planned Parenthood clinic that provides abortion services. And I think that that's a really important step she took then that's really benefiting her cause now. And I think, you know, she's really covering her bases from back then. So I thought that was interesting because that's a fact, that's a piece of history that just we've never seen before. And this Planned Parenthood clinic was in Minnesota. So, you know, and then she also toured with the Fight for Reproductive Freedoms tour, which you've mentioned. So, you know, covering the bases, I think it's certainly interesting, especially with the topic so, dare I say, detrimental.
I think women's health really covers a whole spectrum. It's not, when we think about reproductive rights, I think we mainly think about abortion. But it's talking about women's health in general. It's talking about like IVF. It's talking about access to birth control for certain health conditions. Like we got to think of the whole picture here.
Right, absolutely. And I know that they're also covering just like the maternal care, postpartum care, and I know that they want to expand that through Medicaid. So
yeah, and I know this is a very big issue, but I know there's also some big issues within the Supreme Court right now. I know they have just made, like you said, some recent rulings. Would you like to talk more?
I mean, it's just really the fact that it's just that conservative majority and just the fact that with this election it could stay that way.
Yeah.
Or it could switch. You never know.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
It's that time again. Ethan, what do you have for us?
Now it's on. Okay, sorry about the technical difficulties that we were having there, but we are back, and right now we don't have any major state updates that have changed the map, I believe, but I think it's more so in some of the individual states, specifically in the Rust Belt, which is what I want to look at, where Harris just is not pulling through like she needs to. Like if we want to go to Pennsylvania, we'll go to Pennsylvania first is one that I really want to look at. There's a lot of different counties where right now with 83% in, she is behind by nearly 4 percentage points. And if we want to look at a lot of the states, things like Lye County, where with Allentown there was a big controversy with the Puerto Rico comments that were that was at the Madison Square Garden rally. With Allentown having a massive population there, it's still polling barely for Kamala Harris, only ahead by about 4 points, which is not what she was looking for. And even more surprisingly, I think Centre County, with State College and everything, that is polling red currently. Trump is currently ahead by over 4 points, 4.1 percentage points, where in states like this, this is where what Gabby was talking about with the third parties really coming in and taking away some of those votes. It adds a lot to, the Trump victory going ahead. And if we look, the same kind of stories happen in like Wisconsin currently, where a lot of these states, a lot of these counties currently don't have all of their votes in, but Trump with 76% is ahead by 3+ percentage points. On top of that, in Michigan, which doesn't have a lot of votes currently in, only 45%, a lot of that probably due to Wayne County notoriously not being good with getting all their votes in, Trump is still ahead by around 4, almost 5 percentage points is what it looks like on here. I mean, it's a really tough battle for Kamala Harris. Her campaign has been sure to assure everyone that they're in it for the long haul. They are going to be here all night if they have to, into tomorrow, Thursday, even Friday if necessary. But, right now, it's not looking fantastic for the campaign. Looking, at the Electoral College map, Georgia, AP has not called it yet, but Georgia's looking very, very red. And if Georgia goes red, then all Trump needs, let's say, for example, he wins Pennsylvania, any state, whether it be Wisconsin, whether it be Michigan, whether it be Nevada, Arizona, any of that, Trump pulls ahead. The only, again, like we were saying, the only way Kamala really wins is by winning every single Rust Belt state, and that's not looking very good right now. But we do have some calls that we're able to make if I just take down Pennsylvania and Georgia. We can say that Kamala Harris has won the state of Hawaii. Their polls have just recently closed, and Hawaii is a very, is a Democrat stronghold. The state of Hawaii, with their 4 electoral votes, has gone for Kamala Harris. Not, it's not shaking the floor that the Trump campaign is standing on, but it definitely is just one of those extra building blocks that Harris is hopefully, they're just wanting to build this base as much as possible to ensure that they don't have to worry about anything else besides those Rust Belt states. And with that out of the way, we're going to keep watching this, specifically all of those Rust Belt states, and we're going to be ready to toss it back to Robert and Jules to give us more of an update.
Thanks so much, Ethan. Let's check back in with the professor panel.
So media literacy seems to be something that gets talked about a lot. I think in my generation, I think a lot of generations now are talking about it, but it does seem like media literacy is something that this society is lacking in a way I think that it really needs, or it seems to need. What, two people being in academia, what improvements do you think could be made to media literacy courses to help get the American people more up to speed with this situation that we're in?
They should start offering it in 4th grade. Really, I mean, that's it. They should just take it and start early with it, because, if we expect a fully formed adult to hand them a cell phone with all of this information with absolutely no, information or knowledge or experience and how to parse that information out and digest that information, you've just basically got a wide open space where the experimentation can just happen, and just people can use that to manipulate very easily, because folks aren't trained in or haven't really maybe had an opportunity or had a reason to think about the things they're consuming.
Mm-hmm. Professor, thoughts?
Yeah, I think if you look in the 1960s and 1970s, you had 3 TV stations, ABC, CBS, NBC. You had a daily newspaper that was pretty powerful, pretty influential, and you had some local radio stations and some magazines. The strength of it was those media were pretty strong. The weakness would be there were limited options. But as you got to the 1990s, early 2000s, newspaper readership collapsed. People don't watch the evening news, the percentage of people watching the local news. And they have a hard time, in my opinion, distinguishing between an accurate news story on WTAE in Pittsburgh and a video they find in YouTube. So the hope was social media, the internet would provide voices to be heard that were extinguished in the 1960s and 1970s, and I think there's some merit to that. But there are a lot of voices that maybe aren't accurate, that maybe are trafficking and misinformation. And I think young people, college graduates, even people with advanced degrees sometimes struggle to know, is this truthful, is this factual?
And moving on to a sort of different aspect of this conversation, you had mentioned that newspaper reader levels have gone down significantly, and the your viewer counts on local news has also gone down substantially. Why do you think that is? Is this too much of an obsession with everything that's happening at the national level, and therefore there's not as much attention being given to local news? Is this a situation, where local news is going to have to evolve in some way to keep up with this increasingly digitalized time? What do you think is going on?
I think what happened really to newspapers is the way that they chose to continue their business model in about like 1999 or 2001, whenever they decided to put their newspaper online for free. And and no one could have predicted that. You can't fault them. In that time, that was the logic that they were following. And so, that's one of the things that I think changed that, is because then we conditioned the people on the other end. Then, as the internet evolved more, was that information was supposed to be free, and so there wasn't any value to it at that point because you were no longer paying for it. And then since the information had no value, then it becomes a commodity, and then really everything out there can have an influence on the information sphere. And had they chosen differently back then, perhaps we would be dealing in a space where information still had a monetary part of a business model and a monetary value that they could use, and that would you would be able to use that to kind of control or to understand which information is being paid for by whom, which we have no idea of. We don't know who's paying for what information at this point.
Professor?
I think the biggest mistake the industry made, the newspaper industry, is if you look in the early 1990s, newspaper readership surveys showed that people 15, 20, 25 were not reading newspapers. And the industry came to a really inaccurate conclusion. They believed that as people aged and they became 30 and 35 and they became parents, that they would pick up a newspaper. And that was a huge, huge mistake because they did not. That generation was relying more on radio. That generation was relying more on television. Cable was diffusing. Satellite was diffusing. You had World Wide Web diffusing. And all of a sudden, they had so many sources they could go to. The local TV station started to go down, the local radio station, the local newspapers, and they never ever solved the problem. In Media and Society, Carson, you may remember, we had a how do you save newspaper exercise. How do you make them relevant to young people? And I think my answer is similar to Chris's in the perspective that for a long, long time, the federal government tried to get people to use seatbelts, and they just would not. You could fine them, you could threaten them, you could give them points on their license, and they said no. But when they got kindergartners and first graders to start wearing them, and then they nagged their parent, all of a sudden, young people were wearing them, insisting that others did. I really think you need to look at getting kids involved with media at the earliest age possible. And I think that's what it's going to take for newspapers and magazines and websites to get back to the role they once had.
You sort of both of you briefly discussed this in previous answers, but this democratization of the diffusion of information, right? The media fragmentation is what you called it. This idea that there's no longer a centralized place to get your sources. How do you think we reconcile the pros and cons of this? Is this going to be something that is ultimately good, even though it may have a lot of short-term consequences that were unforeseen? Or was the media landscape better whenever there was a more unified way of getting information?
I think it was, for the moment, I'll answer that it was probably better before, because there was a well-established funnel about how the money would flow into that, and right now, because it's all over the place, you just don't have any. There really is no incentive to really to try to get it centralized when everything is just spread out all over the place. So,
in the 1960s and 1970s, you knew the evening news anchors. Walter Cronkite, talking about the role he played when he weighed in on the Vietnam War. In 2024, there's no one who has that prestige that people look at that journalist and say, wow. During the Reagan administration in the 1980s, it was always Sam Donaldson yelling questions at President Reagan, and people looked at it and said, wow, he's really holding Reagan accountable, is asking the tough questions. And again, in 2024, I don't know who's playing that role. And on top of that, there are so many ways for political campaigns to work around journalists in 2024. You can put content on TikTok, YouTube, Twitter. You can use social media to hit all of the demographics that you want. And radio and TV stations right now, if you look in Pennsylvania, the amount of commercials that are running, they're making money hands over fist on it. Are they going to go out and really challenge the campaigns when they're making so much money from them? I'm skeptical of that. I think the last thing I would say on that is when President Biden would come to Pittsburgh, or Vice President Harris, former President Trump, and they agree to do a local TV interview, I think what you largely see are softball questions. No one is willing to challenge anyone on policy positions, on speeches, on decisions, and I really think democracy is hurt by that.
And that can be even evidenced by the news that came out at the end of last week about the Washington Post not endorsing a candidate. It seemed like the editorial board was ready to endorse Vice President Harris, but from the top it came down from Jeff Bezos not to endorse anyone. And and the theory is that that's a power and influence game. Is that they're playing politics at the same time we are, and they're thinking that if President Trump wins and they've endorsed Vice President Harris, that there's going to be some repercussions for doing that. So they're just now opting not to do that. And the Washington Post catchphrase is "Democracy dies in darkness," and I don't know what this is at that point. With them not really with them deferring to their corporate ideology, basically.
Yeah, right. Because if Bezos says, because I imagine that Jeff Bezos is worried to a certain extent about alienating his massive customer base. Like, no matter what your ideology is in this country, a lot of people are buying from Amazon.
I think it's more the defense contracts and the other things that he does. Amazon Web Service houses probably houses the entire federal government's, web structure, right? So I mean, there's very big, for him, there's these big consequences, and then none of us little people have those same kind of concerns, but that's what's driving at least that one media institution into making the decisions, is what happens with, what are the consequences of us doing this, and that's very bad.
Now we have a Senate update. I think this is a pretty big one. We have some ones in. Would you guys like to take it away?
Yeah, we wanted to announce that the Republicans have taken over the Senate. It is 41-49 as of right now, but if the Democrats were to win the rest of the seats, it still wouldn't match up to...
I actually have 51-42 Republicans with 7, so because they get over the 50 threshold, that puts them at 51, which gives them control. There's still 7 races to be called. So the fact that the races, that it's 51-42 already, and there's 7 to be called, that means the Republicans are probably going to have like 53-54 of control.
Yeah.
Which is more than Democrats probably would have hoped.
And then looking more at the Pennsylvania Senate, we can see that it's still pretty tight right now, 49.3, 48.1, with Dave McCormick in the lead, and there's about 85% of the votes counted. That's feeding more into the power that the Republican Party has in the Senate. How are the other states?
We are still waiting on hearing from Montana, Nevada, Utah, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, Maine, and then, like you said, PA. But yeah, I think we will know Pennsylvania pretty soon, considering the fact that it is 85% at this point, with McCormick in the lead with 49.3 and Casey at 48.1.
Yeah.
Utah did go red, I believe. Wisconsin, but what's interesting is Wisconsin, they have the lead with Trump. Michigan, there hasn't been a lot of votes counted in Michigan, but there's a solid lead there for Mike Rogers, the Republican candidate. And I think what put the Republicans over top, which we talked about this race earlier, Deb Fischer beat the incumbent, did hold on against a tough challenge from the independent, Dan Osborne. 51-48 right now is the count. So yeah.
Yeah, thank
Good
you.
night for the Republicans. I would say.
Thank you guys so much for this update.
Thank you.
After the break, we'll continue our deep dive into the Supreme Court and reproductive rights. Stay tuned.
Over 90% of PPU alumni report being employed after graduation. Niche discovered over 90% of students found help from the Career Readiness Center in their job search. It's not a coincidence, it's a connection. Don't be in the 10%. Use your resources and visit the Professional Career Readiness Center now.
Since reproductive rights are on the ballot this year, how much does reproductive legislation affect voters? Reporter Jillian Musser has the answers. Jill?
Nearly 50% of Pennsylvania voters are rushing to the polls this election season for what is considered to be one of the biggest issues on the ballot. A Spotlight PA poll shows while 85% of Democrats find abortion and reproductive rights a top issue this election, only 17% of Republicans agree. Alongside them are 49% who are not registered to major parties. A poll conducted from September 12th through the 18th by the Mass Inc. polling group asked 800 voters what their top election issue is this year. Ranked below the economy, 69% responded abortion. Reproductive rights have been at the center of political discussions across the country, most notably in swing states. Since the overturn of Roe v. Wade, abortion has been more at the forefront of voters' discussions on all political races. Only 3% of North Carolina voters had abortion as a top issue in 2020, according to the Associated Press VoteCast data. In 2022, 8 in 10 voters in North Carolina supported a Democratic candidate in support of abortion. The topic of abortion is seeing a lot of support, especially from young voters. Jenny Gonzalez is a 21-year-old college student studying pharmacy technology at Fort Worth Technical Community College in North Carolina. The topic of reproductive rights encouraged her to vote in her first election, where she will be casting her vote for Harris. Gonzalez told the Associated Press, quote, "It should be access to all women, no matter the situation, because everyone goes through different things and you don't know why they decide to get the abortion," end quote. How is abortion affecting citizens nationwide? An NBC News poll showed 53% of voters think Harris will handle reproductive rights better, while 34% believe Trump will. Despite candidate support, polls show an overall mixture of how abortion should be handled. From a religious standpoint, a poll conducted by the Pew Research Center in 2024 found that 86% of non-religious Americans are more likely to support abortion over those with a religious affiliation. The gender support gap might not be as big as you think. Pew Research Center also found that 64% of women support abortion alongside 61% of men. The Public Religion Research Institute saw members of the LGBTQ+ community being the most supportive, with 82% backing abortion compared to the 62% heterosexual support. Abortion medication is also at risk this election. The pill mifepristone, while FDA approved, has been fought by the Republican Party. A study by Gallup showed that 61% of respondents want the drug to remain legal. A controversy around the topic is the reasoning behind why Americans want abortions. However, a poll from the Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs Research shows that 6 in 10 Americans believe that abortion access should be legal for any reason in their home state. Los Angeles Republican 47-year-old Vincent Wheeler believes no matter the reason, abortion should be accessible until viability. He told the Associated Press, quote, "There's so many reasons as to why someone may want or need an abortion that it has to be up to that person or what they have to do in that specific circumstance," end quote. Acknowledging that some fellow Republicans may disagree, a new Associated Press NORC survey finds that approximately 2/3 of Republicans agree that there should not be a nationwide abortion ban.
The Supreme Court justices might not be able to hold their positions for life anymore, with term limits as a major factor in multiple campaigns. Reporter Alyssa Mandarak has more. Alyssa?
In her campaign, Kamala Harris has expressed an interest to reform the Supreme Court. She has not released key details and said, quote, "I do believe there should be some kind of reform in the court, and we can study what that actually looks like," end quote. Traditionally, a lifetime term for a federal judge was meant to ensure the independence and to protect partisan measure from interfering over time. Over time, this dynamic has changed. It is now being used to secure potential decades to specific party ideals. Proposed by President Biden and supported by Harris is an 18-year limit for judges. This would essentially eliminate the random element to the appointment of judges. Right now, they're only filled when a vacancy as a result of retirement, death, and resignation. The criticism of how the court is functioning in the traditional system follows the rulings that have been made since Trump's term ended. Criticism has faced the court following decisions to overturn Roe v. Wade, restrictions on gun laws, and even ethical concerns. In past years, reform has been avoided in order to not politicize the court. However, now we face the question regarding whether it will resolve the politicization that has evolved in recent years.
Thank you so much. Now, these are both really important topics that, again, we are constantly seeing them in the headlines, on the ballot. We are seeing them everywhere. So, Alyssa, I want to ask you a little bit more about your topic. I think that this is really important. Dazzle me with more.
So I think that the term limits is the 18 years and like eliminating that randomness is a really interesting thing to look at, just because over the years it really the court has become so politicized, and we can look at that with the rulings that have been made and like overturning Roe v. Wade and all of that, and that becoming like a key topic. I read that in I think 5 of the last 9 presidencies have been Democrats, but only 3 judges have been appointed by Democrat presidents in that time zone, in that time period, I think, which really shows like it is so random, and you never know when it's going to happen. You never know when a judge is going to have to be appointed, so you never know when it's on the ballot. So I think people really need to start considering that when they're casting their vote and when they think about how things in this country are going to be decided.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I want to touch a little bit more on your topic here. So I remember when mifepristone, it gained its use in 2023. In fact, 63% of abortions in the U.S. were due to medications, but the FDA deems mifepristone as the safest one out there. So I know that they had talked about it, people don't like it. Give me more.
I think what's really scary to think about is at the end of the day, I think there's a fear of like unsafe abortions happening if it were to get completely banned. Yes. Even if you're not fully in support, this pill is a safe way to have the procedure done. And it's safe for women, it's safe for their bodies. And I think that's what people really need to be thinking about at the end of the day before you just ban a drug.
Right, absolutely, because it can be a very traumatic event to take place onto the body. So I think that the invention of this pill, which came out in 2000, by the way, is just really, it's really fascinating that science has honestly come thus far. So to suddenly put a ban on it is very interesting, how it can kind of just flip-flop, like how you mentioned, things can flip-flop.
Exactly,
so I feel like that's a theme we're kind of seeing here, but seems like we should check in with our poll trackers. Ethan, Gavin.
Okay, welcome back to our final kind of Map Guys segment that we're going to be doing here. And right now we do have one call that we can make.
One more call we can make for sure. The traditional blue dot of Nebraska, their 2nd congressional district, is in for Kamala. That's 1 electoral vote for her. Puts her at 210 with Trump still at 230. But she's got a long night ahead of her if she's going for victory.
Absolutely. If she's looking to win, it's not exactly looking very bright for her. I mean, we've been looking at the polls the entire night, and Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, they're all looking Trump is pulling ahead majorly.
2 to 4 points in favor in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Michigan, it's still too early to say. They've only counted about like 50%.
About 50%, yeah. But even that, if trends continue, especially with us talking so much about the Arab community, that, either voting third party or abstaining from voting, period, that might even allow Republicans to clear ahead.
Yeah.
If we want to look at kind of what are their paths to victory right now, we filled in a good amount of the map. We filled in, all of Nebraska and Maine's districts. We filled in Alaska. We have filled in Georgia, since that's very likely to go Republican. But now, her paths to victory are closing in, because at this point, when all this is filled in, Trump is at 251 electoral votes. And so
he's got a pretty big lead now.
So let's say if he wins Pennsylvania, it's over.
It's over. He wins.
He wins. Yeah.
Which he is. He has about 170,000 vote lead right now with
84% in,
86,
and him showing big margins in all of those counties we've been talking about, like
Center, Philly County.
Exactly. Yeah.
The Lackawanna County, he's up. Allegheny, he's about the same, but he needed, in those areas, the Harris campaign needed to either continue the gap that the Biden campaign had in 2020 or get some amount more than they got in this election.
Yeah, so absolutely. If let's say we put Kamala Harris, if she does win Pennsylvania somehow, it's still, Trump has a way easier, path to victory, where let's say he won, he's been looking very good in Arizona. He wins that, he needs either Wisconsin or Michigan. Either one, he pulls ahead. Kamala Harris, what she needs is she needs to win both of these in order to get to 270. That's her only path to victory if she wins Pennsylvania. She needs to get the entire Rust Belt, or otherwise, she's done for. Even if she just loses Michigan, for example, Trump can pull ahead in Arizona, Trump can win in Nevada, and he can win in Michigan, and then that's it. That's it for the campaign.
I guess if she did win Michigan and Nevada, then she would have a shot. But I just think it's incredibly unlikely that she's going to win both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
Exactly. We're going to break the trend since 1988, where the Rust Belt, they're either all going to vote tangentially again for Trump, or only one of these states is going to break for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's interesting with, even if, let's say she does win, okay?
Yeah.
It won't be anywhere close to the margins Biden was pulling
Not
through
even.
with. And even those margins were razor thin.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are some of the reasons that you think, she was lagging behind?
Well, her campaign had a big focus on abortion, codifying Roe, abortion rights. We keep saying that over the course of the night. I just think it wasn't as much of a hot button issue as she expected it to be. It wasn't as much of a unifying thing.
Yeah.
I think Trump and the Republicans got the economy. They convinced voters that they would be better for the economy. And at the state that we're in right now, that's what sold voters on.
No, absolutely.
on
So
picking him.
abortion wasn't as big as it was in 2022. When it comes to voter demographics, Latinos and black men did not come out for Kamala Harris like they did with Biden or Obama or any other presidential candidate. So there's still a chance for Kamala Harris if she can pull through in every single Rust Belt state. But if she even misses a single one, if she misses Wisconsin, if she misses Michigan, or if she misses Pennsylvania, it's going to be over for her campaign. So with that outlook, we're going to go back to our anchors to give a final wrap-up for the night.
Thanks, guys. The night is coming to an end, but the election is far from over.
UView will have continuing coverage throughout the week until we have the result of who will be taking the presidential role.
That's all we have for you tonight, but check out our YouTube channel, UVIEW Television, to see our continuing coverage.
From all of us here at UView, we would like to thank you for watching as we kept you updated. I'm Robert Fornatero.
I'm Leslie Krebs.
I'm Cade Montgomery.
And I'm Juliana Brock. Thank you and have a great evening.